I was dreaming just now, but in reality, it was exactly the same as in the dream. I did this and that to Kai Yi. She thought blankly, even a little afraid to face the reality. What's wrong? Are you going to regret it? Wasn't it you who took the initiative just now? Perhaps because he saw Ji Yu Wancho standing there in a daze, Kai Yi couldn't help but ask again with some dissatisfaction. After Kai Yi's words, Ji Yu Wancho slowly raised his head and looked at Kai Yi with a guilty conscience. Kai Yi, if I say I was sleepwalking just now, would you believe it? She spoke as carefully as possible, but the aura of Kai Yi around her still made Ji Yu Wancho feel dizzy. Feel yourself, do you think I can believe it? As Kai Yi spoke, he stretched out his hand, wrapped around Ji Yu Wancho's hand, and then pressed it. After just a moment of confusion, Ji Yu Wancho immediately reacted. The hot object in his hand reminded Ji Yu Wancho of the ridiculous things he had just done. You were so rude to me just now. Do you think I would believe that you were sleepwalking, or do you often sleepwalk and act rudely towards others before? As Kai Yi spoke, he slowly lowered his head and whispered in Ji Yu Wancho's ear. Then he slowly went down. The next second, Ji Yu Wancho felt his warm and cool lips touching her collarbone. This suddenly gave her an idea. However, the man did not stop. Even the big hand that was originally holding her other hand loosened its grip. But before Ji Yu Wancho could breathe a sigh of relief, he immediately noticed Kai Yi's rude hand coming. He actually imitated what I did just now and started to be rude to me. Under the white quilt, the long legs were suddenly brought together. Kai Yi, what are you going to do? She looked down in panic. But the next second she only heard Kai Yi sneer. What do you want to do? Of course, we should do something happy. You provoked me first this time. Do you think I will let you go? And admit it, Sister Wancho, you also like this kind of happy thing, don't you? I noticed it last time. Don't you like to be happy? Ji Yu Wancho blushed as Kai Yi said this. However, even so, his men did not stop their actions. After all, Kai Yi's massage skills have been recognized by many people before. Not only that, his massage skills are superb. At the same time, it is not just reflected in one aspect. Woo, you go slower. I was wrong. I shouldn't have provoked you. The defenses in my heart were broken bit by bit. Moreover, she was finding it difficult to concentrate, and her thoughts were uncontrollably following Kai Yi's words. Yes, she did have to admit. She really enjoyed that happy thing. After all, that was the ultimate pleasure that she had never experienced in the past 20 years. All of Kai Yi's actions made Ji Yu Wancho gradually sink into depravity. Sister Wancho, tell me, are you happy now? Wow, happy, happy. Ji Yu Wancho was indeed very happy at this time. She even began to actively twist her waist. After all, he is a fitness expert, so Ji Yu Wancho's waist strength is actually quite good. So do you like to be happy? I like it, woo. She couldn't help but arch her back, and her white neck formed a perfect arc in the moonlight. Then Sister Wancho, do you want to be happier? Kai Yi's slightly hoarse voice seemed to ring in his ears. At the same time Kai Yi finished speaking, Ji Yu Wancho nodded impatiently. I want it to be happier, woo, please ball. While answering Kai Yi's words, Ji Yu Wancho couldn't help but look at the moon outside the window. She didn't know if it was her illusion, but at this moment she felt that the moon outside the window was particularly bright. In the next second, her eyes turned white and her whole body began to tremble slightly with excitement. Her whole body was tense, and she couldn't help but hug Kai Yi's waist excitedly. She even looked at the moon with lingering eyes, the moon that belonged to her. The moon made her feel very comfortable. She vaguely heard Kai Yi's words coming to her ears again. Sister Wancho, are you so excited? What you like is still to come. After Kai Yi said this, Ji Yu Wancho suddenly felt that the moon in the sky had changed its appearance. It even became bigger and rounder. This is the roundest moon Ji Yu Wancho has ever seen, except for the 15th day of August. The ultimate joy came over him. This was the excitement and happiness that Ji Yu Wancho had never experienced before. Before, she knew that many people were addicted to it, and she sneered at it. But now after experiencing it, Ji Yu Wancho couldn't help but understand how they felt. Turn out to be. So this is the feeling. Woo Kai Yi. She hugged Kai Yi tightly, biting her lips with her pearly teeth. And sure enough, Kai Yi had practiced it after all. Even the movements and strength at this moment were beyond Ji Wancho's imagination. This almost made her soar into the sky. Sister Wancho. Sister Wancho, what's wrong with you? Kai Yi's voice came faintly in my ears. This made Ji Wancho look at Kai Yi, who was working hard on the farm in front of him, with some surprise. Strange. At this moment, Kai Yi was clearly still busy and didn't talk to me. Looking at Kai Yi's tightly closed lips, Ji Wancho was very confused. But following Kai Yi's shouting, Ji Wancho also noticed that Kai Yi's voice in his ears became clearer and clearer. It was as if Kai Yi was calling him right next to his ear. But the strange thing is, if someone is talking in her ear, then who is Kai Yi in front of her? Thinking of this, Ji Wancho looked to the side beside him in confusion. But there is no one. Just when Ji Wancho turned his head to look to the side, he didn't see anything. But just after she blinked, she immediately saw Kai Yi beside her. Why is Kai Yi by her side? Who is on top of her at this moment? Thinking of this, Ji Wancho suddenly raised his head and looked forward. But there was no human figure in front, let alone a shadow of a person. She even looked out the window subconsciously. But I found that there was no bright, round and big moon outside the window. At this moment, it was still cloudy outside and it was still raining. At this time, there was no light at all outside. Not to mention the moon and stars. This time Ji Wancho was completely dumbfounded again. She is still awake now, and everything in her dream just now seems very clear to her. She put her hands together slightly. Legs, she can still carefully recall the feeling just now. Is it evening now? She even turned to look at Kai Yi in confusion and asked. Kai Yi was originally looking at Ji Wancho with a slightly frown. But after hearing her question, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. I took a nap at noon. It's afternoon at most now, not evening yet. Kai Yi's words gradually brought Ji Wancho back to reality. However, looking at Kai Yi who was looking at him at this moment, Ji Wancho suddenly felt a huge sense of emptiness in his heart. Not just physically, but emotionally as well. It turned out that everything that happened just now was just her dream. Thinking of this, Ji Wancho couldn't help but droop his eyelids in depression. So, you don't want to explain what this means? As he spoke, Kai Yi looked down and pointed at Ji Wancho's other arm. Sorry. At this moment, just like the scene in the dream, her hand was actually. Otherwise, looking at you like this, I would really think that you were deliberately trying to be rude to me. Kai Yi said jokingly. Upon hearing this, Ji Wancho's face suddenly turned red. I'm not, I don't know. For a moment, Ji Wancho didn't know how to explain it. It's more of an excuse than an explanation. After all, being able to touch there accurately and without error. It really is really. Ji Wancho was lying there, somewhat at a loss, and was even embarrassed to look at Kai Yi. Under the quilt, the hand that had just been, acting like a hooligan, seemed to have been scalded. She curled up her hands and rubbed her palms with her fingertips. I don't know if it's her own fault. The moment I took my hand back, that place seemed to be a little bulging. This made Ji Wancho blush and her heart beat fast again, and she even remembered some things in her dream. Speaking of which, Sister Wancho, what happened to you just now, or did you have some dreams? Kai Yi's teasing tone came, but Ji Wancho was still too embarrassed to know what to say. After all, what kind of dream is there to talk about? I am already like this, it is already very obvious. I don't know, well, I'm going to the bathroom first. Having said that, Ji Wancho lifted the quilt, put on his coat, then turned around and left in a hurry. It was not until he walked out of the lounge that Ji Wancho's back, which had been stretched straight, finally relaxed. After all, she could even clearly feel Kai Yi's burning gaze behind her just now. That sight almost made her lose her composure. After Ji Wancho walked out, Kai Yi's gaze slowly fell back to the place where Ji Wancho had just been lying. Under the lifted quilt, where she had just been lying. I don't know why, but a small wet mark was left behind. I don't know if it's because of the heat and the sweat. Or maybe it's due to some other reason. In this way, Kai Yi couldn't help but look towards the door meaningfully again. Now he was a little curious about what kind of dream Ji Wancho had just had. It seems that this might be more exciting than I imagined. And on the other side was Ji Wancho. After washing his face with cold water, Ji Wancho finally became much more sober. I even realized that I had indeed woken up from the dream. She even raised her head slowly with a flushed face and looked at herself in the mirror. She looked at her flushed face, and even the heat on her face had not subsided. Ji Wancho could even feel the wetness all over his body. Especially the small clothes underneath, which are now wet. After calming down for a while, Ji Wancho turned around and reluctantly went back to the lounge. After all, it is still raining heavily outside and the temperature around is still relatively cold. It's safer in bed. However, when she walked back to the dim lounge, she suddenly discovered that the part of the quilt she had lifted. There is actually a piece that is darker in color. This made Ji Wancho suddenly nervous. She looked at Kai Yi with a guilty conscience, then quickly walked over. Pretending nothing had happened, he sat back and quietly reached out his hand to touch it. Sure enough, I found that it was wet over there. She hurriedly threw the quilt back, then lay back down and even closed her eyes tightly. At this moment, Ji Wancho's face under the quilt was very red. Even the whole body is hot. She thought Kai Yi seemed to be sleeping, so he probably didn't notice what had just happened. Should I? Maybe they didn't find it. After all, it's relatively dark around here, so you might not be able to see it even if you look over at a glance. Ji Wancho tried to comfort herself in this way. But it seems that the consolation failed. Look at the weather. If it stays like this, it will be difficult to go out hunting. Just when Ji Wancho was feeling very conflicted and suffocated in the quilt, he suddenly heard Kai Yi's voice. Subconsciously, she stuck her head out to look at Kai Yi, and she saw that Kai Yi was looking at the situation outside with a serious expression. Seeing this, Ji Wancho suddenly felt a little ashamed. After all I have in my mind right now are a bunch of messy things. Unexpectedly, at this moment Kai Yi was thinking about their affairs. Indeed, after all, in this weather, I'm afraid even the animals won't want to come out. After looking at the weather outside, Ji Wancho couldn't help but speak seriously. Moreover, if the surrounding sea is in this situation, then their search and rescue may be very difficult. We don't even know whether they have returned to the island safely. Kai Yi still spoke with a serious expression. After all, if that group of people didn't escape safely, I'm afraid that until now, no one knows that they have died. If time continues to be delayed, by the time they find out, it will be difficult to search and rescue. The chances of them returning are still relatively high. There seem to be 2 young men in the group who have a good understanding of maritime knowledge. Ji Wancho also spoke with some hesitation. After all, she had only heard them talk about these things before. I don't know whether it is authentic or not. Moreover, she has only been here for a while, although she seems to get along well with the people in the team. Even the relationship is pretty good, but we haven't had time to get to know each other in depth. Thinking of this, Ji Wancho couldn't help but let out another long sigh. Looking at the violent storm outside, Ji Wancho began to feel a little scared. Although she has a very independent personality. But in the face of death. And she is still a girl. So, after thinking deeply about it, Ji Wancho's eyes couldn't help but turn red, and even his nose felt sore. However, she didn't want Kai Yi to see her in such a miserable state. So, after realizing that something was wrong with her, she immediately shrank into the quilt. I don't want Kai Yi to see me like this. However, even if she wanted to cover it up, Kai Yi still discovered it. Sister Wancho, what's wrong with you? Noticing that something was wrong with Ji Wancho, Kai Yi slowly lowered his head and moved closer to her. Seeing this, Ji Wancho couldn't help but bury his head in the quilt again. You, what are you doing? She asked while trying to maintain a normal voice. But, in fact, Ji Wancho is now a little overwhelmed. They have been on the island for several days, and she accidentally got a lot of red pimples yesterday. Fortunately, I'm fine now, but when I think about the huge wild boar I just met in the jungle and the bad weather now. Ji Wancho knew it clearly. If you stay on the island for a long time, you will experience these things frequently. When he thought of this, Ji Wancho felt even more pressured. Moreover, although Ji Wancho appears to be very independent. But, in fact, she is the type who looks fine. A person who can control his emotions on his own. However, if other people came over and showed some concern or asked her something, she would find it hard to hold back. I couldn't help wanting to cry. Especially now. Originally, Ji Wancho wanted to rely on herself to endure it, but after being comforted by Kai Yi, the pressure in her heart suddenly burst out. Even his eyes were filled with tears. His originally wheat-colored skin had turned rosy at the tip of his nose. Sister Wancho. Seeing Ji Wancho like this, Kai Yi did not hesitate. He walked up to her and forcefully hugged her in his arms. This made Ji Wancho stunned. But before Ji Wancho could come to her senses, Kai Yi hugged her tightly in his arms. In response to this, Ji Wancho was stunned for a moment, and then she could no longer bear it and buried her head in Kai Yi's arms and burst into tears. After all, when the pressure accumulates to a certain level, it has to be released. Especially now, Ji Wancho buried her head in Kai Yi's arms and cried for more than 10 minutes. Finally, she felt much better after the pressure in her heart. It has been more than a week since we arrived at the isolated island. Seeing that it had been almost half a month, Ji Wancho was almost accepting the possibility that they would soon settle down here. However, over the past week, she and Kai Yi have gotten along better and better. In fact, the two of them are now becoming more and more in sync with each other. However, it seemed that since the day of the heavy rain, Ji Wancho had been feeling uneasy every day. It's not that life is uneasy. But she felt uneasy in her dreams. Kai Yi appeared in her dreams almost every day. Even, every time the two of them were in their dreams, they were just simply getting along with each other. And every time, when she was getting more and more deeply involved with Kai Yi in her dreams, she would wake up. This made Ji Wancho feel more and more empty in the middle of the night. And today, when Ji Wancho woke up in the middle of the night and looked at the bright moonlight outside, he couldn't help but sigh. She turned her head to look at Kai Yi helplessly. Seeing the man still sleeping, she silently withdrew her hand. Yes, every time Ji Wancho dreamed, he would be a little dishonest. Fortunately, she always woke up in the middle of the night. Therefore, Kai Yi didn't realize that he had actually done something to him in his dream. However, this made Ji Wancho suffer every time she woke up from a dream. In the silent night, I feel not only lonely, but also very empty. This made Ji Wancho feel a little difficult. Plus, it might be because I dreamed about something. This also increased Ji Wancho's physical needs a bit. Every time Ji Wancho woke up from an immersive dream, he became very impulsive and even very annoyed. For example, Ji Wancho now feels annoyed and very impulsive. Especially when looking at Kai Yi, who was still sleeping beside him. As he watched, Ji Wancho couldn't help but become fascinated. Even looking at Kai Yi's sleeping face, a bold idea came to Ji Wancho's mind. Since he was asleep, he touched Kai Yi all over while he was sleeping. If he hadn't discovered it, and hadn't noticed it. Thinking of this, Ji Wancho couldn't help but begin to persuade himself slowly. Yes. After all, he had done such a great job to Kai Yi when he was asleep before. It can even be said to be hooliganism. Kai Yi didn't react at all. And it's been several days, and Kai Yi doesn't seem to care much. So, even if I was awake and touched her, he shouldn't be able to notice, right? Thinking this way, Ji Wancho gradually convinced himself. As he was thinking, Ji Wancho slowly moved towards Kai Yi in front of him. Originally, two single beds put together were not as big as a large double bed. So, in fact, the distance between the two was not that great originally. Looking at Kai Yi, who was so close to her, Ji Wancho's nervous little heart began to beat fast. She looked up at Kai Yi's face, and her eyes began to flicker. The next second, she slowly raised her head and stroked Kai Yi's face. Then he touched the straight nose. Looking at this nose bridge, Ji Wancho's thoughts began to become confused again. Sure enough, those rumors were correct. People with big noses do have big private parts as well. This at least was confirmed by Ji Wancho. The small hand slowly slid down from his face and soon slid onto Kai Yi's chest muscles. Touching the bulging pectoral muscles and the well-defined abdominal muscles, Ji Wancho couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Even at this moment, Ji Wancho still felt a little dry in the mouth. Although there was only a thin layer of shirt between us, the touch under my palm was still touching. Thinking of this, Ji Wancho looked up at Kai Yi with a guilty conscience. Seeing that Kai Yi was still sleeping with his eyes closed, Ji Wancho suddenly became bolder. The little hand reached the hem of Kai Yi's clothes. She carefully and gently lifted the hem of her clothes, then reached her hand in. Then her little hand slowly reached upwards. Soon, Ji Wancho felt real muscles. This made Ji Wancho even more excited. After all, although we are now stranded on an isolated island, the conditions are like this now. Ji Wancho still insists on exercising every day. This shows how much she loves exercising. How much I love the perfect body. Thinking of this, Ji Wancho couldn't help but rub and knead Kaiyi's muscles. I can't imagine how crazy those fitness gurus would be if they saw this body of muscles. The thought of having the muscles they had always dreamed of under her hands made Ji Wancho even more excited. But obviously, all these things now are just minor changes to Ji Wancho's beautiful dream. Thinking of this, Ji Wancho's eyes couldn't help but slowly decline. Then it solidified in one place. Then, she first raised her head and looked at Kaiyi with a guilty look. Seeing that Kaiyi was still sleeping soundly with his eyes closed, Ji Wancho became even bolder. His movement just now was so big that Kaiyi didn't even wake up. It seems that my guess was correct in time. Kaiyi should be the kind of person who sleeps deeply. Thinking of this, Ji Wancho suddenly became even more excited. Even Ji Wancho, who was always very alert, didn't notice it. Kaiyi, who was sleeping soundly just now, slowly opened his eyes. However, Ji Wancho didn't notice any of this. She was even bold enough to reach out her hand. The moment her hand touched it, a familiar voice suddenly came from above her head. This made Ji Wancho freeze in place. "Sister Wancho, what are you doing, huh?" Perhaps seeing that Ji Wancho was slow to reply to him, Kaiyi spoke again. "Sister Wancho, if this happened before we were stranded on the island, could we have reported it?" Hearing the second half of Kaiyi's words, Ji Wancho's body trembled again. I didn't expect that she, who was so upright before, would be so confused when facing Kaiyi. Thinking of this, Ji Wancho immediately took his hand away from Kaiyi. But before she could take her hands back, Kaiyi reached out and held her hands. "No wonder I always feel a little tired when I wake up in the morning these days. I wonder if I didn't sleep well at night. Now it seems I have found the reason." As he spoke, Kaiyi lowered his head and looked straight at Ji Wancho. Unable to bear Kaiyi's teasing look, Ji Wancho quickly lowered his head. It was just that she subconsciously wanted to refute a few words, but before she could refute, she consciously closed her mouth. Yes, it was indeed she who took the initiative to act like a hooligan today. But a few nights before that, she did act like a hooligan. It doesn't count because she was asleep at the time. Actually, it does count. Thinking of this, Ji Wancho lowered his head with a flushed face. Sorry. She felt ashamed when she thought about who she used to be. But in fact, Kaiyi is too tempting. And I dream about Kaiyi every day, who can stand that? Thinking of this, Ji Wancho even looked up at Kaiyi with some resentment. Receiving Ji Wancho's complaining look, Kaiyi was a little surprised. "Oh, you've been caught red-handed, and you're still blaming yourself." Thinking of this, Kaiyi couldn't help but laugh. However, I didn't expect Ji Wancho to admit his mistake so readily. "Okay, your attitude of actively admitting your mistakes is quite good, but what?" Upon hearing this, Ji Wancho suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. "But you've taken advantage of me, so isn't that a disadvantage for me?" At this point, Kaiyi even had a hint of a smile on his face. Then. Ji Wancho had even vaguely guessed what Kaiyi was thinking. You don't want to. Yeah, isn't that fair? You've taken advantage of me, so why can't I take advantage of you?" Kaiyi spoke very confidently, and even the expression on his face was very upright. That's correct. Ji Wancho spoke softly, but in fact she was still more or less embarrassed. However, when she thought of the scene in her dream, she still felt very excited. Besides, both of them are stranded on a deserted island now. Maybe from now on there will be only two of them left on this isolated island. So, even if something happened between the two of them, it doesn't matter, right? After all, everyone has needs, and there are only two people on the entire island. Therefore, sooner or later, both of them will. Thinking of this, Ji Wancho was gradually convinced by himself. Yes, the two of them will be stranded here from now on. Maybe no one will recognize them anymore. Why is she still pretending to be reserved? Thinking of this, a blush appeared on Ji Wancho's face. As a result, his eyes were red as he looked at Kaiyi. But this is all embarrassing. Although Ji Wancho is not the kind of person who shows all his expressions on his face. However, Kai could also see that her attitude had softened. But Sister Wancho, I'm the only one who woke up today. If I hadn't woken up, would you have taken advantage of me again? Today I woke up and found that you took advantage of me. Did you also secretly take advantage of me when I was not awake a few days ago? I never thought that you were such a person, Sister Wancho. Now that he had made up his mind, Ji Wancho was no longer reserved. She hadn't even taken back her dishonest hand. No, who made you so fit and attractive? He argued guiltily, and even the last half of the sentence made Ji Wancho feel a little embarrassed. Then I can understand that Sister Wancho is greedy for my body. Kai is now completely certain. It seems that Ji Wancho's thoughts have indeed changed. Ji Wancho felt somewhat embarrassed by Kai's words. After all, in this regard, she is still quite thin-skinned. It's okay, I'm the same as you. Before Ji Wancho could speak, he heard Kai on the opposite side suddenly say. This made her subconsciously look over with some confusion. I'm greedy for your body, too. As Kai spoke, he looked Ji Wancho up and down with burning eyes. It was obvious that Ji Wancho's hands were a little dishonest now. It was clearly Ji Wancho who was being a hooligan. However, just by being looked up and down by Kai, Ji Wancho already blushed and her heart started beating fast. Even as a result, the whole person began to get excited. Even the intense scenes in the dreams she had in the past 2 days suddenly reappeared in her mind. What Kai said before turned out to be true. Yes, this kind of thing does relieve stress. At least every time he dreamed, Ji Wancho was in a very happy mood, and he even forgot that he was on a deserted island. However, after waking up in the middle of the night, she felt a little empty. If Sister Wancho doesn't say anything, then I will be rude. As he said that, Kai grabbed Ji Wancho's hand and hugged her in his arms the next second. Before Ji Wancho could even scream, Kai covered her lips. Immediately, the warm aura of Kai came over, causing Ji Wancho to be defeated instantly. Even under Kai's attack, Ji Wancho gradually succumbed, and even under Kai's leadership, he gradually began to sink. Gradually began to respond. Although Ji Wancho has very little experience in reality, and even only has the experience of being intimate with Kai last time. However, in dreams, Ji Wancho still has a lot of experience. She even remembers some details clearly now. Therefore, when the emotions reached a deep level, Ji Wancho began to act uncontrollably. This made Kai feel a little bit novel. At the same time, he began to wonder what kind of dreams Ji Wancho had and what they were about. It can make Ji Wancho so skilled now. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the small lounge became heated. Even their breathing gradually became unstable. The silent night sky was also filled with the clear and rapid breathing sounds of the two people. Although Ji Wancho has a little more experience than before. But his skills are somewhat inferior to those of Kai, the old driver. After just a few rounds, Ji Wancho's army was completely defeated. Do you want to be completely happy this time, Kai leaned closer to Ji Wancho and asked softly. I will think of the extreme happiness in the dream and the emptiness after waking up. This made Ji Wancho nod without hesitation after hearing Kai's question. Yes, I want to be happy. As she spoke, Ji Wancho blinked her big watery eyes and looked up at Kai. A smile suddenly appeared on Kai's lips. He just stretched out his hand and took out a few bytes from the side like a magic trick. Then bring it to me yourself, and I'll make you happy. Along with Ji Wancho was already very familiar with that thing. But let her dress that person. Ji Wancho was still a little shy, even a little embarrassed. But, it has come to this. So this time Ji Wancho didn't worry too much about it. He took the dildo from Kai's hand and then crawled into the bed. However, even now Ji Wancho is so obedient. Kai also didn't want to let Ji Wancho go just like that. She still needs to be punished a little bit. At least, let her experience the feeling of being interrupted when she is having a good time. Thinking of this, Kai's eyes suddenly became dim when he looked in the direction of Ji Wancho. Although there were strong winds and heavy rain outside the past 2 days. It was even cloudy for several days. But strangely, the colors outside are really beautiful tonight. This also shows that tomorrow should be a good day. On the coast, there are a few birds perched on the coconut trees. But immediately, an excited scream came from somewhere. This startled them and they flew up. Awu Kai Yi, Kai Yi. Sure enough, the joy of wit was different from anything I had experienced before. Even more comfortable than in the dream. Ji Wancho was lying on the bed, and perhaps because of the rising temperature, he was sweating profusely. However, the beads of sweat on the wheat-colored skin made her look more sexy. Even the surging water was shaking on the ground, and it seemed to be very excited. She closed her eyes tightly, put her arms around Kai Yi's neck, and followed Kai Yi's steps step by step. Although she closed her eyes shyly and didn't dare to look directly at Kai Yi in front of her, she was not reserved at all in her words. It may also be that I simply can't control myself. Tired. Looking at the beads of sweat on Ji Wancho's body, Kai Yi asked with concern. She opened her eyes dazedly and looked over, her mind already in a mess. In fact, she didn't hear Kai Yi's words at all. I just nodded subconsciously and vaguely. If you are so tired, just sit down. As he spoke, Kai Yi helped Ji Wancho sit up. And the moment he sat up, Ji Wancho realized that the moon outside the window looked so familiar. It was just like the first time I dreamed, so big and so round. This made Ji Wancho suddenly feel a little dazed. Am I dreaming now? However, Ji Wancho's guess was shattered the next second. Yeah, because of the sudden change in posture, the moon seemed to become bigger. In fact, the bright moonlight stimulated Ji Wancho so much that he clenched his teeth tightly. Ah woo, Kai Yi, go slower. Ji Wancho prayed all the time until he finally sat down steadily, and then he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But it was only for a period of time. After all, the happiness came back in the next second. This caused her to be defeated again. Even in the room, one seemed to hear the faint sound of water. However, the waves outside the ship were also constantly hitting the hull. The sound of the huge waves hitting the hull was not small. However, although the hull was already dilapidated, it could miraculously withstand the beating of the waves. However, the boat began to sway gradually, and seemed to be becoming unstable. And at this moment, the sea suddenly returned to calm. It was as if the violent waves had never appeared. Ji Wancho lay weakly on Kai Yi's neck, gasping for breath. Kai Yi. She called Kai Yi's name coquettishly. Kai Yi understood what he meant, but he had not forgotten that he wanted to give her a little punishment. So, just when Ji Wancho was about to see the perfect full moon today, Kai Yi stopped immediately. Not hearing Kai Yi's response, Ji Wancho couldn't help but look up at Kai Yi with a flushed face. Kai Yi. Biting her lips slightly, Ji Wancho couldn't help but act coquettishly again. However, even if Ji Wancho was like this, Kai Yi in front of him remained unmoved. This made Ji Wancho very anxious. Kai Yi. Not only did she feel empty inside, but even the loneliness that came with waking up in the middle of the night also overwhelmed her heart again. As Kai Yi did not respond for a long time, even Ji Wancho herself did not notice. She was actually twisting her waist slowly. After all, he is a person who exercises regularly, performs tasks regularly, and practices martial arts regularly. Not only does he have good physical strength, but he also has good waist strength. Want to be happy. Seeing this, Kai Yi raised his eyebrows and looked at Ji Wancho. The temperature on his face gradually rose, but even so, Ji Wancho still nodded very honestly. Well, then you can do it yourself. The rest of Kai Yi's words were interrupted by the huge sound of waves. At this time, the moonlight outside became brighter and brighter. Even the situation on the coast can be seen clearly. It seems that tomorrow will be a good day. Ding ding, the host is detected to have villain behavior, reward 666 villain points. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for taking down the destined heroine Ji Wancho, and reward villain points. Ding ding, the favorability of the female protagonist of Destiny has been detected, and 1000 villain points are awarded. The next day, awakened by the dazzling sunlight outside the window, Ji Wancho slowly opened his eyes. Although he felt that his physical fitness was still very good, the moment he regained consciousness, Ji Wancho still felt severe soreness all over his body. Sure enough, the ultimate pleasure still requires a price. However, when she thought of what happened yesterday, Ji Wancho's face couldn't help but turn red again. However, there was a very satisfied smile on her lips. However, as yesterday's scene came vividly to her mind, Ji Wancho couldn't help but pout her lips in anger. Humph, bad Kai Yi, you must have deliberately teased me yesterday. When she thought of Kai Yi asking her to sit down, Ji Wancho couldn't help but pout slightly, with anger on her little face. Although he was angry, his face became redder and redder. Huh, who's saying I'm bad? Ah, I didn't expect that Kai Yi would hear the bad things I said so quickly. This frightened Ji Wancho so much that he quickly moved down and got directly into the bed. Ahem, no, I just woke up and didn't say anything. She lay in bed, speaking in a muffled voice. However, the tone he used when he was trying to justify himself was more or less a bit guilty. However, after she said this, she didn't hear Kai Yi's voice for a long time. This made Ji Wancho very confused, thinking that Kai Yi had already left. She slowly raised her head from the quilt with a puzzled look on her face. But I didn't expect that. In a second, his eyes met Kai Yi, who was standing in front of the bed. This made Ji Wancho's face suddenly hot. Looking at Ji Wancho's embarrassed expression, Kai Yi couldn't help but smile. Well, if you wake up, get up quickly. Having said that, Kai Yi turned and left. When Ji Wancho finished washing up and walked to the front cabin, Kai Yi had already prepared lunch. In fact, perhaps because of thinking of Ji Wancho, today's lunch was a bit light. It's getting late, let's have lunch quickly. Having said that, Kai Yi made room for Ji Wancho. This made Ji Wancho stunned. Lunch? I slept that long? Faced with Ji Wancho's question, Kai Yi couldn't help but look over jokingly. More than that, after all, it's already afternoon, even though we're having lunch. Oh, so that's it. Ji Wancho felt a little embarrassed. In fact, she is still very confident in her physical strength. But I didn't expect. As expected, there are always people who are better than you and there are always higher levels than you. However, after what happened that night, the relationship between the two quickly heated up. At this time, Ji Wancho's favorability towards Kai Yi has reached 80%. Now, Kai Yi has clearly felt the changes in Ji Wancho's feelings and dependence on him. Although Ji Wancho was indeed a very independent woman before, she still is now. However, now when facing Kai Yi, she would start to act coquettishly from time to time. Even when they were out hunting, the passion between them could not help but burn fiercely. However, just when Ji Wancho thought that the two of them would continue to survive on the deserted island like this. It was another ordinary day. The two of them just woke up that day. Because both of them are quite strong, they can hunt enough food for several days at a time. On this day, the two of them also planned to have a good rest. Even Ji Wancho began to feel compassion. After all, happy things are addictive. So, when Ji Wancho knew that he had a day off today, he had already started planning in his mind. Plus, today's weather is great, which is a great time for outdoor adventures. Would you like to go out for a walk? After dinner, Ji Wancho took the initiative to invite. There was nothing going on today. So after hearing Ji Wancho's words, Kai Yi nodded happily. However, after looking back, Kai Yi was still somewhat surprised to find that Ji Wancho had actively completed all the work he could do. There are still many places we haven't been to. Do you want to take a walk along the coast? Not noticing the surprise in Kai Yi's eyes, Ji Wancho spoke excitedly. There was a faint smile on Kai Yi's lips. After hearing Ji Wancho's words, he slowly nodded. Okay, let's go now. Good. Ji Wancho responded excitedly, then took Kai Yi's hand and walked out. Although the two were stranded on a desert island. But only 2 weeks or half a month had passed, and the two of them didn't look so miserable. After all, even if they were stranded here, there were still a lot of things in the cabin. Even now, both of them are dressed very casually. Even Ji Wancho is now wearing a swimsuit. This was what she had brought in her suitcase. So, at first glance, the two of them looked like they were on vacation. Actually, speaking of scenery, this island is quite nice. Looking at the surrounding scenery, Ji Wancho said slowly. However, Ji Wancho had other thoughts in his mind, so after hearing Kai Yi's words, he just agreed with them. Yeah, you should go out more often, and your mood will improve. Yeah, she nodded again. Kai Yi looked over and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. The swimsuit you are wearing today looks great, it really shows off your figure. Yes, she still nodded. Still that careless. Kai Yi narrowed his narrow eyes slightly and looked over. Are you planning on seducing me today?
Yeah, it's
She agreed very half-heartedly and even nodded again. But immediately, Ji Wancho realized that something was wrong. This brought her back to her senses immediately, and she immediately became alert. She quickly rethought what Kai Yi had just asked, and then she reacted. A blush immediately appeared on her wheat-colored skin. He waved his hands tightly. No, you, don't misunderstand. Misunderstanding now that you've admitted it, is it still a misunderstanding? Kai Yi looked over with a somewhat amused look. Okay. Her face flushed, but Ji Wancho then recalled the shameless life she and Kai Yi had led over the past 2 days. Then she had no choice but to admit it with a blushing face. So how did you plan to seduce me? Looking at Ji Wancho's ashamed and angry little face, Kai Yi suddenly became very interested. He reached out and clamped Ji Wancho's chin, applying a little force to make her look up at him, and then teased. This you will know in a moment. Ji Wancho was still a little embarrassed to say this out loud, so he could only look away guiltily. Well then, what do you think of that place? As he spoke, Kai Yi stretched out his hand and pointed under a coconut tree. There are no coconuts on the coconut trees over there, and there is a shady area underneath. It does seem like a suitable place. Seeing this, Ji Wancho took Kai Yi's hand and walked over slowly. However, Kai Yi's eyes were always on Ji Wancho. This made Ji Wancho suddenly feel a little restrained. But when she thought of that happy feeling, she made up her mind again. Anyway, there are only her and Kai Yi on this island. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Anyway, both of them have seen everything they should see. I shouldn't have seen it, but I have seen it. They are already very familiar with each other. Thinking of this, Ji Wancho led Kai Yi over there and took the initiative to turn her back to Kai Yi. What is this for? Kai Yi asked curiously. Instead of answering Kai Yi's words, Ji Wancho supported himself on the tree trunk and slowly bent his waist. At the same time, Kai Yi also immediately realized that something was wrong. There seemed to be something in the small clothes underneath. He touched it curiously and immediately understood. Where did this come from? Kai Yi was really surprised this time, and looked at Ji Wancho with some curiosity. Ji Wancho's face was flushed and she didn't dare to look back at Kai Yi. I accidentally found it when I was sorting things out. It's new, but I was embarrassed at the time, so I hid it. I didn't let you see it. Are you sure you're just embarrassed and don't want to keep it for yourself? As he said that, Kai Yi poked it curiously. Ji Wancho blushed and pursed her lips. No, indeed not. After all, Ji Wancho's heart was very pure at that time. How could she have thought about these things? But since you've taken the initiative, I have to make you happy, right? Kai Yi was very satisfied with Ji Wancho's actions. Especially this act of pleasing myself. He was well aware of Ji Wancho's original personality, so Kai Yi was still a little surprised that he had become like this now. But, it was also expected. After all, Kai Yi is quite confident in himself. Bending down slightly, Kai Yi took the initiative. But I have to say this in advance. I didn't bring any t-shirts with me this time. Hearing this, Ji Wancho's face became even hotter. She whispered, no, it's okay. The waves came one after another, and the two of them lay lazily on the beach basking in the sun. Kai Yi looked at the little thing in his hand with interest. After turning it off, I threw it aside, figuring that there was still a lot of power left. I didn't expect this thing to be waterproof. After all, they had checked it before. Because of being soaked in water for a long time, their electronic equipment is no longer usable. This includes their computers and mobile phones, etc. Otherwise, they can use them as flashlights. Ji Wancho squinted his eyes slightly, looked up at the sky, and enjoyed the sunlight. Then she rolled into Kai Yi's arms with a contented look on her face, hugged Kai Yi actively and closed her eyes. She originally wanted to sleep for a while, but after a while she heard a strange and familiar voice. When she opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was Kai Yi's tough profile. But it was obvious that Kai Yi had also noticed the sound and was looking straight in one direction. Ji Wancho subconsciously followed Kai Yi's line of sight, but only saw a few small black dots in the distance. Is that a bird or is it? Not daring to guess, and also because he couldn't see clearly, Ji Wancho turned his head to look at Kai Yi. There are 3 helicopters, Kai Yi said confidently. What? After hearing what Kai Yi said, Ji Wancho looked up at the sky and suddenly felt that those small black dots looked more and more like helicopters. This made Ji Wancho stunned for a moment. Unexpectedly, just as she was gradually becoming desperate. Just when she thought the two of them would stay on this island forever. Rescue came. All this caught Ji Wancho off guard. Just as Ji Wancho was staring blankly at the helicopter in the sky, Kai was the first to come to his senses. Let's go back. After all, if a helicopter comes, the first big target it will find will definitely be the ship stuck on the reef. Not only that, but during these 2 days, the two of them had been somewhat absurd. So, I have to go back and pack up now. Thinking of this, Ji Wancho suddenly came to his senses and followed Kai back. But even so, she was still a little uneasy. Although he was uneasy, Ji Wancho packed his things very quickly. After all, if some things were seen by other people, it would be a big deal. After they packed up and changed their clothes, they could hear the sounds outside becoming clearer and clearer. The two walked out of the cabin and saw 3 helicopters in the sky. What Kai saw was indeed correct. Seeing the 3 helicopters looking for a place to land, Ji Wancho looked at Kai with complicated eyes. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end her eyes flickered and she said nothing. Noticing Ji Wancho's gaze, Kai slowly turned his head. He looked at Ji Wancho, although the expression on Ji Wancho's face quickly changed. However, he still caught Ji Wancho's last complicated expression. What's wrong? Help has finally arrived. Aren't you happy? Kai looked over and asked. This question immediately made Ji Wancho stunned. But she quickly came to her senses. No, I'm very happy, but my mood is a little complicated. While the two were talking, the helicopter over there had already landed on the open space. Then, several people came down from above, all of them looked like professional search engines. Rescue personnel. After getting off the plane and approaching the 2 people, those people were stunned for a moment, and then looked at each other. After all, they had thought that when they found the person, they might be in a very bad state. After all, more than half a month has passed. Some of the people they found behind them even looked no different from savages. So, they imagined what the 2 of them looked like, all kinds of looks, but they never expected it to be such a scene. Even at this moment, several people recognized that the 2 people in front of them were the ones in the photo. But I still didn't dare to go forward. After all, the way they were dressed looked just like tourists visiting here. How does he look like someone stranded on a desert island? Seeing the family members looking at each other with something wrong written on their faces, Kai guessed what they were thinking. Aren't you here to rescue us? In the end, Kai couldn't help but ask. Hearing this, the people over there immediately came to their senses and hurried forward. Sorry, we were just distracted. The rest of the time, they asked the search and rescue personnel to help them bring their things back. However, there weren't actually that many things. After all, those things were all hunted later. However, even so, the search and rescue personnel couldn't help but look a little surprised when they walked into the cabin. After all, when they walked into the cabin, they thought they had walked into some kind of themed homestay. This made the search and rescue workers look at each other in surprise. Look at the layout inside the cabin and the things that were hunted. They even thought that these 2 people were more professional than them. How can I live so well here? In fact, Kai and Ji Wancho didn't need to bring anything. I just took a few other people and some of their important belongings back with me. Although those electronic products are no longer usable and have been broken, they are not completely beyond repair. In this way, the 2 of them successfully boarded the plane back home. However, the 2 of them sat separately. On the way back, Kai kept his eyes closed to rest. After all, this was within his expectations. But Ji Wancho, who was on another helicopter, was not calm. She kept silent, leaning back in the chair. He seemed to be taking a quiet nap. But I didn't fall asleep. At this moment, her mind was in a mess and she couldn't fall asleep at all. Originally, she was thinking that since there were only her and Kai on the deserted island, and it would be just the 2 of them in the future, that was why she was so presumptuous. Even when interacting with Kai, she completely abandoned her shyness. Otherwise, how could they have gotten so excited in the forest and on the beach just now? However, she didn't expect that the search and rescue team would actually arrive. In such a remote place where she even thought no one would ever set foot, she actually waited for the search and rescue team. Ji Wancho couldn't help but be excited when he thought about going back soon. But no matter how excited she was, her emotions were complicated. After all, she was just lying here with her eyes closed. The time I spent with Kai Yi is still vivid in my mind. But when they thought about going back, their lives would go their separate ways. When thinking of Yi Han who was abroad, Ji Wancho's mood became even more complicated. Thinking of this, Ji Wancho couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Seeing this, the search and rescue personnel nearby couldn't help but look at Ji Wancho strangely. It's strange, he's already been rescued, why is he still looking so sad? Along the way, the search and rescue personnel were constantly in contact with others. When the two landed at the landing point of Lian Airport, they found that there were many helicopters around them. It was so densely packed that Ji Wancho felt shocked just by looking at it. And on their way back, they also saw a lot of helicopters landing. Some were even hovering in the sky, waiting to land. Seeing this, Ji Wancho couldn't help feeling confused after getting off the plane. What is going on? Oh, it's like this. Because of the two of you, many people are searching for you. Not only Fear and Entertainment, Sheng Group, Lu Jewelry, and Guhua Group were looking for you, but also some people above them and some individuals. After hearing what that person said, Ji Wancho slowly widened his eyes in surprise. There was visible surprise on his face. Kai Yi, who walked slowly forward, couldn't help but smile after hearing his words. Then, is there anyone from the Yi group or someone with the surname Yi? After a while, after Ji Wancho calmed down, he hesitated for a moment and asked again. It seems not, but there is indeed a lady with the last name Yi. The man thought about it carefully before speaking. I see. Ji Wancho nodded with a complicated look in his eyes, although he could already imagine the result when he asked this question. However, after hearing the expected result, Ji Wancho couldn't help but sigh, feeling a little disappointed. But the strange thing is that apart from these, she had no other emotions in her heart. It seemed like he was just asking a casual question. Thinking of this, Ji Wancho also raised his head. But unexpectedly, when he raised his head, he met eyes with Kai Yi who had just walked over. This made Ji Wancho stunned for a moment. Kai Yi. She wanted to say something, but didn't know how to explain. However, Kai Yi obviously didn't seem to want to listen to her explanation. He just glanced at me indifferently and walked straight towards the exit. After seeing that indifferent look, Ji Wancho suddenly froze there. But when he saw Kai Yi was about to leave, Ji Wancho suddenly came to his senses. Seeing this, she quickly walked forward, trying to catch up with Kai Yi. At this moment, a luxury car slowly stopped at the gate of the rescue team. The next second the door was opened, and a stunning beauty wrapped in a coat hurriedly got out of the car. However, when she saw the person at the door, she was stunned. Even his eyes became red. Kai Yi, she called out softly with some uncertainty, then she shouted excitedly, and then she trotted forward quickly. Kai Yi, you're going to scare me to death. Lu Qingshuang's eyes were red, and she ran towards Kai Yi with big strides, then threw herself into Kai Yi's arms. Although I have just heard their message from the rescue team. But he didn't expect to see someone now. Sister Qingshuang, why are you here? Kai Yi looked at Lu Qingshuang with tears in her eyes in his arms with surprise and joy. I'm so scared, how can I not come? As she spoke, Lu Qingshuang began to cry and lightly hit Kai Yi's shoulder. However, she still felt sorry for Kai Yi, so she didn't use much force. Instead, she held Kai Yi's cheeks with both hands with a look of heartache. Let me see, why have you lost weight? Lu Qingshuang looked at Kai Yi with heartache, and as she spoke, she couldn't help but choked up. Ding ding, the favorability of the female protagonist of Destiny has been detected, and 1000 villain points are awarded. Ding ding, the favorability of the female protagonist has reached 100%, and the villain value is awarded. After hearing the system's voice, Kai Yi blinked subconsciously. Sure enough, the next second she saw that the favorability level on the panel in front of Ji Wancho had turned to 100. As expected, my sister-in-law is always the best to me. Thinking of this, Kai Yi reached out his hand with eyes full of pity and wiped the tears from the corners of Lu Qingshuang's eyes. Okay, stop crying. It's windy here and your skin will be damaged if you cry. As he spoke, Kai Yi also helped Lu Qingshuang tidy up her coat. After all, we are now in a coastal city, close to the airport, surrounded by the sea, and the sea breeze is very strong. Okay, let's get back to the car first. The wind is too strong around here, and you haven't recovered yet. After sniffing her red nose, Lu Qingxuang nodded obediently, then followed Kai Yi back to the car. However, before getting into the car, Lu Qingxuang couldn't help but look back at Ji Yu Wancho behind her. Ji Yu Wancho just stood there, staring at Kai Yi and Lu Qingxuang leaving. In fact, she knew about Lu Qingxuang, and she had also heard of Sheng Firen before. After all, these people are very outstanding and are all related to Yi Han. So before, she couldn't help but pay more attention to it. But I didn't expect that the two of them had such a good relationship with Kai Yi. And Lu Qingxuang was so worried about Kai Yi that she even burst into tears on the spot. You know, as the controller of a listed group, Lu Qingxuang is very concerned about his image outside. But the moment she saw Kai Yi, she no longer cared about her image and just ran towards Kai Yi in a hurry. It has to be said that after seeing the intimate interaction between the two, Ji Yu Wancho couldn't help feeling complicated. In fact, she felt very bitter just now. In the morning, the two of them were very sweet on the beach. How come it's now? Instead, it started to become unfamiliar. Thinking of this, Ji Yu Wancho couldn't help but smile bitterly. No wonder Kai Yi. She was just too awkward. And now that she thought about it, Kai Yi must have heard what she just asked the staff. Yeah, who wouldn't misunderstand something like that? Thinking of this, Ji Yu Wancho couldn't help but feel sad again. Hello, are you Miss Ji Yu Wancho? Just when Ji Yu Wancho was standing there in a daze, someone suddenly came up to him and asked. I am, you are. He came back to his senses immediately, and then Ji Yu Wancho looked over with some confusion. I'm sure you must be a little tired from the journey. Our CEO Lu has already arranged a place for you to rest. Ji Yu Wancho subconsciously wanted to say something, but she had to admit that she was indeed very tired. After all, I had exercised in the morning and hadn't rested yet, so I hurried back to pack my things. Is the resting place the same as theirs? Thinking of something, Ji Yu Wancho asked again. Yes, it's a hotel. Ji Yu Wancho nodded, and it seemed that Kai Yi should be there too. With a hint of luck in his heart, after a slight hesitation, Ji Yu Wancho slowly nodded. Okay, thank you for your help then. Well, please follow me, Miss Ji Yu. The car is outside. Good. With his eyes slightly lowered, Ji Yu Wancho followed the group out. As soon as she walked out, another car stopped outside. The car stopped at the door in a hurry, and soon a very charming-looking woman got out of the car. The woman was wearing a tight long skirt and had long hair draped over her shoulders. The sea breeze made her look even more charming. Even the driver in front of Ji Yu Wancho was stunned for a moment. Xiaoxi, didn't you say you received news that Kai Yi is back? Why does it look like there's no one inside? The woman looked anxiously at the gate and the rescue workers inside, but when she didn't see Kai Yi, she asked anxiously. Another person coming to see Kai Yi. After hearing what the woman said, Ji Yu Wancho couldn't help but look over curiously again. As she spoke, the woman slowly took off her sunglasses. Looking at the face under the sunglasses, Ji Yu Wancho couldn't help but be stunned again. This woman seemed somewhat familiar, she must have seen her somewhere. And similarly, this woman is also very stunning. Boss Lu, don't worry. I'll go inside and ask. As he spoke, a man came down from the driver's seat in a hurry and ran inside. Mr. Lu, Ji Yu Wancho murmured in surprise. Huh, the driver beside him suddenly came to his senses. Miss Ji Yu, this is not my Mr. Lu. Yes, I know. As if he had thought of something, Ji Yu Wancho nodded slightly and looked over again. After seeing the extremely charming face, she gradually recognized who the person in front of her was. That must be the chairman of Guhua Group mentioned by the person just now. By then, she clearly remembered that the relationship between Yi Group and Guhua Group did not seem to be very good. So, why is she so worried about Kai Yi? But that's not the point. Ji Yu Wancho's attention was also focused on another place. That is, from Lu Qingxuang just now to the current President Lu, everyone is very outstanding. Not only her personal background, but also her appearance and figure are all very outstanding. Although Ji Yu Wancho felt that he was very good, but in front of so many beauties, she still felt a little inferior. Even until he got into the car, Ji Yu Wancho was still a little depressed. On the other side, the moment Kai Yi got into the car and closed the door, he was hugged tightly by Lu Qingshuang. Kai Yi, you really are going to scare me to death. Lu Qingshuang hugged Kai Yi tightly in her arms. She couldn't hold it in any longer and burst into tears. Hearing Lu Qingshuang's crying, Kai Yi couldn't help but be moved. He struggled to raise his head from the surging white water, then reached out and held Lu Qingshuang in his arms. Okay, Sister Qingshuang, is everything alright? Besides, you know my strength well. Quote. Kai Yi smiled softly and comforted her. Seeing Kai Yi in front of her, Lu Qingshuang finally felt relieved. But after hearing what he said, she couldn't help but glared at him coquettishly. What are you talking about? Having strength is one thing, but encountering difficulties is another. She lectured him in a somewhat angrily and tearful voice. Facing Lu Qingshuang's caring reprimand, Kai Yi naturally accepted it obediently. Who made it so that the person in front of him was Lu Qingshuang, who obeyed him in everything. But I think you seem to have lost some weight and become darker. Lu Qingshuang finally stopped crying, but she stretched out her little hands and touched Kai Yi's little face and body. As he spoke, he couldn't help but start to cry again. Seeing this, Kai Yi reached out his hand to wipe Jiyu Wancho's tears, feeling both amused and helpless. Okay, I'm here now, right? What's there to worry about? Besides, it must be your illusion that I've lost weight. I've been eating a lot of meat and fish every day these past 2 days. What Kai Yi said was indeed true. After all, he did live a very good life on the deserted island. Lu Qingshuang sniffed. I haven't contacted you for a long time, so I thought something must have happened. I almost scared myself to death when I asked someone to come over to investigate. As she spoke, Lu Qingshuang's eyes were immediately filled with tears. However, she didn't let the tears flow this time. But don't worry, I won't let those people go. As he spoke, a hint of cruelty flashed in Lu Qingshuang's eyes. Huh, what do you mean? Do you know who did this to me? Hearing what Lu Qingshuang said, Kai Yi also looked over curiously. Lu Qingshuang nodded with a stern look. Well, I contacted Sheng Firen about this matter, and I almost understand it. Having said this, the look in Lu Qingshuang's eyes became even colder. The Qin family really doesn't know how to live or die. I won't let them have an easy time. Having said this, the look in Lu Qingshuang's eyes became more sinister. After hearing Lu Qingshuang's words, Kai Yi couldn't help but be a little surprised. After all, he didn't expect that for his own they actually all got in touch. Are you two the only ones who know about this? After hesitating for a moment, Kai Yi couldn't help but ask. After hearing Kai Yi's words, Lu Qingshuang looked over with a sad look in her eyes. Not only that, there is also the Yan family, President Lu, Yuro and the others. Having said this, Lu Qingshuang did not continue speaking. Instead, he narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Kai Yi meaningfully again. Ah ha ha ha, what a coincidence, you know everything. Kai Yi laughed dryly twice, not knowing what to say. He originally thought he was just traveling. But I didn't expect it to become such a big deal. Even these women were connected. This is a bit embarrassing. After all, I still don't know what they were talking about during the time I was away. I underestimated your charm. I didn't expect your strength. Looking at Kai Yi, who seemed a little guilty, Lu Qingshuang couldn't help but speak meaningfully again. Kai Yi could even feel Lu Qingshuang's eyes staring at him. This made him not have the courage to turn around, and he just laughed along twice. Ha 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 ha, yeah, is that so? I think I'm a pretty average person. Kai Yi laughed dryly twice again. He really, but it doesn't matter. After hearing Lu Qingshuang's words, Kai Yi was stunned. Then he turned around and looked at Lu Qingshuang in silence. Then he saw Lu Qingshuang shrugged helplessly. Then she continued, it's expected. I could have imagined it before. The meaning of this sentence was so profound that Kai Yi was stunned again after hearing it. It was not until a while later, when Kai Yi saw Lu Qingshuang turning her head to look at him gently and smiling at him, that he suddenly reacted. Sister Qingshuang, you. Although he reacted, Kai Yi still didn't know what to say. After all, he was still troubled by this matter before. I haven't even figured out a strategy to deal with it. But he never expected that this matter would be so easily resolved. Seeing that Kai Yi was somewhat embarrassed, Lu Qingshuang couldn't help but smile slightly. Okay, don't think about it for now. As long as you're okay, that's all that matters. Having said that, Lu Qingshuang couldn't help but go forward and hug Kai Yi again. After feeling the real person in his arms, Lu Qingxuang finally breathed a sigh of relief. As expected, you still can't let any danger get close to you. She couldn't help but whispered in Kai Yi's ear. Kai Yi looked at Lu Qingxuang with some confusion. For a moment he really didn't understand what these words meant. It's okay, let's go back to the hotel and have some rest. While the two were talking, the car had already stopped downstairs of the hotel. Sister Qingxuang, now that you are here, things in the company. It's okay. We still have Xiao Lu in the company. She can control the overall situation. Besides, if you continue to worry about your life or death, I won't be able to work even if I sit in the company. After hearing Lu Qingxuang's words, Kai Yi couldn't help but smile slightly. He nodded slightly. All right. Yes, what Lu Qingxuang said is indeed the truth. No, you have to take good care of your skin in the next 2 days after you come back. I will have to help you with your skin care. Look at your face, it's been sunburned by the sea breeze. The two of them walked towards the elevator as they talked, and then said with a look of heartache on their faces. Really? Hearing this, Kai Yi raised his hand and touched his face with some confusion. It's just strange. In fact, if he touched it himself, he really couldn't tell any difference. However, just as the two were about to enter the elevator, another person came in hurriedly. Kai Yi. After seeing Kai Yi right in front of him, he was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but shouted with tears in his eyes. After hearing the voice, Kai Yi subconsciously turned his head to look over. At this moment, who else could the red-haired beauty at the hotel entrance be but Sheng Firen? When turning around to look at Sheng Firen, Lu Qingxuang just raised her eyebrows slightly and didn't say anything. Sister Fei Ran. Kai Yi looked at Sheng Firen and then smiled. After seeing the smile on Kai Yi's face, Sheng Firen's nose suddenly even more sour. I couldn't hold back my tears any longer. The tears couldn't help but flow slowly down the corners of my eyes. From a distance, she looked like a crying beauty, very romantic. Kai Yi, you are really back, Wu. She trotted to Kai Yi's side, but when she saw Kai Yi standing in front of her, Sheng Firen finally resisted the urge to go forward and hug Kai Yi. Kai Yi was a little confused. Why did Sheng Firen break immediately when he was standing in front of him? Shouldn't I give you a hug at this time? However, when he saw the flash of guilt on Sheng Firen's face, he immediately understood. This is because I feel a little guilty. I think it is me who caused myself to become like this, so I am embarrassed to hug myself now. Thinking of this, the smile on Kai Yi's face became softer. Seeing Sheng Firen who was somewhat at a loss in front of him, Kai Yi took a step forward and hugged Sheng Firen. Sister Fei Ran, I haven't seen you for a long time. Did you miss me? He hugged Sheng Firen and couldn't help but tease. When Sheng Firen was hugged by Kai Yi, he was stunned at first. However, after hearing Kai Yi's words, the self-blame in my heart felt much better. Yeah, I missed you. Fortunately, you're fine. If something really happened to you, I really can't imagine what I would do. Sheng Firen didn't say anything else, because she didn't even dare to think about that kind of thing. Even during this period of time, every time I woke up in the middle of the night, I would dream about Kai Yi's face. Every night, she couldn't help crying. Whenever that time came, she would start planning by all means how to make Qin's fall even worse. Let Qin Tian suffer. Okay, after gently patting Sheng Firen on the back, Kai Yi let her go. Don't worry, I'm still standing here intact. Besides, you all know my strength. With my strength here, what can happen to me? The originally heavy atmosphere finally became a little better because of what Kai Yi said. Ding ding, the favorability of the female protagonist of Destiny has been detected, and 5,000 villain points are awarded. Ding ding, congratulations to the female protagonist Sheng Firen for reaching 100% favorability with the host, reward 6,666 villain value. After hearing what the system said, Kai Yi slowly blinked his eyes again. As expected, Sheng Firen's favorability towards him had indeed reached 100 at this time. Kai Yi didn't expect to gain so much villain value today. It was also a surprise. As they were talking, they took the elevator upstairs. However, at this moment, the hotel entrance began to become restless again. Now, not only the guests coming and going, but even the hotel's front desk and some staff were a little surprised. They looked at the two beauties beside Kai Yi in front of them, and then looked at the two beauties who walked in from the hotel entrance. In fact, when working in a hotel, they often see beautiful women and handsome men. But today, it was the first time that they saw beautiful women and handsome men who were so outstanding that they seemed to be in a different league from ordinary people. Not only that, not only is it the first time I've seen it, but it's also the first time I've seen so many of them. Especially this beauty. The appearance of a stunning beauty was enough to surprise and amaze them. But I didn't expect that 4 of them would appear back and forth. At this moment, the eyes of the people around were full of amazement. But they looked at each other and for a moment they really didn't know who to look at. After all, it would be a pity if you missed a glance at it. The 3 people at the elevator door looked in the direction of the voice and saw Lu Ruya striding into the hotel lobby. Of course, there is also Gu Wancho behind. Along the way, Gu Wancho was always worried. Even until you walk into the hotel. It was not until the chairman of Guhua Group, who was not far ahead, called out Kai Yi that she suddenly reacted. When she subconsciously raised her head to look over, she realized that Kai Yi and the others were actually in front of her. She thought she wouldn't be able to see Kai Yi today. Kai Yi, Sister Ruya, why are you here too? Looking at Lu Ruya appearing in the lobby, Kai Yi was really stunned. After all, he never expected that Lu Ruya would appear here. What are you talking about, you little brat, can't I be here? With red eyes, she walked quickly to Kai Yi. Hearing this, Lu Ruya was very angry. She angrily reached out her hand and tapped Kai Yi's forehead with a little force, then glanced at him with red eyes. Kai Yi looked at Lu Ruya helplessly. As you know, Sister Yi, that's not what I meant. I'm just a little surprised. After saying that, looking at Lu Ruya who was still a little angry, Kai Yi shook his head with a smile, then took the initiative to open his arms. Long time no see, don't you want a hug? Seeing him like this, Lu Ruya could no longer maintain the expression on her face. You little b*****. Although she scolded him with a smile, she still went forward and hugged Kai Yi with heartache. She patted Kai Yi's back gently with lingering fear. Luckily you're okay, fortunately you're okay. She couldn't help but feel relieved in her words. It's heartbreaking to hear. When Gu Wancho walked in front of them, he slowly stopped. She looked at the 3 successful business women in front of her who had different personalities. Even the business tycoons couldn't help but tear up when they saw Kai Yi, and their mood became even more complicated. And, in fact, she had heard of these people before, and they seemed to have been with Yi Han. Could it be that their previous relationship with Yi Han was all fake? Were they all rumors? Or did she hear it wrong before? Why do I feel like I am against Kai Yi now? Moreover, each of them was so outstanding that Gu Wancho even felt embarrassed to step forward. As expected, sure enough, she was not the only one who discovered that Kai Yi was outstanding. Dazzling people will always be noticed by others. It will always attract others. For example, Kai Yi. Thinking that Kai Yi was very close to me in the morning, but now he was surrounded by people, it seemed difficult for me to squeeze in. This made Gu Wancho feel even more sad. Gu Wancho was standing aside, but Sheng Firen was the first to notice her. Ms. Gu, I'm really sorry that you've suffered because of me. Don't worry, I'll pay for your medical examination and all the expenses that come with it, and I'll compensate you. Sheng Firen walked towards Gu Wancho and said while holding her hand with a guilty look on his face. It's okay, I didn't get hurt and thanks to Kai Yi, I lived well on the deserted island. As he spoke, Gu Wancho subconsciously looked at Kai Yi. However, she didn't dare to look at Kai Yi now. After just glancing at him, she quickly looked away. But no matter what, I'm still very sorry, Sheng Firen said apologetically again. It's okay, it's okay. I'm really fine, Gu Wancho also said quickly. However, after seeing Gu Wancho coming over, Lu Qingshuang and Lu Ruya couldn't help but narrow their eyes slightly, and then looked at Gu Wancho and Kai Yi. Especially when they saw that Gu Wancho didn't even dare to look directly at Kai Yi, Lu Qingshuang and Lu Ruya looked at each other again. Well, it's getting late, let them go upstairs and rest. As Lu Qingshuang spoke, she pressed the elevator button and walked in first. After hearing Lu Qingshuang's words, everyone went in. After seeing a group of people walking into the elevator, the people in the hotel lobby couldn't help but start discussing with each other. Oh my god, did you see that those people were as dazzling as stars? Of course I saw it, a boy said, and then he sighed, I'm so envious, that guy is surrounded by so many beauties. Yes, What good deeds did he do in his previous life? Why is he enjoying such a good life in this life? Damn, I'm really envious. My own failure is important, but the beauties around others make me even more sad. As the men talked, they couldn't help but start sighing. Hearing this, the other female employees also looked helpless. Humph, you guys are just jealous of me. Don't you see how handsome I am? That's right, he's so handsome. If I could be kissed by him, I would be willing to follow him. What are you thinking? There are so many stunning beauties around them, how could they possibly be attracted to us? At this point, the female employees couldn't help but start sighing. Now it was the male employees' turn to look helpless. The elevator slowly stopped at the top floor. The pedestrians also walked out. Kai Yi, I have already booked a room, please come with me, Lu Qingshuang said and then looked at Ji Yu Wancho beside her. Miss Ji Yu, you've been tired, I hope you can have a good rest. After hearing Lu Qingshuang's words, Sheng Firen also hurriedly spoke. If you need anything, feel free to contact me. You have my contact information. After saying that, the three of them followed Kai Yi to a suite. Ji Yu Wancho pursed her lips slightly and wanted to follow, but the impulse only lasted for a moment and she immediately came to her senses. She clenched the room card in her hand, but finally lowered her head and turned back to her room. The hotel suite is very large, and once you walk in, it feels like an ordinary house. And inside, there is already prepared food. Kai Yi, the food is hot now, please sit down and eat. Lu Qingshuang said worriedly. Yes, your health is important. Well, let's eat quickly. Kai Yi was pushed by three people to sit on the dining chair, and he looked up at the three people behind him helplessly. Okay, stop talking about me. Hurry up and sit down to eat. I feel embarrassed to just look at me. Having said that, Kai Yi smiled helplessly. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but smile, and seeing that Kai Yi was indeed a little embarrassed, they quickly sat down. Seeing Sheng Firen and Lu Ruya beside Kai Yi, Lu Qingshuang raised her eyebrows slightly and sat directly opposite Kai Yi. Okay, let's eat together, she suggested. The food prepared was just enough, and it was enough for 6 people to eat together. However, although everyone sat down together, their other actions were also extremely tacit. Looking at the 3 pieces of pork ribs put into his bowl at the same time, Kai Yi was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Okay, just eat your own food. I'm not injured, and I still have my hands and feet. Having said that, Kai Yi looked at the other 3 people helplessly. The 3 of them looked at each other, none of them expected such tacit understanding. After their eyes met, the 3 of them looked away awkwardly. Lu Qingshuang clenched his fist, coughed lightly, and straightened his face. Everyone should know that we are gathered here for Kai Yi, Lu Qingshuang said slowly. After hearing her words, everyone turned around and looked at Kai Yi calmly. But I've said everything I need to say before, so I won't say anything more now. But there is one thing I want to say first, which is that no matter before or after, I will not allow anything to hurt Kai Yi, including people. There are hints in Lu Qingshuang's words, and those who understand will understand. Hearing this, Sheng Firen lowered his eyelashes slightly, then nodded gently. Yes, Sister Qingshuang, I know this. After looking at the 2 of them, Lu Ruya slowly swallowed the beef in her mouth. I don't know who you are talking about, but I think it makes sense. After looking at Lu Ruya with some complexity, Lu Qingshuang then looked at Kai Yi and understood. It's better now that things have been explained clearly. Lu Qingshuang nodded lightly. And from the very beginning when Lu Qingshuang spoke, Kai Yi remained silent. After all, he didn't know what they talked about before he came back. Kai Yi originally thought that being stranded on a deserted island was just like going on vacation. He never expected that they would all come to see him. They are already staying at Lian Airport. We can discuss other matters when we return to Linhai City. After all, we don't seem to have all the people together right now. As she spoke, Lu Qingshuang slowly looked towards Kai Yi. The other 2 also looked at Kai Yi with gloomy eyes. Kai Yi really couldn't help himself when he heard this. Cough. Unable to hold back the choking, Kai Yi quickly patted his chest. Seeing this, Sheng Firen, who was standing by, quickly handed over the water. After drinking the water, Kai Yi suddenly felt much better. However, seeing Kai Yi like this, the other 3 couldn't help laughing. Are you scared? Lu Qingshuang raised her eyebrows and looked at Kai Yi with amusement. You little brat, are you feeling guilty? Lu Ruya asked in a teasing tone. Hee hee. Although Sheng Firen didn't say anything, he still looked at Kai Yi with a smile. After hearing what the three people said, Kai Yi smiled awkwardly again. This is not a shock. Hearing this, Lu Qingxuang smiled and shook her head helplessly. She stood up and served Kai Yi a bowl of pork rib soup and placed it in front of him. Okay, don't worry, it's okay. You just need to rest well, that's the most important thing right now. That's right, little brat. Let's talk about the rest after we get back to Linhai City. Sheng Firen also smiled and nodded, but before he could say anything, the cell phone beside him rang. However, after seeing the caller, Sheng Firen's expression suddenly turned ugly. Lu Qingxuang didn't even look at Sheng Firen's phone screen. She just glanced at Sheng Firen's expression and immediately guessed something. Is it someone from the Qin family again? She said slowly. After silencing the phone, Sheng Firen nodded. Lu Ruya didn't say anything, but her eyes became dim and unclear. She sat there quietly, like a lurking poisonous snake. Are you sure that the ones who did it are from the Qin family? Kai Yi asked. Well, what a coincidence that we found the Qin family together. Sheng Firen replied. But I'm sorry, this is supposed to be my personal matter. Having said that, Sheng Firen couldn't help but sigh again. It's okay, just don't give them a way out. Lu Qingxuang picked up the tissue beside her and gently wiped the corner of her mouth. Although she said this with an indifferent expression, there was already a frost in her beautiful eyes. At this moment, even Sheng Firen, who usually always had a smile on his face, looked completely cold for some reason. In fact, Kai Yi can deal with the Qin family by himself. But he didn't expect the atmosphere at the table to be so solemn. So for a moment, he didn't say anything. However, soon there was a knock on the door. Enter. Hello, guest. There is a man named Qin making trouble downstairs. He wants to see you, Mr. Kai Yi, in front of you. The hotel housekeeper looked at Lu Qingxuang and spoke, but as he spoke he also looked at Kai Yi who was standing beside him. Kai Yi raised his eyebrows. Qin family, are you here so soon? No, just chase them out. After hearing the housekeeper's words, Lu Qingxuang frowned subconsciously. But, the hotel manager did not agree directly, but looked at a few people around. But the other party seems to have come prepared and brought a lot of people with them. It seems that the security can't stop them. If you can't stop it, then call the police directly. After hearing what the housekeeper said, Lu Qingxuang spoke directly. Hey, okay. Seeing that Lu Qingxuang had no intention of giving in, the butler nodded and prepared to leave. However, before the butler could leave the room, the door outside was kicked open. The butler behind the door was also affected and was knocked to the ground. I subconsciously looked over and saw the hotel housekeeper lying on the ground with blood pouring from his nose. Just by looking at it, Kai Yi felt the pain. Kai Yi, where's that pretty boy? Ask him to come out and see me. Kai Yi was very familiar with the person who walked in arrogantly. Who else could it be but Qin Tian? However, the moment they saw Qin Tian walk in, the faces of the three people around him suddenly turned ugly. Especially Lu Ruya, who stood up with a dark face, quickly moved her hands and feet, then stepped forward and kicked. In just a moment, Qin Tian, who was originally standing inside the door, flew out instantly and then hit the wall outside. Even the sound of the crash echoed in the corridor for a while. Seeing this situation, even Lu Qingxuang and Sheng Firen looked at Lu Ruya in surprise. Although the two knew how Lu Ruya made her fortune, it was the first time they saw this woman's skills. Compared to their surprise, Kai Yi looked at Lu Ruya with a smile and admiration in his eyes. Yes, it is appreciation. After all, Lu Ruya is really good looking and doesn't make people feel rude. Even though Lu Ruya was wearing a hip-hugging long skirt at this moment, and even though Lu Ruya had just lifted her legs slightly. But the posture, strength and muscle condition are all very well controlled. Not only does the action look very exciting, it also makes people want to watch it again and again. You are Lu Ruya. Qin Tian leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, holding his chest and unable to stand up. Then he looked up at Lu Ruya in astonishment. After all, Lu Ruya, the femme fatale, is very famous in the circle, but no one really dares to provoke her. There are only a few top beauties in the circle. But I didn't expect that I would see it now. And it's different from other strong women who relied on their brains to fight their way to this position. Lu Rui's path is even bloodier. Even Qin Tian had heard many legends about her. Even in the early days, when many people went to harass Lu Ruya, Old Man Qin specifically warned Qin Tian. Although Lu Rui's company, which had just squeezed into the circle at that time, was definitely not as well off as the big families like them. But, she is cruel. Given her strength, it is very likely that she will fight you to the death. Although they cannot die, the foundation they have accumulated over the years may be lost. Without strength, you will be put on the chopping board by your former enemies in the future. However, after Qin Tian witnessed Lu Rui's cruelty and strength, he took these advices to heart. So, when Qin Tian saw Lu Ruya here, he was so shocked. Especially when I saw that these people were sitting next to Kai Yi. Who is Kai Yi? How could he win the hearts of these peerless beauties? This made Qin Tian feel more and more frightened the more he thought about it. No wonder Qin's company has been under such pressure recently. Especially their family members, sometimes they would be beaten when they came home from get off work at night. The main thing is that even if you check, you won't find anything. He originally thought that Sheng Firen had joined forces with others to deal with the Qin family, but he never expected. Do you know me? After slightly adjusting her skirt, Lu Ruya looked down at Qin Tian coldly. You, what do you mean are you going to deal with our Qin family for Kai Yi? Although he was extremely panicked, Qin Tian still pretended to be strong and made harsh remarks. However, after hearing Qin Tian's words, Lu Ruya couldn't help but laughed out loud. She looked at Qin Tian who was lying on the ground with a sarcastic expression. Master Qin, what are you talking about? She raised her head slightly and smiled with her hands covering her mouth, but soon put her hands down. Even the expression on his face became cruel. I have already started to take action against your Qin family. Didn't you notice? Now, what? Qin Tian's pupils suddenly shrank. No wonder he felt that the Sheng family had suddenly become so ubiquitous. It turned out to be because of this. In fact, he has been hiding around during this period of time, knowing that the company's situation has not been good recently. But he didn't know either. It was not until the old man of the Qin family found him that he realized that the company was indeed under too much pressure recently. Qin Tian, just as the two were talking, a surprised voice suddenly came from the elevator. Then even the people in the room heard hurried footsteps outside. Qin Tian, Miss Sheng, even if Qin Tian was at fault, you can't hit him. Qin Fengzheng hurriedly helped Qin Tian up with a distressed look on his face. Although Qin Tian has indeed caused a lot of trouble for the family during this period, he is an only child after all, and they still feel very sad for him. However, when Qin Fengzheng just helped Qin Tian up and subconsciously turned his head to look at the woman in front of him, he was suddenly stunned. You are Lu Ruya. He also looked at Lu Ruya in surprise, and his face was filled with astonishment that could not be concealed. After all, he didn't expect that Lu Ruya would be here. Hello, Mr. Qin. Long time no see. When she saw Qin Fengzheng, Lu Ruya was not panicked at all. She just stood there and spoke calmly. What are you doing? Are you going to go against the Qin family? Qin Fengzheng was looking at Lu Ruya who was still acting as if nothing had happened after beating someone up, and he suddenly became furious. What else? After hearing what Qin Fengzheng said, Lu Ruya suddenly laughed as if she had stopped watching a joke. You don't think that just because our Qin family has encountered some difficulties recently, you can let a scoundrel like you climb over our heads? We are not afraid of the Sheng family, so why should we be afraid of a junior like you? Qin Fengzheng shouted harshly, and right after he said this, many people came into the corridor. It seems that these people are the ones brought by the Qin family that the hotel housekeeper mentioned. Oh, is Mr. Qin going to attack a woman like me here? It seemed as if Lu Ruya didn't take Qin Fengzheng's words to heart at all. She was there, with one hand across her chest, admiring her fingernails. Do you think you can walk out of here today after you touched someone from our Qin family? Although Lu Ruya is indeed very strong now, especially her company has been developing very rapidly recently. But Qin Fengzheng had been feeling very unhappy these past 2 days. Especially since there are a lot of bad things happening in the company, and he has to come all the way here to find Sheng Firen. All these things added together, and now being despised by a woman like Lu Ruya, made Qin Fengzheng completely unable to remain calm. Thinking of this, Qin Fengzheng looked back at Qin Tian with displeasure. He came here to atone his sins, but he didn't expect that he couldn't control himself when he saw a woman. Boss Qin, I originally thought you were here to make peace, but I didn't expect you were here to threaten me. Suddenly, a familiar voice was heard in the room. Hearing this, Qin Fangjung was stunned for a moment, then he looked inside through the open door. There were 3 people sitting at the dining table in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window in the suite. And these 3 people are all acquaintances. Isn't the man sitting on the chair Kai Yi in the photo? The person next to him was naturally Sheng Firen, who had not answered the phone. But what surprised Qin Fangjung even more was the woman sitting opposite Kai Yi. Firen, I didn't expect you to be here. After smiling awkwardly, Qin Fangjung supported Qin Tian's hand. Then he looked at the woman with a cold face inside with a smile. Boss Lu is here too. Even if Lu Ruya was standing in front of Qin Fangjung, even if Qin Fangjung had strictly taught Qin Tian not to provoke Lu Ruya. But he would not call Lu Ruya, General Lu, either. Even when calling Sheng Firen, he wouldn't call her like that. After all, these people are just a group of juniors in front of him. After all, he is the elder, and the Qin family is considered a famous family in Linhai City. But at this moment, when he saw Lu Qingshuang, he still had to call her Mr. Lu. And, it was after seeing Lu Qingshuang that Qin Fangjung finally realized that this time Qin Tian had really made a big hole. Then he looked at Lu Ruya standing in front of him and thought it was a coincidence to meet her here. But now that I think about it, it seems that Lu Ruya also came here for that person named Kai Yi. Thinking of this, even though Qin Fangjung was experienced, he still couldn't help feeling surprised. Who is this Kai Yi? It's good enough that he can bring these women together. And they all stand on his side. Now, Qin Fangjung also understood everything completely. No wonder he felt that Sheng's company had dealt such a heavy blow to their company in the past half-month. He had thought that the Sheng family had been hiding their weaknesses before, but now that he thought about it, how could a blow of that magnitude be inflicted by just 1 or 2 opponents? Now he completely understood. It seemed that these people had joined forces. After fully understanding it, even though Qin Fangjung was already over 50 years old, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Although they are all women, they are really difficult to deal with. Especially Lu Qingshuang, who was sitting inside motionless. When Lu Qingshuang first came to prominence in Linhai City, everyone speculated that there must be someone behind Lu Qingshuang. Or maybe she was the youngest daughter of some aristocratic family who secretly started her own business. After all, her methods and vision are really not to be underestimated. In just a few years, he promoted his Lu jewelry and his own brand to the whole world, becoming a true high-end luxury brand. Its influence is not only in country Z, but also abroad and around the world. Moreover, her brand is also the first truly high-end luxury brand in country Z. Not to mention this, although her apparent identity is only Lu's jewelry, she actually owns many companies behind the scenes. Moreover, everyone knew that even the Yi Group, which was now one of the best in Linhai City, was supported by Lu Qingshuang himself. Thinking of this, they really had to thank Lu Qingshuang. After all, if Lu Qingshuang had not suddenly had a car accident and became a vegetable, the Yi Group would have completely crushed them on the beach in the past 2 years. However, even Lu Qingshuang has become a vegetable. Some of the plans that were left behind also helped the Yi Group develop very well. Even their elders used to describe Lu Qingshuang with a title in the early years Yama. Although it does sound very childish, Lu Qingshuang is indeed someone who should not be provoked. Otherwise, even if everything seems fine during this period, she will silently make your company disappear completely in the future. And the means used are all legal and reasonable. It really makes people feel angry but unable to express themselves. Thinking of this, Qin Fangjung's cold sweat suddenly flowed even more violently. I didn't expect Mr. Lu to be here. This is really a bit impolite. Having said that, Qin Fangjung walked in with an apologetic look on his face. But from beginning to end, Lu Qingshuang just sat there with a calm expression. Even when the elder Qin Fangjung came forward, she showed no intention of standing up to shake hands. Seeing this, Qin Fangjung was angry and felt that she did not respect her elders. But my heart suddenly turned cold again. This guy's face changes so quickly. Lu Ruya sneered and mocked, then sat on Kai Yi's left again. Although everyone could immediately tell that Lu Ruya was being sarcastic, no one said anything. Even Qin Fangjung now just smiled awkwardly, pretending that he didn't understand what was said. Kai Yi, Eat more ribs, don't worry about anything else, and don't be affected by the behavior of some old B***stards protecting their cubs. As she spoke, Lu Ruya picked up a few more ribs and put them in Kaiyi's bowl. In fact, Kaiyi could still bear it just now, but now when he heard Lu Ruya start to curse openly and directly, he really couldn't recognize her. Puff cough cough cough. The result of not being able to hold back his laughter was that Kaiyi successfully choked. Seeing this, Qin Tian, who had just come in, immediately showed a gloating expression. Kaiyi, are you okay? Seeing this, Lu Ruya hurried forward and patted Kaiyi's back nervously. Even Sheng Firen looked worried and quickly handed over some water. Kaiyi, drink some water quickly, drink some water quickly. Even Lu Qingshuang, who had been sitting there with a stern face and as still as a mountain, stood up in panic when she saw Kaiyi's situation. Why don't you eat slower, are you okay? As she spoke, she walked around the table and Z walked directly behind Kaiyi and patted his back gently. Seeing this situation in front of him, looking at Kaiyi who was surrounded by three peerless beauties. It has to be said that the Qin father and son were completely dumbfounded. Even the hotel manager at the door and a group of men in black were completely dumbfounded. However, they were not only dumbfounded, but even felt a little envious and jealous when looking at Kaiyi. Damn, what good fortune does this kid have? Can three arrogant women willingly stand beside him and serve him meals? However, what surprised Qin Fangjung the most was that even someone like Lu Qingshuang, who had been in a high position for a long time, could be so panicked for a man. This was something that their elders would never have dared to think about before. But Qin Tian's attention was not here. He clenched his fists, not only looking at Kaiyi with envy and jealousy, but even glaring at him viciously. He didn't expect that the three women whom he had begged for would actually willingly surround Kaiyi. Let him see, what's so good about Kaiyi? He's just a poor boy. Thinking of this, Qin Tian immediately gritted his teeth. Is he Kaiyi some kind of porcelain doll? It was just a choking, why are you so concerned, are you so panicked? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and even Qin Tian's expression began to twist. After successfully receiving Qin Tian's expression, Kaiyi turned around quietly and showed him a very proud expression. Although he could also get rid of the Qin family himself to vent his anger. However, it feels really good to have the people around me help me solve the problem. Especially after seeing Qin Tian's expression. This made Kaiyi feel even better. I have made a firm decision in my heart to ignore all these things and let them solve them all for me. Although he himself has strength, he has hidden it all. So everyone thinks that he seems to be a gigolo now. But I have to accept it. It feels good to be a gigolo. Thinking of this, Kaiyi happily drank the tea brought by Sheng Firen with a smile. It's okay, I just choked accidentally, it's not a big deal. He said with a smile. That's good, that's good. Lu Qingshuang nodded with relief, then sat back in her seat. You little brat, what are you in such a hurry for? Although Lu Ruya complained in a bad mood, she still had a smile on her face. Isn't it that what you said is too funny, Sister Yi, I couldn't help it. Kaiyi said helplessly. After hearing Kaiyi's words, even Sheng Firen who was standing beside him couldn't help but curl the corners of his lips in amusement. Naturally, Qin's father and son also saw these scenes. However, Qin Fang was angry but dared not say anything. After all, he now fully understood the current situation of the Qin family. We are being targeted by several large companies if we don't proceed with caution. Then the nearly hundreds of years of history of their Qin family will be destroyed in Qin Tian's hands. Such a heinous thing must never happen to him. But just because Qin Fangjung can keep his composure doesn't mean Qin Tian can do the same. What do you mean? After hearing Kaiyi's words, Qin Tian, who was feeling extremely aggrieved, immediately clenched his fists and rushed forward. However, before Kaiyi and the others could take action, Qin Tian was immediately stopped by Qin Fangjung. You rebellious son, what on earth do you want to do? Having said that, Qin Fangjung went straight up and slapped him hard without saying anything. Suddenly, a loud slap was heard in the originally silent suite. The slap was indeed not clear, and Qin Tian fell to the ground without any reaction. He sat on the ground in a daze, covering his face. Then he widened his eyes and looked up at Qin Fangjung in disbelief. Not to mention Qin Tian was surprised, even the men in black at the door and the hotel housekeeper who stayed there to watch the show were stunned. They also looked at Qin Fangjung in surprise. After all, even they didn't expect that Qin Fangjung would actually take action. They all looked at Qin Tian on the ground with grimace. Just by looking at the red slap marks on their faces, they already felt a little pain on their faces. I didn't expect that Qin Fangjung would be so cruel. Not to mention others, even Qin Tian sat on the ground in a daze for a long time before he reacted. You dare to hit me? Do you believe me and tell my grandfather? He stood up angrily, his face flushed, and he looked at Qin Fangjung unhappily. I didn't expect that Qin Tian still hasn't seen the trend of things clearly until now. Especially when he saw Qin Tian jumping up and down in front of him, showing off his power and using the old man to teach him a lesson. This made Qin Fangjung so angry that his head actually started to hurt. How could he teach such a scourge? Shut up! Do you think the old man will side with you? It's already this time, can you be a little more mature? Seeing Qin Tian like this, Qin Fangjung couldn't bear it any longer, and walked up to him and slapped him again. Only then did Qin Tiansai calm down completely. But looking at his expression and eyes, he was obviously still a little unconvinced. If Mr. Qin wants to educate his child, please go out and teach him a lesson, and don't disturb Kaiyi's meal anymore. Seeing this, Lu Qingshuang remained calm. It was as if the two people in front of him were not crazy, and as if Qin Fangjung was not beating Qin Tian. She moved gracefully, took a sip slowly, and spoke slowly. Hearing this, a trace of embarrassment flashed across Qin Fangjung's face. Well, I thought Fei Ran was the only one here today, but I didn't expect everyone to be here. I'm sorry. He said this very embarrassedly. Seeing this, Lu Ruya, who was usually unforgiving with her words, snorted coldly. Really, what you mean is that if we weren't here, you would have let those people at the door do it, right? Ah. After hearing this, Qin Fangjung was stunned for a moment, and then he realized that he had indeed brought a group of people with him. Seeing this, he quickly turned his head slightly, put his hands behind his back, and began waving quickly at the people behind him. The people behind didn't react at first. So even after Qin Fangjung waved his hands for a long time, those people still stood at the door watching the excitement. Finally, the hotel manager at the door couldn't stand it anymore and reluctantly whispered a reminder to the people behind. Does he mean for you to leave quickly? After hearing the hotel manager's words, those people suddenly came to their senses. Oh, brothers, retreat quickly. They were well prepared, and the huge group of people quickly retreated to the back. The situation outside the door was so chaotic that it took a while before things slowly quieted down. Boss Qin's people are quite cheerful. It must be quite joyful to watch them working, right? After Kaiyi had eaten his fill, he leaned back in his chair and looked over at Qin Fangjung with raised eyebrows. At this moment, the atmosphere in the room suddenly became awkward. The hotel manager at the door, after receiving Qin Tian's vicious look, calmly closed the door and walked out. After closing the door, he couldn't help but raise his hand to wipe the sweat off his face. It was a bad move. Everyone at the door had left, and he was standing there alone watching the show, looking like a sitting duck. However, although it is important to watch a good show, life is still very important. Thinking of this, the hotel manager shook his head helplessly, then turned and left. Qin Fangjung obviously didn't want to respond to Kaiyi's words. But looking at the others who were looking at him coldly, Qin Fangjung smiled awkwardly and nodded. Yes, it is indeed very joyful. He could only say this based on what Kaiyi said. After all, he couldn't just admit that he hadn't taught his men well, right? Actually, the main reason we came here this time is to apologize to Mr. Kaiyi. Didn't we rush here immediately after we heard that Mr. Kaiyi had woken up? Qin Fangjung said this with a kind look on his face. Even Sheng Firen, who was closest to them, couldn't stand listening to this. Really, I didn't expect that Mr. Qin would bring so many people with him when he came to visit. He even injured a staff member just now. I heard that your people seemed to have beaten up the security guards downstairs. Lu Ruya, who was enjoying the fun, also added fuel to the fire. No, that's not the case. I just let them stop me for a while. Or I was too impatient and wanted to meet Mr. Kaiyi as soon as possible. Having said that, Qin Fangjung hurriedly spoke again, fearing that the others did not look like human beings. But don't worry, we came here with enough sincerity this time. Oh, sincerity? What kind of sincerity? Kaiyi supported his chin and raised his eyebrows to look at Qin Fangjung, speaking boredly. This. After hearing Kai Yi's words, Qin Fangjung on the opposite side was also stunned for a moment. Although he had already prepared an apology gift when he decided to bring Qin Tian to apologize. There has indeed been some considerable turmoil in the company in the past 2 days. But he still felt that he was an elder after all. Even if Sheng Firen made a big fuss for a man, she still had to be polite when facing her parents. Therefore, if he makes a small apology, Sheng Firen should back down on his own. At least, that's what Qin Feng thought when he came here. But he never expected that after coming here, he would see more than just Sheng Firen. There are also Lu Qingshuang and Lu Ruya. The most important thing is Lu Qingshuang. Although she had been in a coma for 2 years, it only took her more than a month to wake up. This put the company, which had been in operation for 2 years, back on an upward trend. In short, the apology gifts that Qin Fangjung had prepared before were no longer enough. Well, actually we came here with real sincerity. If possible, I am willing to give the shares I have now to Mr. Kai. Looking at the women sitting next to Kai Yi, who were enough to disrupt the business circle of Linhai City, Qin Fangjung hesitated for a moment and then spoke directly. After being slapped a few times, Qin Tian had calmed down. But now after hearing what Qin Fangjung said, Qin Tian was about to explode again. Why should I give him my shares? He covered his face and looked at Qin Fangjung unconvincedly, but the moment Qin Fangjung looked at him coldly, he immediately shut his mouth. He glanced at Qin Fangjung's back with resentment, and could only stand there with his face covered and his teeth gritted. At this moment, Qin Fangjung couldn't help but curse Qin Tian in his heart again. When will Qin Tian's brain start to work? Can't he see the current trend? Now nothing else matters, and whether I can be forgiven or not doesn't matter either. The most important thing is that the conditions offered must satisfy the 3 women present. However, if you want to satisfy these 3 women, you must make Kai Yi, who is sitting in the middle, satisfied. However, he had also been slightly investigated Kai Yi. He is just a middle or senior manager in Lu Rai's company, and he has just taken office not long ago. The salary plus commission I get may only be around 1 million a year. Therefore, in fact, Qin Tian's share of the shares should be able to satisfy a man of this level. Moreover, he didn't look so ugly in front of Lu Qingshuang, Lu Ruya and Sheng Firen. Besides, because Qin Tian was rather rebellious before, he actually didn't have many shares. Therefore, it is already worthwhile to exchange Qin Tian's shares for typing. Thinking of this, Qin Fangjung couldn't help but feel relieved. At the same time, he also looked at Kai Yi with secret pride. After all, in his own mind, his idea was already 100% successful. Oh, then I'm a little curious. How many shares does young Master Qin Tian have? Having said that, Kai Yi looked over again. After hearing Kai Yi's question, Qin Fangjung didn't think much about it. He answered directly. As for Qin Tian, he has 5% of the shares, but the dividends from the annual fee are also very considerable. After all, compared to Kai Yi's annual salary, being able to receive tens of millions in dividends a year is already pretty good. After he finished speaking, he looked at Kai Yi with a smile, but he never expected that Kai Yi would reveal a very disgusted expression the next second. The eldest son of the Qin family only has 5% of the shares, that's all he has in his hands after a whole year. Kai Yi's words and the expression on his face made Qin Fangjung completely confused. Although the Qin family is indeed not as glorious as before in Linhai City. But after all, the foundation is still there, so the profits throughout the year are still very good. A 5% dividend per year is already pretty good. Even so, Kai Yi still despises it. I have to say, it was really shocking to see Kai Yi, who is in his early 20s, saying such arrogant words in front of me. This made Qin Fangjung's expression suddenly look a little awkward. Ha, Mr. Kai, you are really joking. It's just a 5% stake, but you can get 10 to 20 million in profits in a year. This is still very ideal for your annual salary. Hearing this, Kai Yi showed no expression. But he also understood that this little old man looked to make amends. In fact, in my heart, I still look down on myself as a small worker. Boss Qin is really humorous. However, before Kai Yi could refute with a smile, Lu Qingshuang on the side said this with a fake smile. Hearing this, the mockery in Qin Fangjung's eyes suddenly froze. Ha, no, I was just joking. After saying this, Qin Fangjung couldn't help but curse in his heart. I was too mad at that brat Kai Yi. I almost forgot that Lu Qingshuang and the other two were still here. Kai Yi has shares in our company, so he may earn no less than 20 million a year. Lu Ruya curved her eyes and spoke with a smile. Although she said this with a smile, it was obvious that the smile did not look friendly. There seemed to be a faint haze in his eyes. Yes, he also has shares in my company, so he wouldn't be interested in that 5% stake. Lu Qingshuang also spoke in time. After hearing this, not only the Qin father and son were stunned. Even Sheng Firen and Kai Yi on the opposite side were stunned. Kai Yi looked at Lu Qingshuang in astonishment, not knowing anything about his shares. However, after seeing Lu Qingshuang looking at him with a gentle smile, he understood. It seems that this is what Lu Qingshuang did secretly behind the scenes. I didn't expect that she was so low-key and selfless even when being nice to me. Thinking of this, Kai Yi couldn't help but smile at Lu Qingshuang. Sheng Firen was stunned because he didn't expect that these two people would be so fast. After all, her relationship with Kai Yi began to heat up rapidly this month. So, at this moment, she hadn't thought about these things at all. But looking at those two people smiling so happily at Kai Yi at this moment. This made Sheng Firen curl his lips. It seems that after finishing her work, she will have to find someone from the company. Qin Fangjung and Qin Tian were completely dumbfounded. Although there are two people, one plays the good guy and the other plays the bad guy. But in fact, both of them look down on Kai Yi as a man from the bottom of their hearts. He has no special abilities and can only live off others. But I didn't expect that he had such great abilities. Even the Qin family's father and son had begun to become curious. I'm curious about what kind of magic potion Kai Yi gave to these three women. As a result, these three women were so open-hearted to him. Lu Qingshuang and Lu Rai's company is considered one of the top companies in Linhai City. Moreover, both companies are listed companies. I didn't expect that the shares would be given so easily. Are you so careless? Just give it out directly. This really left the father and son a little confused. But I have to say, let's not talk about Qin Tian. Even Qin Fangjung, who is already old, felt a little envious and jealous after hearing what those people said. After all, so young. With just a little effort, the things on the phone are comparable to his half-life efforts. Who wouldn't feel aggrieved watching or listening to this? Thinking of this, Qin Fangjung couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Then, he turned around and looked at Qin Tian with disappointment. Qin Tian is not bad looking and his family background is not bad either. How come he doesn't have this kind of ability even though he lives among flowers every day? Not only did he not have such strength, but he also ended up causing such a huge mess. Jealousy is jealousy, but obviously, after Lu Qingshuang and the others said these words, things became more difficult. Qin Fang was thinking before that Kai Yi was showing off here at such a young age. But he didn't expect that with so many shares in his hands now, he really didn't care about the 5%. Now, things became even more difficult. Qin Fang was thinking before that the shares would fall into Kai Yi's hands. Even so, he didn't calm down. But for the sake of shares, he couldn't let others do anything to Qin. But now, well, the shares in my son's hands are indeed too few. In your opinion, Mr. Kai, how many shares are appropriate? As Qin Fangjung spoke, he slowly raised his head and glanced at Kai Yi. He finally discovered that this Kai Yi was completely different from what he had imagined. He is much greedier than he thought, and even more cunning than he imagined. Then I wonder how many shares you have, Mr. Qin. Kai Yi looked at Qin Fangjung with interest. After all, he really didn't care about that 5% of the shares. Me, I have 20% of the shares. Is it so little? Kai Yi said lightly. Hearing this, Qin Fangjung was speechless. Some people even doubt whether Kai Yi is a middle or senior management of the company. Even 20% seems too little. You know, the Qin family is a family business, so it is already quite good for him to have 20% of the shares now. Qin Fangjung's smile could no longer be maintained. Even Qin Tian looked at Kai Yi with disdain. You want their shares? At this moment, Lu Qingshuang on the side frowned slightly and looked at Kai Yi. For her, Kai Yi's life safety is more important than Qin's shares. So from the very beginning, she was already prepared to make Qin's company disappear completely in Linhai City. So when she first heard them talking about apology, she was still very disdainful. But if Kai Yi wants shares in Qin's company, that would be a bit difficult. After all, she had been secretly attacking Qin's company a lot in the past half-month. After hearing Lu Qingxuang's words, Kai Yi subconsciously turned his head and happened to see the entire expression on her face. I don't particularly want it. If I can get 30%, it's fine. Any less is not necessary. Kai Yi shrugged and spoke casually. After all, if you take the shares to become a shareholder, it will definitely be troublesome for a while. Especially since Qin's company is a family business, it means that it will be even more troublesome to hold the shares. Yeah, okay. Lu Qingxuang nodded gently and felt relieved. The Qin family already disagreed with just 5% of the shares. Therefore, if Kai Yi wanted 30% of the shares, the other party would definitely not agree. If you don't agree, there will be no improvement in this matter. Then he wouldn't have to regret attacking Qin's family before. Well, Kai Yi has a point. Lu Qingxuang nodded, then looked at the Qin father and son who were still standing there with a smile. If you ask me, 30% of the shares is not enough. Sheng Firen smiled. He said in a low voice with a frown on his face. After all, Kai Yi almost died in the endless ocean this time. This is something that money cannot change. Only now that Kai Yi is back, if his tone is not good. Sheng Firen didn't even dare to imagine what would happen next. What do you think, Mr. Qin? If possible, we can sign the contract directly. Kai Yi sat up straight and looked at Qin Fangzheng with a smile. However, Qin Fangzheng's expression was not very good at this moment. I saw him standing there stiffly, his face covered with red, green and black patches. It looks really exciting. After all, even he was not qualified to get 30% of the shares. Kai Yi actually said it so easily. You know, he has a pretty big share in the family business. After the others had divided their share, there wasn't much left. The one who holds the most shares is the old man of the Qin family. However, if you want to take shares from the old man of the Qin family, it will obviously be more difficult. Mr. Kai, we are sincerely here to seek peace, but 30% of the shares is impossible. Qin Fangzheng said with a cold face. He came to ask for peace this time just because he didn't want Qin's situation to become more difficult. However, if these 30% of the shares completely fell into the hands of an outsider like Kai Yi, what's the difference between that and simply handing over the company? Mr. Kai, don't go too far. Do you think you are great just because you have a few women backing you up? Who the hell are you? Do you think you are worthy of our Qin's shares? Now, the hot-tempered Qin Tian could no longer stand and rushed forward, cursing. Qin Tian, Qin Fangzheng shouted warningly, but his tone was obviously not as harsh as before. Then I'm sorry, without 30% of the shares, I have no interest in seeking peace with you. My life is not that worthless. Kai Yi waved his hand indifferently, as if the 30% stake was not that attractive. If Mr. Kai thinks so, there is nothing we can do. After some debate, Qin Fangzheng completely lost his patience. The most important thing is that 30% of the shares cannot be given to Kai Yi. You don't have any solution, so what anyway? Without 30% of the shares, it's useless to say anything more. Kai Yi's indifferent and disdainful attitude successfully angered Qin Fangzheng. But at this time, Qin Fangzheng was still rational. So even if he was angry, he could only suppress his anger and said nothing. In the end, he had no choice but to turn around and say goodbye with a cold face. Seeing that the father and son finally left, the suite finally became quiet. Lu Qingxuang looked at Kai Yi tenderly and worriedly. Why did you only eat so little? Did they disturb your meal? Do you want them to serve you something more? Seeing that Kai Yi didn't eat much, Lu Qingxuang said worriedly. After hearing Lu Qingxuang's words, Kai Yi was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He had to admit that what he had just eaten was not too little. Why did it seem as if Lu Qingxuang hadn't eaten anything? Those two people just now really affected my appetite. Lu Ruya snorted coldly. Sheng Firen didn't say anything, but just looked at Lu Qingxuang and Lu Ruya. In fact, before, when she and Kai Yi had no feelings for each other. At that time, Lu Qingxuang had already told her that she was very disappointed with Yi Han. But at that time, she just thought Lu Qingxuang was joking. But I didn't expect it to be true. However, now Sheng Firen is gradually understanding Lu Qingxuang's thoughts. After all, as you spend time with him every day, you will find that Kai Yi is really a very attractive man. In his daily life, he has many bright spots. Even his personality is perfect. This forced Sheng Firen to admit that she was trapped, and even she had to admit it. After half a month, I didn't know whether Kai Yi was alive or dead. She also gradually confirmed her feelings for Kai Yi. However, even so, Sheng Firen was still a little surprised. She thought it was fine that she liked Kai Yi so much, but she didn't expect that Lu Qingxuang and Lu Ruya also liked Kai Yi so much. In fact, he had already tied himself and Kai Yi together before himself. This refers to giving shares to Kai Yi. This inevitably made Sheng Firen regret inwardly. After all, I was anxious and didn't think about this matter at all. At this moment, the room suddenly became quiet. Kai Yi felt somewhat embarrassed when he realized that the three women were looking at him. Although, he himself admitted that he was very thick-skinned. But, it's a bit unbearable now. Well, is the cell phone you brought back still there? Kai Yi asked. Huh, Lu Qingxuang was the first to come back to her senses, then turned around and took something out of the drawer. I have a new phone and computer that I bought for you. You can use these for the time being. Seeing this, Kai Yi couldn't help but smile at Lu Qingxuang again. Thank you, Sister Qingxuang. Lu Qingxuang is really so considerate all the time. Seeing this, Lu Ruya on the side just curled her lips slightly and didn't say anything. Although both of them have the surname Lu, their personalities are indeed quite different. However, although she was a little unwilling to accept it, Lu Ruya was also learning secretly. Compared to Lu Ruya, Sheng Firen had often dealt with Lu Qingxuang before. If others were to look at Lu Qingxuang's attitude towards Kai Yi now, you must think Lu Qingxuang is a very gentle and considerate big sister type. However, Sheng Firen was very sure that Lu Qingxuang herself was not such a person. After all, the title of cold-faced King of Hell was not obtained for no reason. Turning around, Lu Qingxuang met Sheng Firen's teasing gaze. But she simply ignored it. I've asked someone to get all your things back. I'll see if there's anything useful later. Lu Qingxuang said considerately. Kai Yi nodded, then turned to look at Sheng Firen. Can you still contact those people who escaped from Sister Fei Ran's ship? Ask them if they still need their electronic products. If necessary, I can help them transfer the data inside. Okay, I'll make the contact. Having said that, Sheng Firen picked up his phone and walked aside. At the same time, the people outside took all of Kai Yi's things. Kai Yi also prepared to start restoring his data. How about we get back to work after we rest? Seeing Kai Yi busying around, Lu Ruya sat next to him again. The two of them were sitting on the sofa. Ruya did not shy away from it at all and simply leaned her head on Kai Yi's shoulder. On the other side, Lu Qingxuang prepared hot tea and some food, then turned around and saw this scene. However, she didn't say anything. She just put her things down and sat on the other side of Kai Yi. Then, she leaned forward slightly and leaned her upper body directly on Kai Yi's arm. Even through the tight long skirt, Kai Yi could even feel the softness. Are all the things important? She asked softly. Kai Yi nodded slightly and then explained. After all, I haven't looked at my computer or phone for more than half a month. I still have to try to recover the data and see if I can fix it. Although he said this verbally, Kai Yi was still very confident that he could recover all his data. Just as Lu Ruya was about to say something, her cell phone rang. Looking at the contacts on her phone, she could only frown slightly. Well, I'm going to start a video conference in my room. You stay busy now. We can have dinner together in the evening. Having said that, Lu Ruya stood up and walked hurriedly to the door. However, at the very end, just before she opened the door, she quickly turned around and added another sentence. Oh, by the way, my room is right next door, you can come and play with me. After saying that, Lu Ruya blinked at Kai Yi, then turned around and left in a hurry. During this process, Lu Qingxuang had a forced smile on her face and looked at Lu Ruya politely as she walked out. It was not until the door was closed that she turned around and glanced at Kai Yi with some resentment. Seeing this, Kai Yi immediately touched his nose, feeling guilty. Well, Sister Qingxuang, if you are busy, you don't have to accompany me. Anyway, I'm very healthy now and nothing happens. Kai Yi said slowly. What can I do? My main priority right now is to be with you. As if somewhat dissatisfied with Kai Yi's words, Lu Qingxuang stretched out her slender fingers and gently touched Kai Yi's cheek. Looking at Lu Qingxuang's actions, Kai Yi was stunned for a moment. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but he always felt that Lu Qingxuang seemed a little different from before. But if you ask him what's different specifically, he really can't tell. After all, Lu Qingxuang had been so gentle and considerate before. But it seems that it is not so proactive. It's as if every move carries a hint of charm. Seeing that Kai Yi seemed a little stunned, Lu Qingxuang couldn't help but curl her eyes slightly and smiled even more happily. What's going on? Kai Yi came back to his senses immediately, and then shook his head subconsciously. No, nothing. Having said that, Kai Yi straightened his face and looked at the computer screen in front of him. Although those computers had been soaked in water, they were still able to survive with absolute technology. It was not difficult for Kai Yi to recover the data. The data on the phone is restored first. Kai Yi was just about to pick up the phone on the table to check it. However, before Kai Yi could pick it up, the phone on the table started vibrating. Lu Qingxuang was closer to the phone, so the moment it rang, she reached out and took it. However, after seeing the caller, Lu Qingxuang also stopped there. Kai Yi reached out to take the phone, and saw Lu Qingxuang sitting there with her brows slightly frowned, looking at the phone. What's wrong? Who's calling? Who called to make Lu Qingxuang look like this? Yi Han. Her red lips opened slightly, and the next second Kai Yi clearly heard the familiar name from Lu Qingxuang's mouth. But the carefree days lasted too long. Kai Yi almost forgot that Yi Han was about to return home. At the same time, he also remembered that there were still many spies around the women around Yi Han. So several women came to Lian Airport here. With such an obvious action, Yi Han must have noticed something. In addition, according to the date, Yi Han will be returning to China soon. Thinking of this, the look in Kai Yi's eyes began to become ambiguous. You come first. Having said that, Lu Qingxuang handed the phone to Kai Yi. When Kai Yi received the phone call, he answered it without hesitation. Hello boss, he pretended to be a little weak and looked at Yi Han in the video. When Yi Han saw the person appearing on the mobile phone screen, he was stunned for a moment and was still a little dazed. He did receive news that several people had arrived at Lian Airport one after another. Now, not only Lu Qingxuang and Sheng Firen are in Lian Airport, but even Lu Ruya seems to have gone there as well. Although he didn't know what their purpose was, Yi Han's heart was more or less filled with alarm. However, even so, his previous confidence is still there. He still felt that the woman beside him was so obsessed with him. He will definitely not betray me. But while he was confident, he was still a little suspicious. Just better than now. In fact, before this, Yi Han, who was far away in country Y, had already received the news that Kai Yi and Ji Wancho were in trouble. However, this news is not bad news for Yi Han. After all, he had felt a little displeased with Kai Yi before. So when Yi Han sent Kai Yi into the Guhua gang, he already felt that Kai Yi would not come out alive. It was beyond his expectation that he met with disaster now. In Ji Wancho's words, he is not a necessity for Yi Han. As long as I can deal with Morris, I can deal with Yan Feifei after returning home. Although the loss of Ji Wancho is a small loss, it will not have too big an impact. However, Yi Han never expected this. Half a month had passed, and he almost thought Kai Yi was dead. But suddenly I learned the news that he was rescued. At the same time, we also learned that Lu Qingxuang, Sheng Firen and Lu Ruya are all at the Linkou Airport. After getting the news, he actually called Kai Yi many times, both by phone and via WeChat. I didn't expect that it would suddenly work this time. So, when he saw Kai Yi, he was stunned. Oh Chi, he smiled awkwardly and then said. Boss, why did you call me suddenly? Kai Yi asked in surprise. Ahem, knowing that Kai Yi was not a fool, Yi Han spoke directly. I just received some news suddenly and I'm worried about you, so I called you. As he said this, Yi Han pretended to be very worried. However, even so, he still did not forget to look Kai Yi up and down. He was somewhat surprised to see that Kai Yi was not seriously injured. But when you think about it, Kai Yi was a mercenary after all, so he still has the ability to survive in the wild. It's okay, boss, don't worry. It's not a big deal here. I've been rescued anyway. Kai Yi also spoke very politely. Yi Han didn't care about his physical condition. Instead, he looked around and asked tentatively. Are Lu Qingxuang and Sheng Firen also with you? Kai Yi paused and didn't speak in a hurry. Sure enough, the next second he saw Yi Han looking around him. That's not the case. They both have to work, so they've gone back now. After hesitating for a moment, Kai Yi said. It's not that he doesn't want to admit that Lu Qingxuang is by his side now. He just wanted to hear what Yi Han was trying to test. After all, it's quite interesting to see Yi Han like this now. However, even so, Kai Yi would not underestimate Yi Han. Even though Yi Han is a little stupid, he still has the aura of the male protagonist. If he underestimated the enemy, he might be killed in the next second. Oh, so they really came looking for you. Yi Han nodded, and then repeated the sentence softly. Upon hearing this, Kai Yi looked over in surprise. How does the boss know they are coming? Kai Yi looked over with a confused look on his face. Ah, this ahem, when I received the news, I heard them say that you shouldn't think too much about it. After all, you have been undercover in the Guhua gang, and I am still very worried. As he said that, Yi Han looked at Kai Yi with a brotherly look on his face. After all, I let it slip, so I still have to explain it in detail. I have to say, hearing Yi Han say this, Kai Yi also had to admit that his ability to speak nonsense was quite good. Even if Yi Han had this ability, he could possibly become a salesperson and become a gold medal salesperson. Oh, boss, I didn't expect you to be so worried about me, Kai Yi said with a very touched look on his face. Seeing Kai Yi's expression, Yi Han felt relieved. After all, it was so easy for Kai Yi to believe what he said. It seems that he is still as stupid as before, and still thinks that what he says is the law. Such a person, apart from being good-looking, does look a bit threatening. Everything else is nothing surprising. Thinking of this, Yi Han was no longer so tense. After all, in his opinion, Kai Yi would not do anything. I won't even think of betraying myself. Moreover, those women were conquered by his charm, so he didn't need to worry. By the way, I heard that Lu Ruya is also at Linкong port. Yi Han straightened his face and asked. However, Kai Yi could more or less hear that he was testing him. Well, she just came to see me. After all, she is my immediate superior, and this project is also very important to her company. But now she has returned to her room. Seeing Kai Yi say these words so honestly, he even told him Lu Rui's whereabouts with great confidence. Yi Han couldn't help but feel more satisfied with Kai Yi. What a pity. Kai Yi was indeed very loyal to him, but there was nothing he could do. He really disliked Kai Yi. Ahem, although the situation is a little uncertain right now, I still want to ask you about your situation in the Guhua gang. I am currently working at Guhua Group, Kai Yi said sincerely. Inside the Guhua gang's company it seems that you are very trusted by Lu Ruya. Yi Han was more or less surprised by this. Well, maybe it's because I saved Lu Ruya once before, so she trusts me very much. Not only Yi Han on the opposite side would talk nonsense, Kai Yi would also lie with his eyes open. Is that so? Then what does she do to you? As Yi Han spoke, he raised his eyebrows in an ambiguous manner. Although it seemed like he was teasing Kai Yi knew it. Yi Han, the boss, seems to be nice to you and trusts you in every way. They are extremely disdainful of you and will look down on you. However, even so, he couldn't change his suspicious nature. Look, now I am testing myself everywhere. If it were someone else, he might really talk about the relationship between himself and Lu Ruya. But if it were Kai Yi, he would naturally not admit it. After all, although Yi Han looked at the Guhua gang with great disgust, but he was disgusted with Lu Ruya. Boss, don't let your imagination run wild. I'm just a small employee. Sometimes we don't see each other many times a day. Besides, Lu Ruya wouldn't be interested in me. If it were you, maybe you could do it, Kai Yi said with a helpless look on his face. But after hearing this, Yi Han was obviously very satisfied. He nodded with a smile on his face, looking very proud. But he is very humble in words. Hey you, don't talk nonsense. I didn't say anything nonsense. If this project wasn't so important, I'm afraid she wouldn't have come all the way here. Kai Yi said helplessly again. Okay. Although his tone was full of regret, the smile on Yi Han's face did not fade at all. However, Yi Han was very satisfied with the answer he got from Kai Yi. After all, he had indeed been coveting the femme fatale Lu Ruya in the circle for a long time. In particular, every time he heard what Lu Ruya had done, his desire to conquer Lu Ruya would continue to surge in his heart. But the situation this time is indeed very strange. I don't know who did it. I still don't understand it. Gu Wancho and Sister Wancho were also on the boat at the time. Kai Yi told Yi Han everything in detail. This also made Yi-han feel more and more that Kai-yi would not have any suspicions. Ji-yu Wancho, is she okay? Hearing him say this, Yi-han asked casually. Well, Sister Wancho doesn't have anything to do. She is just resting in her room now. Well, it's okay as long as you're fine. Yi-han said casually, and then said, well, I have something else to do, so I'll hang up first. Remember to say hello to your sister Qingshuang and sister Firen for me later. I will be returning to China soon, so be careful when you are undercover. After giving these instructions, Yi-han hung up the phone. Why don't you let me show up? Seeing Kai-yi hung up the phone, Lu Qingshuang raised her eyebrows and looked over. Kai-yi shrugged helplessly, then smiled and said, nothing, I just simply don't want him to see you. Lu Qingshuang was still pretending to be angry and looking at Kai-yi, but she didn't expect that in the next second, she would heard these words in my mouth. Now, don't say that Lu Qingshuang was pretending to be angry. Even if she was really angry originally, she couldn't vent her anger now. You're such a stinky boy, really. Shaking her head, she looked at Kai-yi helplessly and smiled. The next second, Lu Qingshuang lay in Kai-yi's arms like a piece of soft jade. Now that I see you in front of me, I can finally feel relieved. Kai-yi gently held Lu Qingshuang in his arms, and nodded after hearing her words. I'm sorry to have made you worry about me. Although the words were addressed to Lu Qingshuang, Kai-yi's eyes were looking towards the door. Listening to the footsteps gradually fading away, Kai-yi heard the system prompt sound the next second. Ding ding, the host is detected to have the behavior of alienating the relationship between the male and female protagonists of Destiny, and 6,666 villain points are awarded. After hearing the villain value of the reward, Kai-yi understood. It seems that he is really sad. We have been together for more than half a month, so after hearing the footsteps at the door. In an instant, Kai-yi heard that the person at the door was Ji-yu Wancho. However, he didn't care if Ji-yu Wancho wanted to eavesdrop. Just let her eavesdrop. He won't do anything anyway, so let Yi-han talk over there by himself. Yes. Just as Kai-yi said, Ji-yu Wancho now completely doubts his life. Walking back to his room in a daze, Ji-yu Wancho stared out the window blankly, unable to come to his senses for a moment. In fact, after she got the news from Sheng Firen, she was going to find Kai-yi to get his cell phone. The new phone was easy to get, but I heard that Kai-yi could help restore my previous data. So, she decided to abandon her awkwardness and go find Kai-yi. She walked to Kai-yi's door, wanting to knock and go in. But I didn't expect that when I went there, the door was open. The gap was enough for her to hear the sounds inside. Of course, Kai-yi's voice and Yi-han's voice were so clear. After hearing Yi-han's voice, she immediately stopped and stood outside. I couldn't help wanting to hear what was inside. But after hearing the conversation clearly, she completely froze there. Because everything was different from what she imagined. She thought she had a very good relationship with Yi-han. Moreover, during the period of ambiguity, she even felt that Yi-han liked her. It's just because of something happening in my identity. He went abroad in a hurry, so he didn't have time to confirm the relationship with me. Even later on, he didn't contact me much because he was too busy. However, if Yi-han, who was far away in another country, knew that he was in distress at sea, he would definitely be very anxious and sad. However, all of this was what Ji-yu Wancho expected. Strictly speaking, all of this was just his wishful thinking. And just now, the moment he stood at the door and heard the conversation inside, Ji-yu Wancho's extravagant fantasy was instantly shattered. Along with it, her imaginations about Yi-han. It was also completely broken, even shattered. She stared blankly at the scenery outside the window, Yi-han's indifferent tone just now echoing in her mind. And those words that don't matter at all. It seems that I am not very important in Yi-han's heart. She thought, even if the two of them were friends, Yi-han would probably be worried and anxious, right? But why? Why is it that with this relationship between them, my comfort seems so light in Yi-han's mouth? So, in fact, from the very beginning, have I been overthinking? In fact, from the very beginning, I was not that important in Yi-han's heart, right? Yes. Thinking of this, Ji-yu Wancho couldn't help but curl his lips. But, he just smiled bitterly. Yes. In fact, from the beginning till now, everything was just her overthinking. Maybe from the beginning, she thought too much of Yi-han. She also thinks she is too important. Yes. If he really likes me so much, how could he resist and not call or message me? How is it possible that he has no contact with me for several months? In fact, Yihan's previous careless behavior towards him was already very obvious. I just don't believe it. But now, if you think about it a little, the difference is very obvious. She just deceived herself, and she subconsciously ignored it every time. Just skip it. Thinking of this, Ji Wancho couldn't help but let out another long sigh. The delicate little face drooped slightly, and the little hand slowly raised up to cover her chest. She was very disappointed at this time, perhaps because her expectations were dashed. Or maybe because of something else. But the strange thing is, she slowly clenched the clothes on her chest, feeling her own heartbeat. Ji Wancho suddenly found that she was not as sad as she had imagined. Although I am a little disappointed, I am not sad. She didn't even feel the slightest bit of pain. Why is this? Could it be that, without realizing it, Yihan's position in his heart was not that important anymore? Still, Kai Yi's face suddenly appeared in his mind, which made Ji Wancho's originally calm heart suddenly skip a beat. Strange, why is the door not closed? When Sheng Firen returned to Kai Yi's room, he immediately found a gap in the door. This made Sheng Firen a little strange, and he wondered if he didn't close the door properly when he went out just now. However, she was only puzzled for a while and didn't take it to heart. When she came back, Kai Yi had almost restored all the data on the computer and mobile phone. Lu Qingshuang was standing on the balcony outside talking on the phone. When she saw Sheng Firen coming back, she just nodded slightly and said hello. Also nodding slightly, Sheng Firen turned and walked to Kai Yi's side. What are you looking at? Having said that, Sheng Firen sat directly next to Kai Yi. Nothing, just checking the stock market or something. Kai Yi said this without avoiding Sheng Firen. Sheng Firen was not interested in this. He just glanced at it and then looked at Kai Yi again. Looking at Kai Yi, who was sitting right next to her, she couldn't help but sigh. Luckily you're okay. Hearing Sheng Firen say this, Kai Yi immediately turned around and looked over, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Although Sheng Firen is indeed 2 years older than him, the way Sheng Firen is leaning against him at this moment. Obviously she has the attitude of a little girl. He rubbed Sheng Firen's head with amusement, and then said, even if you don't believe me, you should believe in my skills. Seeing Kai Yi treating him like a child, Sheng Firen was helpless. But looking at Kai Yi, who was smiling at her at this moment, she could only indulge herself. The past half-month has been too chaotic and worrying. She even woke up in the middle of the night for several days. Whenever she thought of Kai Yi in her dreams, she couldn't help but feel distressed. Therefore, she was already very satisfied when she saw the intact Kai Yi at this moment. I will no longer expect anything else, and I don't even care about some things anymore. I just hope Kai Yi comes back safely. As long as Kai Yi comes back, everything will be fine. The show hasn't been delayed because of my affairs, has it? Kai Yi asked. I'm not as worried as you are. Although I was really anxious at the beginning, fortunately. As he spoke, Sheng Firen also looked at Lu Qingshuang on the balcony. Although Lu Qingshuang is only a few months older than Sheng Firen. But Sheng Firen also had to admit that Lu Qingshuang was indeed much better than himself in terms of intelligence. So after thinking about it, she continued. Although I was really panicked at the beginning, fortunately Sister Qingshuang showed up in time, so everything was resolved. I see. Having said that, Kai Yi also nodded slowly. His eyes slowly turned to Lu Qingshuang on the balcony. In fact, he is still a little curious. I'm curious about what Lu Qingshuang said when she first contacted those people. Anyway, he didn't expect that after several people got together, things would be so peaceful. At first, he didn't imagine it to be as serious as a world war. But it won't be really peaceful. By the way, as you just said, I have already conveyed your words to the people in that group. In fact, they were already on their way when they received the news that you and Ji Wancho were rescued. Oh, by the way, Ji Wancho, whom I just went to her room to inform, hasn't she arrived yet? As he was talking, Sheng Firen looked around curiously. He hasn't come yet. Maybe he's too tired and is still resting. Kai Yi also pretended to be a little confused. I see, but it's not easy to get back. You really need to rest well. You shouldn't keep looking at the computer. Do you want to take a rest too? Having said that, Sheng Firen looked at Kai Yi with great concern. Kai Yi was not tired, but after hearing her say that, he yawned after all. Did the people from that group say when they would arrive, he asked. They are all planning to come when they get off work, maybe around 6 or 7 in the afternoon, Sheng Firen speculated. Kai Yi nodded, okay, then I might as well go to sleep. In fact, Kai Yi was not very tired on the way back from a flight that lasted several hours today. The most energy-consuming time is the intimate time in the morning. I think Ji Wancho must have been there for the same reason. Then I'll go back to my room first. The show is wrapping up these 2 days, and I still have some things to do. If you have anything, you must call me, okay? Seeing Kai Yi said this, Sheng Firen also spoke again. Okay, then go get busy. We'll meet again in the evening anyway. After seeing Sheng Firen off, Kai Yi glanced towards the balcony. Then he saw Lu Qingshuang standing on the balcony and making a phone call, her expression obviously more serious than before. I saw that she was frowning slightly and saying something with a serious expression. Kai Yi originally wanted to go over and make trouble for Lu Qingshuang, but after seeing this situation, he gave up the idea and turned around and walked straight into the room. In fact, just after restoring the data, Kai Yi saw that he had received messages from many people on his mobile phone. After all, I disappeared for more than half a month and they might not be able to find me. After replying to the messages one by one before going to bed, Kai Yi fell asleep directly. He thought he was not tired, after all, he had such good physical strength. But I didn't expect that as soon as I lay down and touched the pillow, I felt tired immediately. Soon, he fell into a deep sleep. During the past half-month, he slept in a dilapidated cabin on the beach. Logically speaking, this should be a good sleep I haven't had in a long time. But that's not the case. The situation in the dream was very confusing. Even some of them overlap with reality. This even made Kai Yi somewhat confused as to whether he was in a dream or awake. In the dream, his actions were not as easy as in reality. Without the blessing of the protagonist's halo, the sisters-in-law did not get along as harmoniously as they did in real life after meeting each other. This time, it's just lack of human help. Even his own company did not develop so smoothly. It seems that all his plans were not so accurate. Even after some of his actions were discovered by Yi Han. As a result, many things at work were also affected by Yi Han. In the end, all his actions were discovered by Yi Han. Even if he has a system, even if he has a lot of people around him. However, when it comes to some probability issues, he is still no match for Yi Han, who has the aura of the protagonist. Finally, it seemed to be in a remote and narrow corner of the port. He was blocked in a corner by Yi Han. With the sound of a gunshot, he even felt that the world had become empty. Kai Yi, Kai Yi, Kai Yi. In a trance, Kai Yi seemed to hear someone calling his name. He opened his eyes suddenly, and even before the coldness in Kai Yi's eyes faded away, he gradually saw clearly the person in front of him. Qing, Sister Qingshuang. Looking at the person above his head with doubt and confusion, Kai Yi spoke. When she saw Kai Yi open his eyes and wake up, Lu Qingshuang finally breathed a sigh of relief. She sat next to Kai Yi, holding her chest with her hands, still frightened. Luckily you woke up. You really scared me just now. Kai Yi slowly sat up and realized that he was covered in sweat. He subconsciously raised his head and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Only then did he realize that his face was also sweating. However, thinking about the content of the dream, Kai Yi's expression couldn't help but turn cold again. Although what just happened could be considered a nightmare. But Kai Yi would never let that happen. Thinking of this, Kai Yi's eyes and eyebrows were filled with coldness. What's going on? Still noticing that something was wrong with Kai Yi, Lu Qingshuang slowly walked forward and gently hugged Kai Yi. After she hugged Kai Yi, she patted his back gently. Nothing, I just had a nightmare. I dreamed that I died. After relaxing his whole body, Kai Yi buried his head directly in Lu Qingshuang's neck and sighed. After Kai Yi said this, Lu Qingshuang's body suddenly stiffened. Her face was solemn and her tone was a little nervous. What are you talking about? How could you die? It's true. After laughing at himself, Kai Yi quietly buried his head in Lu Qingshuang's neck. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became quiet. They could even hear each other's breathing. In the dream, was it Yi Han who did it? In the quiet atmosphere, Lu Qingshuang suddenly spoke slowly. Kai Yi didn't say anything, just remained silent. But in Lu Qingshuang's eyes, this silence seemed like a tacit agreement. The next second, Kai Yi realized that Lu Qingxuang's hold on him had become heavier. Don't worry, nothing like that will happen, huh? Lu Qingxuang comforted him softly, her tone so gentle as if she was coaxing Kai Yi. But there was a firmness in that gentle tone. Well, okay anyway, I have the confidence. As he spoke, Kai Yi slowly opened his eyes. Things have developed to this point, and in fact, we have to do extreme things in many things. And, just after restoring the data, he also looked at the recent trends of his companies. All the data are rising steadily, which makes Kai Yi very satisfied. After all, it is very satisfying to make money by taking advantage of the trend. Although there are risks, there is a saying that goes, the bigger the waves, the more expensive the fish. During this period of time, the funds he earned by taking advantage of the trend were enough for him to compete with the Yi Group anywhere. As long as Arc Company Limited is no longer an insignificant small company in Yihan's eyes. However, despite this, Kai Yi was still deeply moved by Lu Qingxuang's actions. After all, it seems like in any aspect, in any matter, Lu Qingxuang always supports me unconditionally and with full trust. And, even the emotions, I have also handled this aspect very well. Thinking of this, Kai Yi couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It's really good to have a woman like Lu Qingxuang behind him. I asked the hotel to prepare dinner. Do you want to get up and eat? Perhaps because she was afraid that Kai Yi would fall into a nightmare, Lu Qingxuang spoke to him in a gentle voice. It's okay, I'm not hungry now, Kai Yi said slowly. Lu Qingxuang nodded slightly and said nothing. Just let Kai Yi lean on his shoulder. Obviously, Kai Yi was relaxed in this state. After a while, Kai Yi finally stood up. Sister Qingxuang, it's great to have you. If someone else said this, Lu Qingxuang would just treat it as a joke. After all, it sounds somewhat contrived. But when Kai Yi said it, she couldn't help but let her heart skip a beat. As a result, she even felt her face starting to get hot. Not because of anything else, but because Kai Yi looked very serious when he said this. Moreover, the tone of voice is very sincere. To be honest, if there is such a person talking to you, it's actually very easy to be moved. It's okay for you to know it, I'm just worried that you'll get used to hanging out outside and forget who I am. Lu Qingxuang said as she looked at Kai Yi with a smile. Although the smile on her face was very happy and even gentle. But there was still a hint of complaint in his tone. How could that be? I can forget anyone but you, Sister Qingxuang. You've been with me the longest. Kai Yi was telling the truth, regardless of gender. Since coming to this world of fiction, I have indeed spent the longest time with Lu Qingxuang. After all, he had spent most of his time with Lu Qingxuang in that villa. After hearing Kai Yi's words, Lu Qingxuang couldn't help but smile. If we talk about the past 2 years, where was the place where I spent the longest time with Kai Yi? It was obviously Kai Yi who spent the longest time with me. It was Kai Yi who gave her enough respect when he was in a vegetative state. It was Kai Yi who did not give up or abandon her even though she had not woken up for more than 2 years. Lying there, in endless loneliness and solitude. If it wasn't for Kai Yi chatting with me and sharing some happy things, Lu Qingxuang must have remained lying there in that state. No matter how strong her mentality is, she still cannot withstand the test of time. And it was Kai Yi who gave him confidence and hope. Just thinking about what happened before, Lu Qingxuang looked at Kai Yi's eyes. The love is about to overflow. Yes, Lu Qingxuang never doubted Kai Yi's feelings for her. Even during this half-month, she discovered some of Kai Yi's little secrets. But what can we do about it? She now understands that her feelings towards Kai Yi and Yihan are different. Because of this, her tolerance for Kai Yi and Yihan is different. Just like now, even though it is already like this. But Lu Qingxuang just wants Kai Yi's people to stay in front of her. She just wants Kai Yi to remember her forever. Ding ding, the favorability of the female protagonist of Destiny has been detected, and 1000 villain points are awarded. Kai Yi couldn't help but be moved when he saw the expression in Lu Qingxuang's eyes. However, when he heard the system's voice, he was still very surprised. After all, there is only Lu Qingxuang in front of him now. But, isn't Lu Qingxuang's favorability towards me already full? Thinking of this, Kai Yi slowly blinked his eyes. However, the next second he saw that the favorability panel in front of Lu Qingxuang had increased from 100 to 101. And just a 1% increase in favorability is already 1000 villain points. Kai Yi, what's going on with the system? Isn't Lu Qingxuang's favorability full? Hasn't it reached 100%? After Kai Yi asked the question, strangely enough, the system did not speak for a long time. After a while, the system finally spoke. System, yes, in theory, 100% is already full, but there are exceptions. After saying this, the system completely disappeared. Only Kai Yi was left pondering this sentence. Normally, 100% is the full quota, but there are exceptions. So what this means is that Lu Qingxuang is the exception now. I wonder if he can understand that Lu Qingxuang's love for him is overflowing. But before Kai Yi could think about it carefully, Lu Qingxuang, who was standing beside him, saw Kai Yi staring at her in a daze and couldn't help but become worried again. Kai Yi, what's wrong with you? Huh? Kai Yi suddenly came back to his senses and then shook his head. I'm fine. Although Kai Yi said that everything was fine, Lu Qingxuang was still a little worried. If you feel weak and uncomfortable, just lie down for a while. Having said that, Lu Qingxuang put her arm around Kai Yi's shoulders, wanting him to lie back down. It's okay, Sister Qingxuang. I was just dazed just now. After all, I just woke up. I'm fine. Kai Yi looked at Lu Qingxuang, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. I didn't expect that a grown man like me would be treated like a porcelain doll by Lu Qingxuang. Although Kai Yi has said this, Lu Qingxuang is still very worried. However, before she could say anything else, Kai Yi's cell phone rang. It was a call from Sheng Firen. Although he didn't know what happened, nor did he know why, Kai Yi felt somewhat guilty. He glanced at Lu Qingxuang and then answered the phone while she was smiling. Hello Sister Fei Ran. Kai Yi, are you awake? Sorry to disturb your sleep, but all the members of the previous team are here. Sheng Firen asked softly from the opposite side. It's okay, Sister Fei Ran, I woke up a long time ago, so I'll pack up and leave now. Okay, no rush. After talking for a few words, the two hung up the phone. After putting down his phone and meeting Lu Qingxuang's puzzled eyes, Kai Yi slowly explained what he had just heard. In that case, it would be a good opportunity for everyone to have dinner together. The hotel has prepared quite a lot of food. After nodding, the two of them packed up and walked out. Because we booked a presidential suite, the layout inside is actually very spacious. There is more than enough space even for everyone in the group to come and eat. Lu Qingxuang's advice was indeed very useful. While Lu Qingxuang was arranging people to serve the dishes, Kai Yi also contacted Sheng Firen. However, when Kai Yi wanted to invite Lu Ruya to come along, he was rejected. Lu Ruya, sorry Kai Yi, I just felt a little unwell, maybe I need to take a rest. As she spoke, Lu Ruya also sent a crying emoticon. It seems that he is really not feeling well and cannot come. Kai Yi, it's okay, then remember to eat well and rest well. Lu Ruya, yes, don't worry, I am still capable of taking care of myself. Seeing her say this, Kai Yi finally felt relieved. At the same time, there was a knock on the door outside. Kai Yi went forward to open the door, and sure enough, he saw Sheng Firen leading a group of people towards him. Brother Yi, I'm so glad you're okay. The moment I opened the door and saw Kai Yi. Although Sheng Firen was originally standing in front of Li Gang. But after Li Gang spoke excitedly, he passed Sheng Firen and pounced directly on Kai Yi in the next second. He hugged Kai Yi tightly and sighed. Brother Yi, I'm so glad you're okay. You're my savior. If you hadn't come back alive, I would have regretted it for the rest of my life. Li Gang said this in a very miserable tone. After hearing his words, Kai Yi was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Alright, is it really necessary to be so exaggerated? I'm fine, right? Besides, you're a grown man, don't be like this. It's not good to be laughed at by a little girl. As Kai Yi spoke, he reached out his hand and patted Li Gang on the back symbolically and perfunctorily. After hearing Kai Yi's words, Li Gang finally reacted. He turned his head slowly and saw that the people behind him were looking at him with a half smile. This scene made the young man Li Gang's face turn red instantly. Cough cough cough. After quickly coughing to cover up his embarrassment, Li Gang straightened up. Ahem, don't get me wrong, I'm just too excited. Too excited. Seeing Li Gang like this, the people behind him suddenly burst into laughter. Okay, we know you're excited. Hearing their jokes, Li Gang looked even more embarrassed. Okay, I know you're excited, let's go in quickly. As the others talked, they also walked in one after another. Kai Yi stood at the door and watched them walk in one after another. And at the back of the crowd was Ji Wancho. Kai Yi originally wanted to call her or contact her. But after picking up the phone, I suddenly remembered. Ji Wancho's cell phone has been scrapped, and the new phone has not been restored yet. Fortunately, when I called Sheng Firen, everyone in the group walked in front, and some even went in to greet Lu Qingxuang. After taking a look at Kai Yi standing by the door frame, Ji Wancho slowly lowered his head. After all, the two were still very close in the morning. But now, she no longer knew how to get along with Kai Yi. With her head lowered, she walked forward quickly, just thinking about how to get past Kai Yi as quickly as possible. As long as I'm not alone with Kai Yi, it's fine. After all, she was still more or less at a loss when facing Kai Yi. Thinking of this, Ji Wancho couldn't help but quicken his pace again. However, when she was about to pass by Kai Yi, she also heard Kai Yi's voice. "Have you rested well? Are you feeling well?" It was still that gentle voice, which inevitably made Ji Wancho pause. Even the air at this moment seemed to solidify. Ji Wancho slowly raised her head and then met Kai Yi's concerned eyes. However, she only looked at Kai Yi for a moment, and then looked away in panic. After a quick nod, she said, "Yeah, I had a good rest." After saying that, Ji Wancho also walked into the room. In front of me was a group of people chatting, and behind me was Kai Yi who was closing the door. When she subconsciously wanted to look back, she found that Kai Yi had already walked ahead. Okay, it's getting late, let's sit down and eat." After hearing Kai Yi's words, everyone took their seats. However, until now, they are still very excited to see Ji Wancho and Kai Yi returning. When they sat down, they all chattered non-stop. Looking at Kai Yi who was surrounded by people, Ji Wancho suddenly felt a little regretful. I regretted not saying a few more words to Kai Yi just now. "Hello, Miss Ji, long time no see." A voice suddenly came to his ears, and then Ji Wancho saw Lu Qingxuang in front of him. This brought her back to her senses immediately, and she quickly reached out and held Lu Qingxuang's hand. "Well, long time no see, Mr. Lu." In fact, the two knew each other, especially Ji Wancho was very familiar with Lu Qingxuang. After all, even if Lu Qingxuang has been in a coma for 2 years, but many people are still talking about some of the things that happened between her and Yi Han. "It's really thanks to you for taking care of Kai Yi during this period. I wonder how you rested just now." Lu Qingxuang said this with great regret, but still had a friendly smile on her face. However, facing such a Lu Qingxuang, Ji Wancho still felt somewhat guilty. "No way, if we talk about taking care of someone, it's Kai Yi who takes care of me more." She smiled awkwardly. The reason she felt guilty was that she really didn't know how to define the word, care. Really, he is indeed a very considerate person. There was no change in her tone, not even in her facial expression. Lu Qingxuang was still speaking with a smile on her face. "Hurry up and sit down and have a meal together." As she spoke, Lu Qingxuang gently pushed Ji Wancho's shoulder affectionately and took her to sit at the table. As for herself, she sat directly next to Kai Yi. On the other side of Kai Yi was Sheng Firen. "Brother Yi, can you really recover our data?" After hearing what Kai Yi said, everyone in the group still found it quite magical. After all, they tried all the electronic equipment they brought back. It is indeed scrapped because it has been soaked in water for a long time. There aren't many good accessories inside. In fact, they also asked some people in the store. But the answers I received were completely useless. So if you want to recover the data, don't even think about it. Therefore, this also made them even more curious about Kai Yi's words. Of course, if you don't believe me, you will know after trying it. Kai Yi raised his eyebrows and said. Sheng Firen looked at Kai Yi's somewhat cocky look and couldn't help laughing. In fact, Kai Yi has just restored the data on his phone and computer, so he should be able to restore your data as well. Hearing Sheng Firen say this, everyone present exclaimed in surprise. I didn't expect that you, Brother Yi, are actually a great hacker. Li Gang looked at Kai Yi with admiration and sighed. Ever since Kai Yi saved his life, Kai Yi's position in his heart has been unmatched. She has even become his ultimate idol, the kind that no one can replace. That's not the case. I just happened to have learned about this subject. Kai Yi spoke very low-key. But even though he was so low-key, the two people sitting on both sides of him could still clearly see the little arrogance hidden under Kaiyi's face. They both laughed and shook their heads without saying anything. I was just considerately serving food to Kaiyi. In an instant, everyone looked over with envy. Look, this is what the peak of life is. This is the peak of life. After all, who can live in a presidential suite and have two beautiful female CEOs taking care of him on both sides? By the way, Kaiyi, I'm really curious, how did you survive on the deserted island? Li Gang asked curiously again. After Li Gang asked the question, everyone looked over curiously. After all, this kind of thing seems extremely dangerous just by thinking about it. But Kaiyi and Jiyu Wancho were able to survive there. Even when they went to pick up the electronic products that had been transported back, they heard the rescue workers say. It is said that when the rescue workers saw the two people after getting off the plane, they were a little dazed. After all, when we saw the two of them, they didn't look like they were stranded on a desert island. It looks like they are on vacation, not at all disheveled, and in very good condition. Well, when we arrived at the deserted island, we still had the wreckage of the cabin as a backup, so we were guaranteed a place to live. Kaiyi smiled and said, for the rest of the time, we just need to find something to eat nearby and we can live well. Besides, you all should know that Sister Wan Chu is also a police officer, so she has some skills. Suddenly hearing his own name made Jiyu Wancho perk up. I didn't help much. Kaiyi was the one who was busy most of the time, especially when we encountered danger in the wild. Fortunately, Kaiyi was there, otherwise. Jiyu Wancho didn't continue to say the rest of the words, but the lingering fear on her face still made people around her feel involved. Danger. Hearing Jiyu Wancho say this, the girl sitting next to Jiyu Wancho couldn't help but exclaim. Even Lu Qingxuang and Sheng Firen turned to look at Kaiyi in fear. What danger? Why don't you have you told us? Lu Qingxuang said anxiously. At this moment, everyone at the table also looked over. After all, everyone is curious about how exciting this thing is. He first looked at the two people on both sides of him, and then Kaiyi shook his head with a helpless look. You don't have to worry so much. It's nothing. But it was really exciting at the time. When he thought of the huge wild boar, Jiyu Wancho suddenly got goosebumps all over his body. She rubbed her arms quickly, and then said, in fact, if Kaiyi hadn't arrived in time, I might have really died there. Aw, so scary. The little girl next to Jiyu Wancho suddenly turned pale again. Jiyu Wancho nodded solemnly. Obviously he was thinking about his previous experience, so his expression was not very good. She nodded gently, well, I've never seen such a big wild boar in my life. Bigger than you. After hearing Jiyu Wancho's words, the people around him immediately took a breath of cold air. Not to mention that Jiyu Wancho had never seen it, even they had never seen it. I've never seen it on TV. Even now, they have some doubts. Has the wild boar mutated? I thought that the wild boar was so huge that it would be very heavy, but in the end I underestimated it. As he spoke, Jiyu Wancho looked up at Kaiyi with shining eyes. It was as if Kaiyi's actions before had just happened. I never thought, Brother Yi, you are so awesome. Those vicious words were on the tip of his tongue, but in the end Li Gang held back and didn't say them out loud. However, at this time, everyone looked at Kaiyi excitedly. It's not that exaggerated. In fact, it's just a little trick. Kaiyi smiled and waved his hands, although it's big, it's just a pig. Although Kaiyi said it in such a low-key manner, everyone knew it in their hearts. Even Jiyu Wancho, a police captain, couldn't please the wild boar. That is enough to show that the wild boar is indeed very terrifying. Thinking of this, Sheng Firen and Lu Qingxuang's faces also he became serious again. Okay, this is really just a small matter, but apart from this incident, the days on that deserted island really felt like a vacation. After all, the weather wasn't that bad, and we were at the beach, so we still got to eat a lot. Hearing Kaiyi talking about his previous experiences with a smile, the atmosphere around them finally eased a little. But even though everyone around them was smiling and very happy, Sheng Firen and Lu Qingxuang felt a little uncomfortable. After all, when I thought about how Kaiyi had been wronged on the deserted island, the two of them suddenly felt very uncomfortable. But overall, I enjoyed the meal very much. After all, so many people gathered together. In the end, Kai also helped them recover their data one by one under their own eyes, which inevitably caused another wave of amazement. Ding Ding detected that the host received the worship value of passerby A, reward 200 villain value. Ding Ding detected that the host received the worship value from passerby B, reward 200 villain value. Ding Ding detected that the host received worship value from passerby C, reward 200 villain value. Ding Ding, the host has received the worship value of passerby Ding, and 200 villain value is rewarded. He was still happy to do this kind of thing to gain a lot of villain points. After all, the villains become more and more difficult to deal with as the story progresses. After restoring the data, it was already late. After chatting for a while, everyone said goodbye and left. Gu Wancho had no reason to stay here, so she left with the others. Helplessly, Sheng Firen and Lu Qingxuang still had to work. So I had to leave for a while. After Sheng Firen went out, Lu Qingxuang also prepared to go to the bedroom to do some work. I'm sorry, a job suddenly came up for me. It's with a foreign company, and I can't turn it down. You can go and have fun for a while. I'll be done soon. While coaxing Kai Yi like a child, Lu Qingxuang packed her things and prepared to go back to her room. It's okay, Sister Qingxuang. I'm not a child anymore. After hearing Lu Qingxuang's words, Kai Yi was immediately at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Then he took out his cell phone and checked the time. I just wanted to go see how Sister Ruya was doing. She just said she wasn't feeling well. After saying this, Kai Yi also looked at Lu Qingxuang's expression carefully. However, the next second she saw Lu Qingxuang's teasing expression. Okay, go ahead. But it's true that Lu Ruya hasn't had a good rest recently because of you. It's a good opportunity to go and see her. Lu Qingxuang said this in a teasing tone, then turned around and went straight back into the room. As he watched the door slowly close, Kai Yi couldn't help but smile. I have to say that Lu Qingxuang is really good with her temper. I just said that Lu Ruya hasn't slept well because of her own affairs. But, in fact, Kai Yi was still clear. Because of her, everyone probably hasn't had a good rest during this period. He looked at Lu Qingxuang with gentle eyes, then Kai Yi turned and left. And he also knew which room Lu Ruya was in. After all, there are only a few rooms on the top floor, and they have already been fully occupied by their people. Walking to Lu Rui's door, Kai Yi reached out and knocked on the door gently. But there was no response from inside. However, this was also within Kai Yi's expectations. After all, the suite is quite large. If you rest in one of the rooms, you really won't be able to hear the knocking on the door. But in the afternoon, Lu Ruya asked me to come and play with her. Thinking of this, Kai Yi stopped knocking on the door, took out the room card, pushed the door open and walked in. Of course, this room card was also given by Lu Ruya. Although you have the room card in your hand, you still need to be polite. Thinking of this, Kai Yi turned around and walked straight into the room. At this time, all the lights in the suite had been turned off. However, even though the lights were not on, the moonlight still shone into the room through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows. This also allowed Kai Yi to see the facilities inside the room clearly. At this time, the doors of other rooms were slightly open. Only one door was closed. Without even thinking about it, Kai Yi was certain that Lu Ruya should be in this room. After pushing the door open and walking in, Kai Yi saw Lu Ruya lying on the bed. I saw her with a tired face, sleeping soundly on the bed. Judging from his appearance, it was obvious that he was sick and overworked, so he fell into a drowsy sleep. Without turning on the lights, Kai Yi walked forward slowly. At this time, Lu Rui's face was ruddy and she opened her eyes slightly. Lying there with her lips pursed, Kai Yi walked forward and found that even the breath she exhaled was scalding hot. This made him frown slightly. Then, Kai Yi reached out and touched Lu Rui's forehead. Sure enough, it was just as Kai Yi imagined. At this moment, not only was Lu Rui's breath scalding hot, but the temperature on her forehead was also scalding hot. Not only that, even the tight hip-hugging long skirt that Lu Ruya was wearing had become wet. They are even tightly attached to the body. With a frown, Kai Yi dialed the hotel front desk while walking to the other side of the room and closing the window. It seemed that he was really uncomfortable and fell asleep directly on the bed. Even the windows were not closed. Although it is still summer, it is still night after all. In addition, the floor is relatively high, and gusts of sea breeze blow over. There was no heat in the room at all. After hanging up the phone and closing the door, Kai turned around and stuffed Lu Ruya directly into the quilt. Generally, hotel rooms are equipped with medical kits. Especially in the suite, the preparations are more complete. Carrying the medical box back to the room, Kai first found the thermometer and alcohol and placed them on the table. Afterwards, he turned around without any hesitation and took off Lu Rai's hip-hugging long skirt. He first wiped alcohol on Lu Rai's body, and then Kai directly put the thermometer in. Seeing Lu Ruya looking dizzy, it seems that she cannot get up and take medicine by herself. Fortunately, the doctor called by the hotel arrived just after the temperature test was completed. Soon, Lu Ruya was also hung with water. After sending the doctor away, Kai was ready to get the injection here. I can also help Lu Ruya remove the needle later. Thinking of this, Kai leaned against the bedboard and started looking at his phone. Although Kai hasn't spoken to Morris for a long time. But during the days when Kai was missing, Morris still insisted on sending messages to Kai every day. Kai slid his fingers to scroll through the chat history. At first, the little girl obviously thought that Kai was deliberately ignoring her. So after complaining a little angrily, they started sending photos and messages. Looking at the message above, Kai couldn't help but feel a little amused. It seems that the little girl is trying to encourage me to reply to the message. It's just a pity that something really happened to him. That's why I can't reply to messages. Morris, it's a sunny day in country Y today. Let me show you. Morris, what are you going to eat for dinner? Morris, why didn't you reply to my message yesterday? Did you forget again? Seeing this, the smile in Kai's eyes deepened. The girl thought that she saw the message but didn't reply, so she was trying to save face. Another afternoon passed. Morris, if you don't pay attention to me anymore, I will really be angry. Although she said this, the girl still sent him a message every once in a while. Morris, picture. Morris, can you help me take a look at the new clothes I bought recently? Does it look good? This style seems to be very popular recently. Morris, it's so annoying. I'm still in puberty and my breasts seem to have grown a bit bigger recently. Even my cup size has increased. Morris, what troubles did you have during your adolescence? Morris, I went to a classmate reunion today, and there was a boy who kept asking me to take him home. It was so annoying, but in the end, he was taught a lesson by my dad, the driver. Morris, but my classmates seem to be very curious about why I don't download anymore and why I don't fall in love. Morris, do you remember your teenage love? What was it like? M.I. Morris, I heard that the feeling of first love seems to be sweet. Morris, but when I asked just now, it seems that the first love of the people around me is very far away. Things like love seem to be just a pastime for them. I don't understand. Morris, are you really not going to reply to my message? Morris, am I not doing something good enough? Am I just too annoying? Morris, am I too nagging? Morris, sorry, I'm not a talkative person normally, but in front of you, I can't control myself to some extent. Morris, why can you pay attention to me? Just before taking a break, Kai simply replied to the messages one by one and then went to rest. Therefore, he didn't have time to read the message sent by Morris. But now, after looking carefully, I see the tone of the little girl behind me. Kai couldn't help but feel a little sad and distressed. What a silly girl. Kai looked at the chat history, shook his head and sighed helplessly, but he was smiling. Then he looked down and saw the message from Morris. The later news was more like a chat with Kai. It's more like sharing life with Kai. The kind that doesn't require Kai to reply. And the photos and words that follow are what Morris wants to share with Kai every day. Scrolling down slowly, Kai soon saw his reply to Morris. Why, something happened recently, sorry. After replying to this message, Kai fell asleep quickly. Little did he know that it was these words that brought a storm to Morris's heart. And below, there were constant messages of Morris's replies. Morris did not blame Kai for leaving without saying goodbye. At the same time, there was no complaint. The messages sent always express worry and concern. Kai saw that Morris had been sending him messages intermittently for more than an hour before he stopped. The last sentence couldn't help but make Kai chuckle. She is indeed a silly little girl. Morris, then you should have a good rest. I will wait for your news. Kai shook his head helplessly. That means she met herself, otherwise Morris would be a girl who looks cold on the outside but is actually a dumb girl on the inside. She will definitely be abducted by someone else. While looking at his phone, Kai also looked up at the IV bottle. Then he replied to the message. Why sorry, I just had a good rest, but I can only connect to the internet today. Kai originally thought that Morris went on to do something after sending him the message. After all, a long time has passed since I fell asleep. But unexpectedly, Kai's message had just been sent out. On the other side, Morris, who was on the other side of the world, immediately responded to his message. Morris, can you ask what happened? What's going on? Do you need help? Why, it's okay, I just accidentally lost contact with the world and almost fell into the sea. Kai sent this message lightly. However, to ordinary people, this news is indeed quite interesting. Maybe others would see this and think it is a joke. But Morris obviously didn't. As soon as Kai sent the message, a voice call popped up on the other end. After taking a look at the IV bottle, Kai picked up his phone and went out to answer the call. Hello. Why are you okay? What happened? Do you need help? If you need help, I can fly to country Z right away. The moment the call was connected, before Kai could say anything, he was interrupted by Morris. However, soon, the little girl over there asked anxiously. Even after the little girl finished speaking these words, Kai could still vaguely hear her breathing slightly. It seems that he is really anxious. Don't worry, everything is really fine now. I don't even need to go to the hospital for a checkup. Kai shrugged and said in a very relaxed tone. If something happens, how can you not go to the hospital for a checkup? That won't work for safety reasons, it's better to go for a checkup. Morris on the other side spoke anxiously. Hearing this, Kai also laughed twice. Then he chuckled. Don't worry, I'm really fine. If I really feel uncomfortable, I will go to the hospital immediately. I still cherish my life. After hearing what Y said, Morris stopped dissuading him. How could this happen so suddenly? I don't know. Anyway, the ship crashed into the sea inexplicably. The matter is still under investigation. Kai did not tell Morris about these things in detail. After all, Yihan is still in country Y. If Morris talks too much and accidentally lets something slip, that would be bad. Okay, judging from the tone of his voice, Morris on the other side was still not in a very good mood. I was also confused. I didn't expect that you were in trouble. As he spoke, Morris began to quietly complain about himself. Hearing her say this, Kai was really angry and amused. What nonsense are you talking about? Why are you mad at yourself? You don't even know what happened to me. He said this in a slightly serious tone. After hearing what he said, Morris couldn't complain anymore. Well, okay then, can you give me an address? He responded in a low voice. Then Morris asked cautiously. Although there was half of the blue planet between the two of them, and even a long internet cable. But after hearing what Mosley said, Kai could still imagine the little girl's cautious and expectant look. What's wrong? Are you planning to send me some supplements? After hearing what Morris said, Kai immediately joked. Not bad, it's about the same. Morris on the opposite side said hesitantly. It was this hesitation that made Kai realize that something was wrong. After all, he had already noticed before that this little girl Morris was very generous. Forget it. If you want to care about me, just wait until we meet. Kai said again with a smile. After hearing what Kai said, Morris did not insist. Well, then. Although he said this, Morris was looking forward to meeting her again. I will be going to country Z in a while. Would you like to send me a photo of yourself? Then I will be able to recognize you immediately. Morris spoke in a cheerful and relaxed tone. Realizing that Morris was starting to use his little tricks again, Kai immediately shook his head with a smile. He said with a smile, I'm really not good looking. Rather than disappointing you now, it's better to wait until we meet in the future to be disappointed. Oh well. Morris said it with great regret, but was very obedient and did not ask for anything. In fact, she has also seen posts about failed online relationships, but she doesn't really care. Although the good-looking skin is indeed pleasing to the eye. But Morris believes that the most important thing is the beauty of the soul. And through spending time together, she also felt that Y had a very good personality. Moreover, she was very happy when she was with Y. These emotions were something Morris had never experienced before. After all, those who approached her in the past all had some purpose. They think they are very charming and hide the intentions in their eyes very well. Little did people know that Morris had met all kinds of people since he was a child. So Morris could see through their disguise at a glance. It is also for this reason that Morris now has a different feeling towards Y. After the two chatted for a while, Morris felt relieved. Not only was she relieved about Y's physical condition, but she also knew that Y did not deliberately ignore her messages. This made Morris, who had been worried for half a month, finally feel much better. After Kai Yi hung up the phone, he saw that there was not much medicine left in the bottle. Taking advantage of this time, he took Lu Rai's temperature again. Seeing that the temperature was not as high as before, I felt relieved. And, when Kai Yi was changing the medicine for Lu Ruya opened her eyes in a daze. As soon as Kai Yi lowered his head, he looked directly into Lu Rai's eyes. However, Lu Ruya was obviously a little dazed as she had just woken up. Seeing Kai Yi standing in front of him at this moment, he became even more confused. It was not until Kai Yi couldn't help laughing out loud at the dazed Lu Ruya that Lu Ruya suddenly reacted. Chi Yi. She blinked her dry eyes, and then looked at Kai Yi in silence. Kai Yi sat back on the chair in front of the bed. Seeing Lu Ruya like this, he took a few tissues and helped her wipe the cold sweat from her forehead. Woke up. Kai Yi spoke softly, and brushed aside the loose hair on Lu Rai's forehead that was wet with sweat. Why are you here? After saying this, Lu Ruya tried to prop herself up and sit up. However, before she could make a move, Kai Yi, who saw what she was about to do, pushed her down on the bed. Don't move, there's a needle in your hand. Needles. Lu Ruya didn't react to what Kai Yi was saying for a moment, and then she looked at her hands in a daze. Needle. When will I? The expression on Lu Rai's face suddenly showed panic, but soon returned to normal. And successfully captured Lu Rai's face. Kai Yi, who saw this expression, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. When I came to look for you, no one answered the door no matter how hard I knocked, so I took out the roam card you gave me and came in, but I didn't expect to find that you had a high fever. Then I rubbed you with rubbing alcohol, took your temperature, and the hotel called a doctor. Is that so? As Lu Ruya spoke, she quickly glanced at the needle on the back of her hand, then quickly looked away. Luckily you came, otherwise I might have burned myself out here, she said cheerfully. However, although Lu Ruya is smiling now, Kai Yi still noticed something wrong. So when he looked at Lu Ruya, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. What are you laughing at? Noticing Kai Yi's eyes, Lu Ruya couldn't help but look at him strangely. Kai Yi looked at Lu Ruya with a smile, and then he also smiled and said, Sister Ruya, you are not afraid of needles, are you? What nonsense are you talking about? After hearing Kai Yi's words, Lu Ruya smiled casually. Do you think I, a man who is not afraid of swords and guns, would be afraid of pillows? You are really funny. You just think too much. How many ordinary people are afraid of needles? Besides, the tip of a needle is only a tiny bit, and the pinhole is only a tiny bit. How can it be compared to the edge of a knife? After hearing about taking medicine, Lu Ruya became a little excited and said a lot of things. However, after Lu Ruya finished speaking, the atmosphere around them suddenly became quiet. Lu Ruya couldn't help but look at each other with Kai Yi. At the same time, she immediately realized that she was too excited just now and said so many words excitedly. She smiled awkwardly. I just wanted to talk about this. Kai Yi smiled and nodded. Oh, is that so? Okay then. Although Kai Yi nodded, his tone made it hard to believe that he believed Lu Rai's words. Don't think too much. I'm really not scared. Well, don't worry, I won't think too much. Lu Ruya. Kai Yi, would you like some water? I'll pour it for you. Ruya. Oh okay. After responding, Lu Ruya saw Kai Yi get up and go out to pour water for her. Only after seeing Kai Yi walk out of the room did Lu Ruya withdraw her gaze. She covered her face with her other hand in annoyance and couldn't help but sigh. She was indeed a little excited just now. But when I thought about Kai Yi knowing that he was afraid of needles, well, that is really a bit embarrassing. Thinking of this, Lu Ruya couldn't help but let out another long sigh. In fact, Kai Yi could hear Lu Rai's sigh clearly in the living room outside. He couldn't help but burst out laughing, and Kai Yi immediately felt that Lu Ruya was very cute. By the time Kai Yi returned to the room with the warm water, Lu Ruya had almost gotten rid of the awkward expression on her face. After what happened just now, the two chatted for a while, and the remaining bottle of water was almost gone. It's almost gone. Call the doctor to remove the needle for me. Lu Ruya said this with a somewhat stiff expression. Number need, I can just help you remove the needle. Kai Yi said. Ah. This sentence made Lu Ruya stunned. Then, she smiled awkwardly at Kai Yi and said, okay, you are kidding. Call a doctor quickly. I'm not kidding, I'm serious. Don't worry, I'm very experienced in removing needles. Seeing that Kai Yi didn't look like he was joking, Lu Ruya believed what Kai Yi said. Although she didn't want to undermine Kai Yi's confidence, Lu Ruya was still a little hesitant. Are you sure? Yes, of course. I not only removed needles before, I also gave myself injections. Of course, I also often helped my teammates with injections and removals. Kai Yi said casually. While speaking, Kai Yi was also observing Lu Rui's expression. Usually when he says something like this, the other party will definitely be curious about why he would say such things about his teammates. Obviously, when Kai Yi said this, a hint of doubt flashed across Lu Rui's eyes. But it was only for a moment, and she didn't ask any more questions. Obviously, if Kai Yi didn't want to say it, Lu Ruya wouldn't ask any more questions. Well, then alright, be gentle for a while then. Hearing Lu Rui's words, Kai Yi also looked over subconsciously. Although Lu Ruya was still being stubborn just now, but when she was speaking just now, the look he gave Kai Yi was more or less a little bit pity. However, even so, Kai Yi still wanted to tell Lu Ruya the truth. What's the use of pulling out the needle lightly? Ah, Lu Ruya was also stunned when she heard that. Seeing Lu Ruya almost standing there dumbfounded, Kai Yi said with a smile, as long as you act quickly, accurately and ruthlessly, you won't feel anything. Oh okay. Although she heard Kai Yi say this, Lu Ruya was still very nervous. In fact, how could Lu Ruya, who was often injured, not know that removing a needle would only cause a little pain? But she couldn't help but feel a little scared and panicked when she saw the needle. Are you hungry? See what you want to eat. He gently helped Lu Ruya up, and then Kai Yi handed the tablet to her. Good. Lu Ruya was indeed hungry, so she subconsciously took the tablet and started checking it. But when she noticed Kai Yi holding her other hand, she still looked over with doubt and caution. What are you doing? She narrowed her eyes and looked at Kai Yi suspiciously. Looking at Lu Rui's eyes, Kai Yi was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Don't be nervous. There's still a lot of medicine in the bottle. I'm just going to adjust the tube for you. Oh, then let me know when you remove the needle. She should prepare herself mentally. After saying that, Lu Ruya lowered her head and looked at the tablet. After all, she also felt that Kai Yi would not lie to her because of such a small matter. This also led to her not even looking at the IV drip above her head. Would you like to eat something? She looked at the menu and asked Kai Yi. No, don't worry about me, just order something you like. Okay, then all. Before Lu Ruya could finish her words, she suddenly realized that Kai Yi was pressing the back of her hand with a little force. This immediately made Lu Ruya sensitively turn her head to look over. What are you doing? She subconsciously wanted to pull her hand back, but Kai Yi held it tightly. Don't move, it will be fine soon, the bleeding will stop in a moment. Only then did Lu Ruya see the surroundings clearly. Looking at the needle that Kai Yi was inserting into the tube, Lu Ruya couldn't help but be stunned. When did you remove the needle for me? She didn't even notice. You see, as long as you divert your attention, it's not that painful to remove the needle. Seeing that Lu Rui's hand had stopped bleeding, Kai Yi said with a smile. He glared at Kai Yi unhappily and said, you little brat, why didn't you tell me in advance? If I told you this in advance, would you still come to remove the needle? Kai Yi shrugged and said. This is definitely not. Lu Ruya blinked, then looked away guiltily. I didn't expect it's already 12 o'clock. Lu Ruya sighed after taking a look at the time. After all, it was not yet 7 o'clock when she came to the room to rest. She had originally just wanted to take a short nap, but she didn't expect to fall asleep directly. It's getting late, you really don't want to eat something? Lu Ruya asked Kai Yi again. Kai Yi shook his head, and then gently kneaded Lu Rui's small hand. You eat. I'm not hungry yet. I just finished eating with everyone else. Hearing this, Lu Ruya did not say anything else, but quickly ordered her meal. Tell me, what do you want to say to me? After completing the operation, Lu Ruya put the tablet in her hand aside, then turned around and looked at Kai Yi with a smile. Kai Yi subconsciously wanted to laugh it off. What's the matter? I just care about you, so I came to see you. Come on, you look like this, there must be something you want to say, right? He refuted Kai Yi's words directly and bluntly, and Lu Ruya raised her eyebrows and looked over. Well, it turns out that nothing can be hidden from you. Kai Yi shrugged, then stood up and sat next to Lu Ruya. Really? He did have something else he wanted to say to Lu Ruya. Seeing Kai Yi sitting up, Lu Ruya also moved over there proactively, and then leaned directly on Kai Yi. That is, when leaning on Kai Yi, Lu Ruya took a long breath in deep concentration. Smelling the familiar scent on Kai Yi, Lu Ruya felt unusually satisfied. It's been a long time since I've been so close Kai Yi's. But I have to say that Kai Yi's aura still makes people feel at ease as always. Although I don't know what Sister Qingshuang has told you all, there's one thing I still want to explain and account for. Confess. After hearing Kai Yi's words, Lu Ruya immediately grasped the word that she was very interested in. Well, I don't know if you'll be angry if I tell you. As Kai Yi spoke, he looked at Lu Ruya with a frown. Whenever he made this expression before, Lu Ruya would immediately soften her heart. However, this trick has been very useful until now. For example, just now Lu Ruya was looking at Kai Yi with great curiosity. But now, after seeing the expression on Kai Yi's face, she suddenly became gentle. He even began to comfort Kai Yi instead. Just tell me what's going on. What else can affect our relationship? As Lu Ruya spoke, she reached out and directly held Kai Yi's arm. Ahem, Lu Ruya, you should know Yi Han, right? As Kai Yi spoke, he looked down with a slightly nervous expression. Although Kai Yi is also very confident about the relationship between them. But I have to say, when I think about the irreconcilable relationship between Guhua Company and Yi's company, this still made Kai Yi a little nervous. Yi Han. After hearing Kai Yi's words, Lu Ruya couldn't help but raise her tone slightly. Yes, it's Yi Han from the Yi group. Him, of course I know him, what's wrong, why did you mention him suddenly? Perhaps remembering what Yi had done before, Lu Ruya couldn't help but sneer a few times. Looking at the sinister expression on Lu Rui's face, Kai Yi suddenly felt unsure. He's even thinking about it now. After he finishes explaining himself and shows leniency, will Lu Rui's favorability towards him plummet? It can't be that outrageous, right? But, he had heard of it before. Lu Ruya hates being betrayed the most. She was even extremely cruel in dealing with those who betrayed her. Kai Yi didn't care about her methods. I'm just a little bit uneasy about Lu Rui's attitude. Under Lu Rui's strange look, Kai Yi finally decided to speak out what he wanted to say. Actually, I also know Yi Han. Lu Ruya looked at Kai Yi like this, and actually had some vague thoughts in her heart. However, she was still a little uncertain. She smiled seemingly indifferently. If we know each other, then we know each other. Who doesn't know Yi Han now? After all, Yi Han is indeed very famous. No, I mean Yi Han is my boss. After thinking about the wording, Kai Yi directly stated the matter decisively. Then he turned to look at Lu Ruya, wanting to observe her expression carefully. And, just as Kai Yi expected, after he said this, Lu Rui's eyes widened in surprise. Even the smile on her lips froze. What did you say? You are not kidding, are you? No. Kai Yi said this and slowly shook his head. Although he asked me to be an undercover agent, I am sure that I have never done anything to let you down. Kai Yi said sincerely and firmly. Lu Ruya didn't say anything, just looked at Kai Yi steadily. Although this incident did shock her. But this is indeed the truth. From the very beginning when I knew Kai Yi had indeed never done anything to let me down. He even helped him snatch 2 batches of goods from Yi's company. It even helped me double my sales and other data. Lu Ruya also had to admit it. If it weren't for Kai Yi's help, Guhua Group would not have been listed so quickly. All of this is thanks to Kai Yi. Then if you don't have the intention to go undercover, what are you doing here? Lu Ruya blinked, still somewhat confused. She even slowly recalled the scenes when they had just met. So when you first met me? Lu Ruya didn't say the rest, but Kai Yi still understood it. No, Sister Yi, I was really attracted by your beauty and personality at that time. As Kai Yi spoke, he looked straight into Lu Rui's eyes, without any sign of guilt on his face. I have indeed examined many people before. But few people will look at themselves directly when they ask questions. Even if it is someone who speaks the truth, it is not necessarily the case. After all, few people actually look at Lu Ruya this way. Okay, Okay, I believe you're not okay with that, right? Looking at Kai Yi helplessly, Lu Rui's doubts suddenly disappeared. However, there wasn't much suspicion at the beginning. Since you are here as an undercover agent, why are you still helping me? Don't you have any clues for Yi Han? Yes, I didn't give Yi Han any clues at all, Kai Yi said with certainty. As soon as he finished speaking, he successfully received Lu Rui's curious gaze. Because Yi Han wanted me to come to Guhua Gang in the first place just to kill me. Kai Yi still had a faint smile on his face as he said this. It was as if this was just a very ordinary sentence. However, after hearing these words, Lu Ruya could no longer remain calm. The delicate eyebrows were frowned almost instantly. What did you say? She looked at Kai Yi in astonishment and couldn't help but raise her voice to ask. Kai Yi shrugged helplessly. Yeah, he didn't expect that I would live to this day. After hearing his words, Lu Ruya finally remembered. This afternoon, she heard Lu Qingshuang say something incomprehensible. That is, she would not allow anyone to hurt Kai Yi. And now, Lu Ruya understood the meaning of her words. No wonder everyone's expressions were a little subtle at that time, it turned out to be because of this. And after understanding these things, everything became clear. No wonder Kai Yi has been helping me since he came into contact with me. So that's how it is. She murmured in a low voice. So, even though I'm here undercover, I really don't have any intention of being undercover at all. As he spoke, Kai Yi tilted his body and leaned directly on Lu Rui's shoulder. Lu Ruya couldn't help but smile. Then you are not a qualified undercover agent. Hearing this, Kai Yi's smile deepened a little, but he didn't say anything. He looked down at the two of them who were now merely holding hands. From an undercover perspective, he is not a qualified undercover agent. But from another perspective, that's not necessarily the case. Yi Han is not a simple person. If he wanted you dead before, he would definitely want to do the same thing later. After Lu Ruya pondered for a while, she said with a serious expression. Well, I know about this, and I've thought about it, but it's okay. We should make the best of it. He can't just cover the sky with one hand, right? Kai Yi still spoke in a very relaxed tone. Hearing Kai Yi say this, Lu Ruya did not say anything. After all, she knew about Yi Han, and she also knew that Yi Han was very cruel in some ways. When she heard Kai Yi say this, she just assumed that Kai Yi didn't know Yi Han's true face behind the scenes. Shaking her head helplessly, Lu Ruya did not explain to Kai Yi. After all, Kai Yi was right, he was indeed amazing. But it is not to the extent of covering the sky with one hand. She just didn't believe that Yi Han could kill Kai Yi in front of her. Thinking of this, Lu Ruya narrowed her eyes slightly. Even the corners of his lips, which were slightly raised just now, were now tightly pursed. Even the expression on his face became much more fierce. Secretly observing the expression on Lu Rui's face. Looking at Lu Ruya like this, Kai Yi suddenly wondered if he had overacted. The hatred value is so high. It's okay. You don't need to worry about these things. You are also a member of Guhua Company now. It won't be that easy for him to kill you. As if she was afraid that Kai Yi would be scared, Lu Ruya also hugged Kai Yi tightly. Sister Ruya, it's great to have you. I was originally thinking of running away, but after seeing you, I couldn't help but continue to be an undercover. Kai Yi said sincerely, but I didn't expect that the person who helped me at the beginning and the person I met while fishing later turned out to be the boss of the Guhua gang. After listening to Kai Yi's words, Lu Ruya couldn't help but recall every little detail of their recent acquaintance. Yes, now that I think about it, there is indeed a great affinity between the two of them. After all, at the beginning, under that situation, Kai Yi saved himself. I had originally thought about not investigating him, and I never expected to meet him again by coincidence later. Even saved himself again. Ding ding, the favorability of the destined heroine has been detected, and 4,000 villain points are awarded. Ding ding, congratulations to the fateful heroine Lu Ruya for reaching 100 favorability. You will be rewarded with villain value. After hearing the system's prompt, Kai Yi felt completely relieved. It seems that Lu Ruya now completely believes in herself. But luckily I recruited you, otherwise you would have to go and earn money for other companies. Thinking of the past, Lu Rui's face couldn't help but turn red. So she coughed lightly and began to change the subject. However, it is true that after Kai Yi came to Guhua Group, the changes he brought about were almost revolutionary. The profits have also increased to an unprecedented level. Anyway, I am a shareholder now, so making money for myself is also making money. Kai also said with a smile. Now, whenever he thought about the money in his account, he felt extremely happy. Then what are you going to do next? I heard that Yihan is going back to China soon. As the two families are competitors, Lu Ruya still knows some rumors about Yihan. Naturally, he also knew that Yihan would be returning to China soon. Yes, I know, but ever since he decided to kill me, I have been ready to turn against him. Although Kai Yi was smiling most of the time, but after hearing Yihan's name, his face turned cold. After all, the words, "Don't underestimate the enemy," kept lingering in his mind. Don't worry, I will protect you too. Lu Ruya was also afraid that Kai Yi would show off, so she went forward and hugged Kai Yi, then comforted him. I know Lu Ruya means well, but it still feels a bit awkward to hear these words. He smiled, then took the initiative and patted Lu Ruya on the back. Okay, I'm not afraid. How could I be afraid when you're here? Feeling the slightly cool body temperature, Lu Rui's hot body suddenly felt much more comfortable. Even though I had just had an injection and even took antipyretics. However, she was still feeling very hot. After feeling the warmth and coolness of Kai Yi's body, she hugged Kai Yi tightly. However, Lu Ruya is a person who does whatever she thinks of. So, before Kai Yi looked over in confusion, Lu Ruya raised her head and kissed Kai Yi. This fierce kiss made Kai Yi's mind go blank for a moment. He looked at Lu Ruya, who was very proactive in front of him, with a smile in his eyes. Feeling Lu Rui's movements, he just raised his eyebrows slightly and did not stop her, but he did not do anything either. Seeing that Kai Yi didn't respond to her, Lu Ruya was a little angry. But to be honest, at this moment, seeing Kai Yi sitting there motionless, looking at him with a smile in his eyes. This also successfully aroused Lu Rui's desire to conquer. She was a woman with a very strong personality. Although she was indeed inferior to Kai Yi before, she did it voluntarily. And this doesn't mean that her personality will change. She was just like that in front of Kai Yi. Lu Ruya curved her eyes and looked at Kai Yi like this, and she raised the corners of her lips. Kai Yi, if you don't move, don't blame me for being rude. As she spoke, she licked her red lips softly, looking instantly charming. Originally, Lu Rui's appearance was very charming. It's like a flower that is extremely poisonous but also extremely beautiful. At this moment, she had a charming expression on her face, which made people unable to help but be moved. Even Kai Yi is the same. However, seeing how proactive Lu Ruya was, Kai Yi wanted to see to what extent Lu Ruya could be now. So after Lu Ruya finished speaking, Kai Yi lay back and leaned against the head of the bed. Then Sister Ruya, please don't be polite. No matter how rude you are, I can bear it. As he said this, Kai Yi also smiled provocatively and boldly. Lu Ruya originally wanted to tease Kai Yi. But now, seeing Kai Yi's provocative expression, her curiosity was immediately aroused. If that's the case, Lu Ruya narrowed her eyes slightly and looked at Kai Yi, then she gently raised her legs. Kai Yi looked at the slender long legs curiously. He already knew that Lu Rui's legs were very beautiful and plump. At this time, the black silk on her legs was obviously very suitable for her. Although it is seductive and charming, it does not appear vulgar. Sure enough, although clothing is very important, one's own temperament is also very important. The next second, Lu Rui's white fingers flicked the black silk stockings off her long legs. Before Kai Yi could react to what Lu Ruya was about to do, he suddenly felt someone grabbing his wrist. He looked up at Lu Ruya with some confusion. Lu Ruya still had her red lips curled up, and there was even an expectant look in her eyes. Kai Yi was confused and realized that Lu Ruya was slowly wrapping around his wrist. Tie me, Kai Yi looked at Lu Ruya with some surprise. Lu Ruya nodded slightly and said very openly, yes, I'm going to tie you up. Can't I run away? Kai Yi said with a smile. I'm not afraid of you running away, I'm just afraid of you not being honest. Lu Ruya said this with a smile, and blinked her beautiful eyes at Kai Yi after she finished speaking. Okay, tie it up then. At this time, Kai Yi also looked at Lu Ruya expectantly. It's not over yet. Lu Ruya chuckled and then pulled out the belt from her skirt. All her clothes are haute couture, even the long skirt she is wearing is no exception. Although the belt around the waist is just a long ribbon. But it is also very expensive, and it even looks very textured. The next second, Kai saw the expensive ribbon slowly approaching him and then covering his eyes. Playing so big, he sat there calmly and said curiously. Not really, I just wanted to see what you look like. Kai smiled helplessly. Okay. This ribbon is not completely opaque. Because of the texture, even after being blindfolded, Kai could still vaguely see the voice and shadow of the person in front of him. Although I couldn't see the face clearly, even looking at it like this, it felt very ambiguous. It has a very atmosphere. Then get ready, I'm going to start. Lu Ruya just laughed frivolously, and then Kai saw the figure behind the ribbon slowly crouching down. Afterwards, he could hear the rustling of clothes. The next second, Kai's whole body suddenly tensed up. Sister Ruya, he couldn't help but gasp softly. Hem. Hearing this, Lu Ruya raised her eyebrows slightly and looked at Kai. However, Kai obviously could not see Lu Ruya's red eyes at this moment. There is also the seductive tail of the eye, plus the charming expression in the eyes. Hiss. Kai immediately took a breath and said, Good sister, please give your brother a quick death hum. He couldn't help but discuss with Lu Ruya in a soft voice. But how could Lu Ruya listen to Kai? After all, my hands and eyes have been damaged. Wouldn't it be a pity to just let it go now? So after hearing Kai's words, Lu Ruya just chuckled slightly, and then lowered her head again. Kai groaned suddenly. This time he really felt the feeling of being at the mercy of others. However, the things on his hands and eyes were nothing to Kai. Even get rid of it easily. However, it would not be fun if we got rid of it now. After all, Kai was actually looking forward to what Lu Ruya would do next. Good brother, for my sake, please be patient for a while. Touching Kai's cool skin, Lu Ruya, who was burning all over, felt much better immediately. The delicate nails slowly stroked across Kai's abdominal muscles. Looking at the perfect abdominal muscles, Lu Ruya couldn't help but curl up the corners of her lips in satisfaction. Afterwards, Kai heard the rustling sound again. This time when he looked up, he saw a beautiful figure under the lamp, who slowly stood up, then sat down again. Lu Ruya bit her lips tightly and couldn't help but groan again. As time went by, she couldn't hold it back any longer, and a series of coquettish cries came out of her red lips. Although Kai seemed to be fine, everyone was still very worried. Although Linкong port is also on the sea, it is still not as good as Linhai City. So the next day everyone decided to take Kai back with them. The flight is in the afternoon, so there is no need to rush. After waking up, I will still have enough time to have lunch before leaving. Besides Yi, he is the second person who thinks that a physical examination is unnecessary. Although she wanted to have a good time with Kai last night, she didn't expect that she would be punished by Kai in the end. It was also thanks to Lu Ruya's good health, otherwise she really wouldn't be able to bear it. But even though she had better physical strength, she still suffered a little bit later. But overall, the process has been joyful. By noon, it was even time for lunch. Lu Qingshuang didn't even see Lu Ruya. Everyone was at the table at this time. If Kai were here normally, Lu Ruya would definitely come as well. It would be fine if he didn't come this morning, but he hasn't come now either. Thinking of this, Lu Qingshuang looked at Kai with some confusion. Didn't you go to see Lu Ruya last night? How was she? Is she okay? Kai drank a mouthful of porridge slowly, and then said, When I went there yesterday, I happened to meet Sister Ruya who had a high fever. So I stayed there and took care of her for a while, and even called for an injection. Sounds serious, no wonder I haven't seen her all day today. Hearing this, Sheng Firen nodded and said, That's really serious, let her have a good rest. Lu Qingshuang nodded and then spoke. But after finishing her words, Lu Qingshuang's beautiful eyes were still staring at Kai. Looking at Kai's rosy face, Lu Qingshuang couldn't help but squint her eyes, then the corners of her mouth slightly raised, and she immediately realized something. But since you are sick, it is better to rest more. Lu Qingshuang said meaningfully. When Kai met Lu Qingshuang's smiling eyes, he knew. As expected, Lu Qingshuang couldn't hide this matter from her. He nodded obediently and smiled. Yes, Lu Qingshuang is right. Sheng Firen looked at the two of them strangely. In fact, she used to think that she was very capable and smart. After all, she turned a small company into a top company in the entertainment industry. But after spending half a month with Lu Qingshuang, Sheng Firen also reacted and realized that the two of them were indeed a little gap. Just like now, Sheng Firen vaguely felt that the two of them seemed to be talking about something, but he just couldn't figure it out. This made Sheng Firen couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Lu Qingxuang is not much older than me, so how come the gap is so big? As he thought about it, Sheng Firen slowly raised his head and touched his face. Fortunately she still has a face, and Kai Yi likes it very much. Thinking of this, Sheng Firen turned around and looked at Kai Yi with a smile. Kai Yi, do you think I should change my hair color after I go back today? I dyed it red last time, and the top of my head is already black. Upon hearing this, Kai Yi raised his head slightly and looked towards the top of Sheng Firen's head. Half a month passed, and by this time, some black hair had indeed grown on the top of her head. Your current hair color suits you very well. Not much black is visible, and you can carry off this hair color. Kai Yi said this sincerely, with praise gradually appearing in his eyes. Besides, dyeing your hair frequently is not good for your health. Hearing Kai Yi's words, Sheng Firen's heart suddenly blossomed with joy. In fact, she has met many young men who are very good at talking. But when they spoke, it was obvious that none of them were as sincere as Kai Yi. Thinking of this, Sheng Firen couldn't help but smile. Okay, then I'll listen to you. Lu Qingxuang, who was standing by, blinked when she heard this, and then looked at her long hair. After hearing the conversation between the two, she finally reacted. I have never dyed my hair before. In fact, there is another person at this table. But she never spoke. That person is Ji Wancho. In fact, Lu Qingxuang had already invited Ji Wancho to dinner in the morning. At that time, Ji Wancho couldn't refuse, so she came over. However, Kai Yi did not get up to eat in the morning. From what Lu Qingxuang said, he wanted to rest for a while longer. Although she was a little disappointed, she was also relieved at the same time. She originally thought that Lu Qingxuang and Sheng Firen would ask her something during breakfast. But unexpectedly, the two of them just showed concern for me and didn't ask any further questions. Even the conversation was normal as usual. Although this made Ji Wancho feel relieved, it also made her a little confused. At this moment, I heard everyone at the table chatting. She just sat silently at the corner of the table. Looking at their very harmonious atmosphere, to be honest, Ji Wancho was not in a very good mood. But she had no choice but to show nothing. There's nothing to say. After all, the atmosphere between them was such that she really couldn't get a word in. After dinner, everyone packed up and prepared to leave the hotel. When leaving, Lu Ruya was also late. The group got into the car and prepared to leave. Kai Yi and Lu Qingxuang were in the same car, while Ji Wancho was in the same car with Lu Ruya. Because Sheng Firen still had some finishing work to do, he had to return to the deserted island once again under Kai Yi's persuasion. With no other choice, he could only say goodbye to Kai Yi. When getting in the car, looking at the two people in front of her getting in the car with smiles on their faces, Ji Wancho couldn't help but bite her lips slightly and turned around to get in the car. As soon as she withdrew her gaze with a complicated expression, she met Lu Rui's smiling eyes. Ji Wancho was stunned for a moment. She wondered if Lu Ruya had seen everything she had just done. But since she saw it, she shouldn't notice anything, right? Thinking of this, Ji Wancho slowly got into the car. Although he comforted himself in this way, he would always feel uneasy whenever he thought of Lu Rui's half-smile in her eyes. She suddenly felt as if she was seen through. Thinking of this, Ji Wancho subconsciously turned his head and looked at Lu Ruya cautiously. However, Lu Ruya hasn't rested enough yet. He went downstairs with a tired look on his face. After getting in the car, he leaned back in the chair, closed his eyes and fell asleep. Compared to Lu Qingxuang, Ji Wancho feels more pressured when he is with Lu Ruya. After all, Lu Ruya looked like someone who was not easy to mess with. When she was at the police station, she had heard a lot about the legend of Lu Ruya. If you make Lu Ruya angry, she won't give you any face at all. So when he saw Lu Ruya fell asleep, Ji Wancho also prepared to take a nap. But just as she was about to take her eyes off Lu Ruya, in a second, her eyes keenly caught a familiar trace. This made Ji Wancho stunned for a moment, and then she looked up and took a closer look. Looking closely, there are more than one or two red marks. Ji Wancho was naturally very familiar with this trace. After all, she had such marks on her body before. And, from the red marks on Lu Rui's neck, one could guess that she had indeed spent a very wonderful night. Thinking of this, the look in Ji Wancho's eyes suddenly became dim. After all, who else could spend a wonderful night with Lu Ruya? She still has some idea in her mind. The hotel is very close to the airport, so in less than 20 minutes, the group arrived at the airport in a mighty manner. But as soon as he got off the car, Kai noticed something was wrong. After returning from the deserted island, Ji Wancho became much quieter. Kai knew that she must be brainstorming in her mind as well. So, Ji Wancho has been avoiding me intentionally or unintentionally these 2 days. But after getting off the car, Ji Wancho seemed to have been looking at him all the time, and his gaze was very obvious. Kai was still thinking, could it be that Ji Wancho and Lu Ruya talked about something? But when he turned around, he saw Lu Ruya slowly walking out of the car with a tired look on her face. While stretching lazily, she also yawned very gracefully. Judging from his appearance, he must have just woken up. Therefore, seeing Ji Wancho in this state, Kai became even more confused. But Kai was not in a hurry. After all, the favorability is there, and he doesn't believe that Ji Wancho will not take any action. After getting on the plane, Kai still sat with Lu Qingshuang. Ji Wancho originally thought that if he sat with Lu Ruya, he could ask Lu Ruya some questions. But unexpectedly, after getting on the plane, Lu Ruya sat together with her assistant. Even after getting on the plane, Lu Ruya changed her tired look and was busy working. This made it impossible for Ji Wancho to ask questions. Helplessly, she could only compromise and brainstorm by herself. The plane landed at Linhai Airport near dusk. Someone is coming to pick us up at the airport today. While walking outside, Lu Qingshuang suddenly spoke. Come to pick you up at the airport. Kai looked up in confusion, but before he could finish his words, he suddenly heard someone calling him in front. Brother Yi, brother Yi, brother Yi, you're back. Kai looked up subconsciously and saw Yi Ruo running towards him with excitement. Following behind was Yan Feifei, who was wearing a coat, a mask and sunglasses, and was wrapped up tightly. But the other person, Kai, are you okay? Kai subconsciously looked for another person beside Yi Ruo, but before he found one, a person suddenly appeared in front of him. Butterfly, why are you here too? Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at Wahyudi, who had a nervous look on her face and was holding his hand tightly. I'm worried about you. Butterfly said anxiously. She wanted to say something, but because she was tongue-tied, she could only utter the word, worry. However, Kai was already very happy that Wahyudi could say this despite her cold personality. What is there to worry about? They don't know my strength, don't you know it? Kai smiled helplessly and shook his head. At this time, Yi Ruo and Yan Feifei had already stopped in front of Kai, panting. It's because Butterfly knows your strength that she's so worried. As she spoke, Yi Ruo began to breathlessly talk about what had happened during this period. After learning that Kai was in trouble, everyone else started to panic. But Wahyudi, who knew Kai's strength well, was extra calm. While comforting others, he also started contacting people to look for Kai. By the way, help Lu Qingshuang organize people to find Kai. But as time went by, a week passed. Even Butterfly, who was very calm at the beginning, could no longer remain calm afterwards. According to Yi Ruo, during those few days, Wahyudi had dark circles under her eyes and looked at a loss. Even, contacts were made every day and night to look for clues about Kai. The reason why we were able to find Kai this time was thanks to the person Wahyudi contacted who was able to lock down Kai's approximate location. After hearing Yi Ruru's words, Kai immediately understood. It must be that Wahyudi found some people on the road to find her trace. Therefore, the search speed is much faster than theirs. You don't know, Sister Butterfly has been so anxious lately that she seems like a different person than before. Yi Ruo added. Just now, Butterfly's face was full of anxiety and surprise. But now after hearing Yi Ruru's words, the expression on her face suddenly turned into embarrassment. There was even a hint of shyness. Seeing Wahyudi like this, Kai reached out and rubbed Wahyudi's head, and then rubbed Yi Ruru's head with a little force. Okay, stop talking about your sister Butterfly. Don't you worry about me, don't you miss me. Yi Ruru's emotions were originally quite stable, but after hearing Kai's words, her eyes suddenly turned red. However, there were so many people around, and she was embarrassed to let them see her crying. So the moment her eyes turned red, Yuroro immediately lowered her head in a hurry. Of course I'm worried. She was just about to say proudly that she was not worried, just like before. But when she thought of the fear that Kai had caused after disappearing for half a month, she couldn't help it. Even his voice was choked with sobs. All right, your brother is not dead yet, why are you crying? Kai said helplessly again. I didn't expect that I had disappeared for half a month and was only discovered now. They are all very emotional. Who is crying? I'm not crying. Refuting Kai's words, Yuroro turned around and began to wipe her tears. Seeing that the little girl was embarrassed to show her red eyes to others, Kai stopped teasing her and turned to look at Yan Feifei who was trotting towards her. Kai, I'm so glad you're okay. She wrapped herself tightly and walked up to Kai and said. If Kai hadn't heard Yan Feifei's voice, he really wouldn't have recognized her at first. After all, the weather is still quite hot now. In this kind of weather, she was wrapped in a coat, wearing a mask and even a hat. No wonder he was panting even more heavily than Yuroro when he jogged over here. It's all said, I'm fine. Why did you all come to pick me up at the airport? Kai said as he reached out to wipe the sweat off her forehead. It's so hot that the air conditioner is on in the airport. Even so, she still broke out in a sweat. No, I won't feel reassured unless I see you in person, but I'm really glad that you're okay. Although her whole body was covered tightly, Yan Feifei's beautiful eyes were full of worry. As the saying goes, some are happy while others are sad. Kai really didn't expect that someone would come to pick him up. It seems that during the time when I disappeared, Lu Qingshuang had almost gathered everyone. But he was still very happy with such harmony. When the others saw this scene, they just waited quietly by the side without being in a hurry. After all, the mood of others now is the same as theirs yesterday, which is very understandable. However, Jiyu Wancho, who was standing in the corner, felt even more complicated. Originally, she was proud of her good looks. But I didn't expect that there were so many shining girls around Kai. Although she is not bad, but with so many beautiful women, what can she compare to? Thinking of this, Jiyu Wancho's mood became even more complicated. So, when Kai was reminiscing about the past with them, Jiyu Wancho turned around, quietly greeted Lu Qingshuang, and left on her own. Besides Lu Qingshuang, the only other person who noticed this was Lu Ruya. Looking at Jiyu Wancho's somewhat lonely back, Lu Ruya couldn't help but raise her hand and gently touch the red mark on her neck. I didn't expect that Officer Jiyu was more interesting than I thought. After all, the airport is not a place to talk, so after a few words, everyone walked out in a mighty manner. Fortunately, there were many cars arranged, otherwise there would have been too little room. It's too late today. You will have a full body checkup tomorrow. Eat more when you get home. You won't be able to eat in the afternoon. Lu Qingshuang gave instructions worriedly. Sister Qingshuang, don't worry. I'm not a weak person. Can I starve to death if I don't eat for a few hours at night? As he said that, Kai smiled and leaned directly on Lu Qingshuang's shoulder. No, that's not what I meant. I'm just a little bit worried. After thinking about it, Lu Qingshuang still didn't know how to explain it. Finally, I could only say helplessly. The car drove back to the Yuding villa. I have already replaced everyone in my family who has a relationship with Yihan, but Songqing I don't know what to do. Having said that, Lu Qingshuang looked at Songqing with some embarrassment. After all, Songqing didn't pay much attention when taking care of her before. But how should I put it, I did take care of her. However, Lu Qingshuang also knew about the affair between Songqing and Yihan. After all, when she was in a vegetative state, she had heard the two of them talking on the phone to each other many times. After hearing Lu Qingshuang's words, Kai also thought about it more. Why don't you just ask her directly about this? Find an opportunity and ask her directly if she wants to stay. After hearing Kai's words, Lu Qingshuang also nodded. I think it's better to ask directly. After all, she had noticed before that Songqing's family conditions did not seem to be very good. It seems that the family is short of money. After a while, the group returned to the villa area of Yuding in a mighty manner. The confidentiality of this villa area is still very good, so when getting off the car, Yan Feifei had already taken off all the things wrapped around her body. However, she didn't know anyone particularly well here, and Sheng Firen was not here either. This made Yan Feifei, who already had a bit of social anxiety, even more restrained. But fortunately, Lu Qingxuang is here. She is very careful, not only in business but also in daily life. She could keenly sense everyone's emotions and then go up to them and talk to them. The most important thing is that Yan Feifei's identity is indeed quite special, so it is better to treat her with caution. Lu Qingxuang didn't expect that Kai Yi was really doing great things quietly. If it weren't for this incident that happened to him, she really wouldn't have thought that Kai Yi's charm was so great. But later she wanted to come again. Kai Yi is indeed worthy. After all, he really is a very nice guy. After the group walked into the villa, they all gathered there and chatted for a while. After all, Kai Yi's affairs are a big deal to them, so they should be treated well. Seeing that it was getting late, Lu Qingxuang asked everyone to finish their meal here before leaving. For some people, this still feels a bit awkward. But after all, they hadn't seen Kai Yi for half a month, so after thinking about it, everyone agreed. Song Qing had just returned from school and happened to meet a group of people in the living room. Moreover, these people look very familiar. There is no need to mention Lu Qingxuang, Yi Ruo, Wahudi and so on. How come top actress Yan Feifei and Mr. Lu from Guhua Company are also here? Now, Song Qing stood at the door and became stiff. Although she is very proud. But to put it bluntly, she is just a college student who has not yet graduated, so when she meets these people, she is still somewhat restrained and nervous. Song Qing is back. The group of people were chatting happily with Kai Yi, and in the end it was Lu Qingxuang who first noticed Song Qing standing at the door. She smiled and greeted Song Qing. Kai Yi is back, don't you want to come over and say hello? As Lu Qingxuang spoke, Kai Yi also looked over with a smile. In fact, Song Qing has been very worried about Kai Yi in the past half-month. Although she thought she hated Kai Yi before, she didn't expect that after Kai Yi got into trouble, she would be unable to rest day and night. However, compared to others, she was sad and heartbroken alone in her room. Not only that, she knew that she couldn't help much at the moment. The others can help to some extent and help find traces of Kai Yi. She was the only one, with no power, no money, nothing, not even a single skill of her own. After realizing this, Song Qing was deeply shocked. Although in the first 20 years of her life, she had always secretly sworn in her heart that she must become very rich in the future. Let those who look down on her and her mother see this. So, in Song Qing's previous concept, no matter what method he used, even if he got together with Yi Han, even if he hooked up with Yi Han, as long as I become rich, that's enough. But after meeting Kai Yi, these thoughts were inevitably hit several times. At the beginning, Song Qing would be very angry and even look down on Kai Yi. But until later on, Song Qing actually felt more and more that what Kai Yi said made sense. She only has a face. What is there to be proud of? Yi Han had been flirting with me before, not only to relieve his loneliness but also to take advantage of me. To put it bluntly, I may be nothing to Yi Han. Compared to Yi Han, Kai Yi seemed to have taught him a lot of principles. Although, his methods were admittedly a bit crude. But I have to say, it is really useful. Song Qing quickly faced the reality. Recognize who you really are. It even made Song Qing realize what kind of life she really wanted. Therefore, during the half-month that Kai Yi disappeared, Song Qing also realized that Kai Yi was special in her heart. She didn't know how she felt about Yi Han or Kai Yi now. However, during this half-month, she did know that Kai Yi was special to her. Kai Yi. She looked at Kai Yi with surprise after seeing Kai Yi sitting there intact and alive. Song Qing had also forgotten about being nervous. I forgot the restraint I felt when facing these people. She trotted straight to Kai Yi, and in everyone's surprised eyes, she threw herself into Kai Yi's arms. Everyone blinked, and then looked at each other. Even Lu Qingxuang was a little surprised when she saw Song Qing's action. But, it seems to be unexpected. Song Qing Yi Ruo stood there in a daze, then immediately reacted. No, it seems that the relationship between Song Qing and Kai Yi is not very good. Why now? Song Qing subconsciously raised her head and looked over, then blinked blankly with red eyes. So worried about me? Kai Yi chuckled, then looked up at Song Qing who was almost sitting astride him. Ah yes, I am a little worried about you. After all, as a colleague. Suddenly realizing that she was indeed a little excited, Song Qing sniffed and quickly stood in front of Kai Yi with a red face. After carefully looking at the expressions of the people around me, I saw that everyone was looking at me in surprise. Song Qing's face became even redder. Being looked at by so many outstanding women, Song Qing did feel a little inferior. Not only that, she didn't expect that she was so excited just now. Oh, I see. It's okay. You don't have to worry about me. I'm fine. Kai Yi looked at Song Qing's expression meaningfully, then nodded and said. I hope you're okay. Song Qing said somewhat at a loss. As she spoke, she raised her head and looked at Lu Qingshuang. Well, you guys chat first, I'll go to the kitchen to prepare the meal. Having said that, Song Qing walked towards the kitchen very consciously. No need, Song Qing. I've ordered food at the hotel, so you don't have to make it. Ah. Hearing this, Song Qing paused for a moment, but still walked towards the kitchen. Well, I'll go prepare some fruit plates then. Having said that, Song Qing almost ran back to the kitchen. At this time, Kai Yi, who was sitting among the people on the sofa, suddenly realized that something was wrong. He subconsciously looked back, only to find that everyone was looking at him with strange eyes. Almost in an instant, Kai Yi felt a chill on his back. Brother Yi, you are really charming. Yiroro spoke first, but not only was the little witch's tone meaningful, but so was the expression on her face. Yeah, we underestimated Kai Yi. After Lu Ruya took a sip of tea, she nodded in agreement. The others didn't say anything, but just looked at Kai Yi with their eyes slightly narrowed. Yan Feifei blinked, looked at Kai Yi, then looked at the people around her, and then her eyes rolled around. Being watched by everyone, Kai Yi was the only one who was uneasy. Well, that's not the point. I'm just an ordinary person. If you have to say my strengths, I'm just a little bit kind. As he spoke, Kai Yi looked at everyone and smiled awkwardly. Before anyone else could say anything, a cell phone suddenly rang in the living room. Everyone looked over subconsciously, and then found Yan Feifei looking at her mobile phone with a delicate frown. It's okay, you don't have to worry about us, you can go to the balcony to answer the phone. Seeing that Yan Feifei was a little bit jealous of Kai Yi, Lu Qingshuang said sympathetically. I know, but the caller is Yi Han. After hearing Yi Han's name, everyone looked over curiously. At the same time, a complex emotion flashed across everyone's eyes. After all, almost everyone present here has some relationship with Yi Han. Some of the relationships are even quite close. Thinking of this, everyone started to look unnatural. Feifei, do you contact him often? Lu Qingshuang asked curiously. Not really. We don't contact each other often, but he greets me every month or something, Yan Feifei said slowly. Hearing this, not only the people in the living room, but also Song Qing in the kitchen looked puzzled. It seems that Yi Han just doesn't contact them often or has forgotten to do so. For those who haven't started to fool people yet, we still keep in touch frequently. While they were talking, the ringing sound of the cell phone in Yan Feifei's hand disappeared. Because she didn't answer the call was automatically hung up. However, at the moment the ringtone disappeared, the familiar telephone ringtone suddenly rang. The contact displayed above is naturally Yan Feifei. It seems that Yi Han is very obsessed with you. Lu Qingshuang on the side said meaningfully. After hearing this, except for Song Qing and Yiroro who didn't quite understand, everyone else had already made some guesses. After all, as an insider, they also knew that there was more than just a red background behind Yan Feifei. Not only that, but the red background is even unusual. This is of great help to Yi Han. Why don't you just answer it? Just as everyone was looking at Yan Feifei, Kai Yi suddenly spoke. Ah, Yan Feifei looked at the people around her hesitantly, and then looked at Yiroro. After all, Yiroro is Yi Han's sister, and now she is talking about Yi Han in front of her. She still felt somewhat guilty. Looking at Yan Feifei's eyes, Yiroro was somewhat confused. Especially today, seeing everyone surrounding Kai Yi, Yiroro has not yet reacted. Although she has just entered society, she doesn't understand the ways of the world very well. I don't understand and can't guess what they mean. But she could still see the embarrassment on their faces. So after hesitating for a moment, Yiroro smiled and stood up. Well, you guys go ahead and chat first. I just happened to have a document that I haven't finished writing yet. Call me when it's time for dinner. Having said that, Yiroro went upstairs with brisk steps. Looking at the heartless look of this little girl, she really didn't understand their other meaning. After watching Yi Roro go upstairs, Yan Feifei also answered Kai Yi's call. She also turned on the speakerphone directly. "Feifei, are you resting?" The next second, Yi Han's very gentle voice came out from the microphone. Hearing this, the expressions of the people present became complicated. Of course, except Lu Ruya and Lu Qingshuang. Ahem, no, I was just busy. Yan Feifei felt a little embarrassed to start lying in front of so many people. "Oh, that's good. I thought you were not feeling well again. If you feel unwell, be sure to tell me." Yi Han's very gentle and concerned voice sounded again from the opposite side. Now, there was no need for others to say anything, even Yan Feifei herself felt a little helpless. "Brother Yi Han, you don't have to worry about me so much. Although my body is not fully recovered, if you take good care of me, I won't get sick often. Isn't this always worrying?" After hearing Yan Feifei's words, Yi Han on the opposite side also spoke with a smile. It was as if he didn't hear the helplessness in Yan Feifei's words at all. "By the way, Feifei, I found a doctor here who seems to have a chance of curing your illness." Although Yan Feifei often felt that Yi Han was very helpless. But after hearing Yi Han's words, her eyes suddenly lit up. However, after the surprise, she recalled all the attempts she had made over the years. A helpless smile. The little face that had always been smiling was now full of bitterness. "No, brother Yi Han, you don't have to worry about me. I know my illness well. As long as it stabilizes, it's fine. I can't expect it to get better. Feifei, don't think like that. You still have a long way to go in your life. Besides, anything is possible. Maybe your illness can really be cured this time." Yi Han on the opposite side continued to persuade patiently, and even his tone was always very gentle. "No, I have tried everything over the years, and I am too lazy to bother with it anymore." Yan Feifei declined. After all, during this period of time, she has already learned some about Yi Han's deeds from everyone. This also made Yan Feifei's impression of Yi Han worse. "Feifei, you can't think like that. How about this, give me your uncle and aunt's phone number and I'll discuss it with them. There are some things you don't understand, but your uncle and aunt will definitely understand." Yi Han said slowly. Hearing this, Lu Qing's face immediately showed an expression of understanding. Lu Ruya was not polite and just sneered. "Well, my parents are very busy and I don't want to disturb them," Yan Feifei said helplessly. "Is that so? But this is definitely a good opportunity. I put in a lot of effort to get the contact information of that master. I'm afraid he won't give me face if I come forward." After hearing Yan Feifei say this, Yi Han continued. As he spoke, he even sighed. Yan Feifei was still thinking about how to politely reject Yi Han. But after hearing Yi Han's words, she suddenly became calm. After all, she knew that some powerful people did not easily meet people. Maybe, the person Yi Han was talking about is really very powerful. Thinking of this, Yan Feifei's face couldn't help but show some emotion. Seeing this, Kai Yi couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly and looked at the phone in Yan Feifei's hand. It's indeed Yi Han, he's really cunning. Well, maybe I should discuss this with my parents first. Yan Feifei still had some hope in her heart. After all, we are born as human beings and live in this world. Who doesn't want a healthy body? Who wants to live cautiously every day? Although Yan Feifei said so. But Yi Han on the opposite side had already noticed that Yan Feifei's attitude had softened a bit. "Well, Feifei, you must discuss this with your parents. After all, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Yi Han's tone was very serious and solemn, and it actually sounded quite intimidating. "Okay, I'll discuss it with them." After responding to Yi Han, Yan Feifei hung up the phone. "Feifei, have you been looking for a doctor?" Seeing this, Kai Yi on the side also asked. Hearing this, Yan Feifei subconsciously looked up at Kai Yi. Her eyes were somewhat evasive. Then she nodded slightly. "Although the situation has stabilized now, you know what happened before. You can't get too excited. You also need to be careful in your life. If I don't pay attention, I might faint. If I'm not so lucky, I might suffocate to death." As she spoke, Yan Feifei's expression became depressed. She sat there with her eyelashes slightly drooped, looking like a fragile object. "So actually my wish is very simple. I don't ask for special health. As long as I can be like a normal person, I will be satisfied." As she spoke, Yan Feifei's eyes couldn't help but become red. Seeing this, the others couldn't help but sigh inwardly. After all, seeing this scene, they would not feel any comfort. After all the comfort at this moment seemed so powerless. Moreover, even if they wanted to help, they didn't know how. After all, they all knew about Yan Feifei's family situation. This kind of family background means that all the doctors available have already been hired. So apart from my family, I am also secretly looking for a doctor by myself, but at the moment, there is no hope. Thinking of this, Yan Feifei lowered her head. The whole person was instantly shrouded in a gloomy mood. Looking at Yan Feifei's appearance, Kai Yi couldn't help but frown. He even started to curse Yi Han in his heart for mentioning this matter. I just remembered that when Yan Feifei fainted before, my method seemed to be useful at that time. And at that time, Kai Yi only pressed a few acupoints. Didn't even start acupuncture for her. Thinking of this, Kai Yi also had a bold idea in his mind. Maybe, he can really save Yan Feifei completely. In that case, can you let me try? Kai Yi suddenly suggested. Yan Feifei is still immersed in such a state of emotion just now that I didn't hear clearly what Kai Yi was saying for a moment. After hearing Kai Yi's words, the others also looked over curiously. Kai Yi, do you know medical skills? Lu Ruya also looked at Kai Yi with curiosity, but now her expression seemed to be rather doubtful. But the butterfly didn't say anything and continued to sit there quietly. But at this moment, after hearing Kai Yi's words, his eyes suddenly widened a little. Then he looked at Kai Yi with some curiosity. Even Song Qing in the kitchen was confused and helpless. In his opinion, although Kai Yi is a capable person, he can't be so comprehensive, right? And the span is so great. As expected, Kai Yi still likes to show off. Thinking of this, Song Qing couldn't help but shook her head. I think maybe. Voices of approval rang out, and everyone looked over subconsciously. Then he saw Lu Qingshuang looking at Kai Yi with a smile and said, Yan Feifei had just reacted to the previous sentence, but after hearing Lu Qingshuang's voice, she looked at Lu Qingshuang curiously again. In fact, Kai Yi is quite accomplished in Chinese medicine. If I were to describe it, he is better than all those big shots in Linhai City who are cheating and deceiving people. Lu Qingshuang said with certainty. If someone else said this, it might be a bit doubtful. But after hearing what Lu Qingshuang said, everyone couldn't help but start to think seriously about it. After all, Lu Qingshuang's credibility is still very strong. Besides, she didn't seem like someone who would joke about such things. However, everyone was still a little confused. After all, does Kai Yi really know medical skills? Why haven't I heard of it before? Even the butterfly was a little puzzled. Kai Yi, do you really know medical skills? What even butterfly doesn't know? After hearing what Wahyudi said, everyone looked at Kai Yi curiously again. After all, Wahyudi and Kai Yi were in the same team before. When we are abroad, we may stay together all the time due to missions. If even the butterfly doesn't know. Amid the curious and puzzled looks of the crowd, Kai Yi finally nodded. Because I learned it secretly before, no one knows about it. Kai Yi smiled awkwardly and said. Learned secretly. After hearing Kai Yi say this, Yan Feifei became even more curious. However, after hearing this, Wahyudi and Lu Qingshuang immediately understood. After all, they both naturally knew better what kind of person Yi Han was. When she thought about the monkey dying for no reason because of Yi Han's suspicion, Butterfly began to feel fortunate. Fortunately, Kai Yi is now hiding his strength. Otherwise, perhaps before, Kai Yi might have been framed by Yi Han. Thinking of this, Butterfly even breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, after all, I offended too many people before. So, it would be bad if they discovered my abilities. Maybe out of jealousy, they secretly killed me, that would be bad. Kai Yi said with a playful smile on his face. This sounds like a joke, but it is indeed a statement of fact. Yan Feifei also heard that Kai Yi probably didn't want to describe those things in detail. That's why I say this. I see. Having said that, Yan Feifei looked at Lu Qingshuang again, and then at Kai Yi. It seems that he is still a little worried. It's about the body after all. Moreover, her illness is very complicated. If it is not treated properly, it may worsen. If this happens, her current peace will be gone forever. Then she would go back to living in the hospital every day. In fact, it may not be as comfortable as before. In fact, logically speaking, the reason I can sit here and talk to you is all thanks to Kai Yi. Seeing that everyone still didn't quite believe in Kai Yi's ability, Lu Qingxuang leaned slightly and leaned on the edge of the sofa. Then she slowly recounted what had happened before. You can't imagine how terrible it is to be in a vegetative state. At that time, I felt like I was a living dead. It was really shocking to hear the cold-faced king of hell, who was always proud, decisive and perfect in front of outsiders, say this. And after seeing the bitterness on Lu Qingxuang's face, everyone couldn't help but be stunned. Not to mention others, even they had never seen Lu Qingxuang like this. It is said that even when Lu Qingxuang woke up and knew that there was a lot of mess in the company, she was still very calm. It even dealt with all the hidden dangers, big and small, in the company very quickly and directly. This was the news that went viral in the business community right after Lu Qingxuang returned to the company. And when has the powerful and cold-faced king of hell ever shown his miserable appearance to others? To outsiders, she is a businesswoman who couldn't be more perfect. Seeing everyone's touched looks, Lu Qingxuang gave a bitter smile and then continued to talk about what happened before. I don't know about other people, but when I was in a vegetative state, I could sense the sounds and movements of the outside world, but I couldn't move. No matter how hard I racked my brains and tried, I still couldn't control my body. Hearing Lu Qingxuang say this, everyone's breathing held again. After all, if Lu Qingxuang was conscious during her vegetative state, that means Lu Qingxuang endured 2 years of endless loneliness all by herself. Everyone was instantly shocked by this fact. Even Lu Ruya frowned tightly after hearing this. As a well-known figure in the business world, she is a strong competitor of Lu Qingxuang. I know how outstanding Lu Qingxuang is. When Lu Ruya thought of the endless loneliness, she suddenly felt very depressed. But the arrogant Lu Qingxuang could describe her previous experience so lightly. This made Lu Ruya sigh at Lu Qingxuang's strong mentality, and also admire Lu Qingxuang very much. She thought that if she were in the same situation, she definitely won't be able to endure it. After all, now everyone knows that it took Lu Qingxuang 2 years to wake up. But if we put ourselves in Lu Qingxuang's perspective, at that time, she didn't know when she would wake up. Maybe it will be a few years, maybe a dozen years, maybe even decades, or maybe you will never wake up. So, at that time, she was still full of hope for life. Song Qing, who was in the kitchen, was also shocked. Ever since she said she would come in to prepare the fruit plate, Song Qing has not gone out at all. In fact, Song Qing didn't always want to stand inside and eavesdrop. It was because she couldn't find a suitable reason to go out. Rather than going out and feeling awkward, she might as well just stand here. After all, it didn't seem like the others were really interested in eating the fruit plate. She hasn't yet recovered from Yihan's attitude. Even the disappointment in my heart has not subsided. I heard these words directly. What Lu Qingxuang said was like a bolt from the blue to Song Qing. What? It turns out that during her vegetative state, Lu Qingxuang was conscious. Can it sense what is happening outside? That means, all my previous neglect. There was also the time when he talked about love with Yihan on the phone, and even when he was flirting with Yihan in front of Lu Qingxuang's bed. Lu Qingxuang knew all this. She widened her eyes, and her mind went blank after hearing those words. Song Qing staggered back a few steps, then leaned against the wall, her whole body suddenly stiffening. In fact, Song Qing knew about Lu Qingxuang's personality and reputation outside. So, why has Lu Qingxuang been so kind to me during this period? Is it because she really doesn't care about me, or is she planning how to deal with me? Others may not be able to hear what is happening in the kitchen. But Kai Yi could clearly hear the staggering footsteps and rapid breathing in the kitchen. He glanced meaningfully at the kitchen. It seemed that the babysitter was really frightened. So, I knew that no doctor could do anything to me at that time. I was indeed desperate at that time and even thought about giving up on myself. But just when I thought everything was quiet, Kai Yi appeared. He has been taking good care of me, and even used his medical skills to slowly bring me back to health. Although it wasn't a short time, it was pretty quick compared to the torture and countless sighs of pain from other doctors. Having said this, Lu Qingxuang slowly raised her head and looked at Kai Yi. The emotions in her beautiful eyes became more tender. After hearing Lu Qingxuang's words, Yan Feifei's eyes became brighter. After all, as a patient, Yan Feifei had heard a lot about Lu Qingxuang before. I heard that when Lu Qingxuang was in a coma, doctors from almost all over the country were invited to treat her. Even some doctors who were hard to hire came. However, facing Lu Qingshuang's condition, no one could do anything. Logically speaking, the medical skills of those doctors are not bad. Even if Lu Qingshuang cannot be woken up successfully, her condition can still be changed. But I didn't expect that it would last for more than a year. Lu Qingshuang's condition remained unchanged. This is already very strange. And from that time on, not only all doctors in the circle, even everyone concluded that Lu Qingshuang might not be able to be saved. At that time, even Yan Feifei lamented that her condition had not reached that stage yet. So, even Lu Qingshuang could be rescued. If the condition can even recover so quickly, then it is possible for me too, right? Thinking of this, Yan Feifei looked at Kai Yi with hope on her face. At this moment, the expression on her face no longer showed the embarrassment and entanglement just now. If it's possible, I'd like to trouble you, Brother Yi. Yan Feifei said with a smile. What's the trouble with this? It's just a piece of cake. Kai Yi smiled and waved his hands, as if it was really just a small matter. However, Yan Feifei was still very moved. After all, she knew that Kai Yi just didn't want her to feel too burdened. Ding ding, the favorability of the female protagonist of Destiny has been detected, and 2000 villain points are awarded. After hearing the system prompt, Kai Yi remembered to check Yan Feifei's favorability towards him. After seeing the number 85, Kai Yi was not surprised. After all, it becomes increasingly difficult to increase favorability as time goes on. Thinking of this, Kai Yi became curious about how much Wahyudi liked him at this moment. However, when he saw the favorability panel in front of Wahyudi, Kai Yi couldn't help but curl his lips. Although it was expected, Kai Yi was still a little disappointed when he saw the number 60. Given their relationship, Wahyudi's favorability towards him is only 60. Something is wrong, very wrong. For this fact, no, it is not a fact. Kai Yi was very dissatisfied with this result. After all, he thought he had a pretty good relationship with Butterfly. Butterfly usually has a very cold personality. In the few years that he had been with her, Kai Yi rarely saw her smile at others. It's not that Kai Yi is narcissistic. In his opinion, Butterfly treats him differently from others. Even when facing herself, Butterfly was very relaxed and at ease. After thinking about various possibilities, Kai Yi still couldn't accept this reality. Kai Yi, what's wrong with the system? It's impossible that Butterfly has only this much affection for me. System. After checking, we concluded that the Butterfly's favorability value is normal. This sentence is telling Kai Yi that there is no problem with the system. Kai Yi suddenly fell silent. Kai Yi. System. But the system kindly reminds you that the maximum favorability of Butterfly towards others is 5. Hearing this, Kai Yi was stunned. After seeing the system escaping underground, Kai Yi sat there and thought about this problem carefully. This means that Wahyudi's favorability towards herself at 60 is already the highest. And compared to those 5, my 60 is indeed a lot. In an instant, Kai Yi's mood suddenly improved. The Butterfly standing by was somewhat surprised. Although Kai Yi didn't show any expression, the aura around him seemed a little off. Soon the food ordered by the hotel was delivered. Yiroro upstairs also slowly walked down the stairs. After getting Kai Yi's affirmation, Yan Feifei went back in a good mood after finishing her meal. Even Lu Ruya felt relieved, and after looking at Kai Yi with affection, she said goodbye and left. After all, during the time she was looking for Kai Yi, she also fell behind in a lot of work. During the meal just now, Song Qing was just eating quietly without saying a word. Looks very shy. But only Kai Yi knew that Song Qing was devastated by what had just happened. And I couldn't get a word in. Sure enough, when everyone left, Song Qing raised her head. He raised his head and looked at Kai Yi and Lu Qingshuang cautiously. She secretly observed the expressions of the two people while quietly cleaning the table. Would you like to go to rest quickly after dinner? After all, you have a physical checkup tomorrow. Lu Qingshuang said with concern. Isn't it too early to go to rest now? Kai Yi glanced at the time. It was only 7 o'clock. Because they couldn't eat at night, Lu Qingshuang asked Kai Yi to eat early. Yes, it's just getting dark now. Yiroro laughed, then jumped onto the sofa and leaned directly against Kai Yi. Brother Yi, you are finally back. You don't know what kind of life I have been going through during the time you were away. As she spoke, Yiroro sighed exaggeratedly. Looking at the two of them fighting and playing over there, Lu Qingxuang shook her head helplessly. Well, I'll go upstairs and work for a while, then come down later. Having said that, Lu Qingxuang turned around and walked towards the stairs. However, she did not go upstairs immediately, but turned her head and looked in the direction of the restaurant. Just at the moment she turned her head, she met the eyes of Song Qing, who was secretly looking at her. In fact, Lu Qingxuang had just noticed that Song Qing had been secretly staring at her. Now that he had discovered it, he gave her a test look before walking towards her. The sound of Yi Ruo and Kai Yi fighting was heard in her ears, but Song Qing suddenly froze there. In fact, she immediately understood what Lu Qingxuang meant, but when she thought of the words she had just heard in the kitchen. This also made Song Qing suddenly afraid to look directly at Lu Qingxuang. When she thought about what she had done before, even her laziness, she knew about it a long time ago, and Song Qing didn't know what to do. Now Lu Qingxuang asked me to go up, was she going to interrogate me? But she knew it before, why didn't she interrogate herself before? Or was he observing himself before? Or is there something else? Song Qing stood there and thought about it for a while. But the more she thought about it, the more confused her mind became. After a while, she finally gave up thinking, turned around and walked straight up the stairs. After hearing the sound of going up the stairs, Kai Yi also slowly glanced at Song Qing, who was standing on the stairs with a nervous look on her face. Then he smiled and looked away. Speaking of which, Brother Yi, I really didn't expect you to be so charming. There are so many beautiful women who care about you. The little girl who was smiling playfully just now couldn't help but pout her lips slightly and looked at him angrily when she said this. Kai Yi rubbed Yi Ruru's little face with a smile. Okay, what's there to be angry about besides, isn't it good for me to be charming? That's not the case. Looking at Kai Yi, who was so close to her, and thinking of the beauties who had appeared in the past half-month, Yi Ruru couldn't help feeling a little discouraged. Yes. At the same time, it also made Yi Ruru a little discouraged. There are so many beautiful women around Kai Yi, and he is not really outstanding. What if Kai Yi is even more unwilling to stay with me because of my temper? Thinking of this, Yi Ruru looked at Kai Yi with a smile again. Brother Yi, then I am also considered a beauty, right? As she spoke, Yi Ruru blinked her eyes and looked at Kai Yi with a smile. Why don't you count? Kai Yi raised his eyebrows and looked at Yi Ruru, and suddenly felt that the little girl had no self-awareness. As one of the destined heroines, her appearance and figure are naturally outstanding. Even dazzling. After hearing Kai Yi's answer, Yi Ruru grinned happily. She rushed forward and hugged Kai Yi directly. No, to be precise, she threw herself directly into Kai Yi's arms. Hee, I don't know what kind of man will be my boyfriend in the future. I have to use Brother Yi as a standard. Hearing the hint in the little girl's words, Kai Yi just chuckled a few times and didn't say anything. Seeing that Kai Yi didn't say anything, Yi Ruru continued. Brother Yi, what about you? What kind of girlfriend do you want to find in the future? Me. As Kai Yi spoke, he also sighed. I don't have that idea at the moment. Didn't I tell you before that my last relationship left a shadow on me? So, I still think it's better to be a fish in the sea or a bird in the sky, free and unfettered. Kai Yi said cryptically. If an ordinary person heard Kai Yi say this, they would definitely think Kai Yi was stupid. Why do you want to be a fish in other people's ponds and seas? But, Yi Ruru in front of him at this moment could immediately understand the meaning of Kai Yi's words. She pursed her lips slightly, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. But at the same time, she also knew that Kai Yi was destined to have that kind of personality. Especially after his last relationship, Kai Yi no longer wanted to be bound by anything. Yi Ruru felt sorry for Kai Yi, so naturally she wouldn't say anything. But at the same time, she was also very jealous of Kai Yi's previous girlfriend. She hated her for causing Kai Yi to get hurt, and at the same time she was wondering why she hadn't met Kai Yi earlier. Maybe that position is hers. Kai Yi lowered his head slightly and looked at Yi Ruru in his arms. Although I don't know what the little girl is thinking about with such a serious face, she looks very serious. So seeing this, Kai Yi did not say anything to disturb Yi Ruru. Although everything below looked peaceful, it was not so quiet upstairs. Of course, this unrest was just Song Qing's wishful thinking in her own imagination. She walked up the stairs nervously, and then slowly stopped not far in front of Lu Qingxuang's door. Looking at the study door with a gap, Song Qing felt even more uneasy. Although the corridor was very quiet at this time. But she always felt that this seemed like the prelude to the coming storm. This made her even more panicked. If before this, Lu Qingshuang came to question Song Qing, then Song Qing would still make up stories, but now, after knowing that when Lu Qingshuang was in a vegetative state, she was aware of the outside world and was conscious. Song Qing suddenly felt that no matter how much she said, it would be in vain. After all, I am like a clown at this moment. Seeing that the delay had lasted for a long time, after hesitating for a while, Song Qing finally gritted her teeth, knocked on the door, and pushed it open before walking in. You're here. At this time, Lu Qingshuang was not working, but sipping tea on the sofa nearby. That's great. I just made some tea. Would you like to come over and try some? After closing the door behind her, although Song Qing was unsure of what Lu Qingshuang meant, she nodded in the end and sat next to Lu Qingshuang very obediently. Perhaps noticing that Song Qing's condition was a little unusual at the moment, Lu Qingshuang couldn't help but look up and look at Song Qing a few more times. Come. Lu Qingshuang placed a cup of tea in front of Song Qing. But how could Song Qing still have the heart to drink tea? She sat there stiffly, watching Lu Qingshuang take a sip of tea before she asked. Sister Qingshuang, you, what's the matter with you asking me to come up? After looking up at Song Qing, Lu Qingshuang put down the teacup. Looking at Song Qing's uneasy expression and reserved look, Lu Qingshuang also spoke. Then I'll just say it directly. I think you should have noticed some time ago that I have fired all the people assigned by Yi Han. Song Qing nodded, pursed her lips and said nothing. Of course she knew that, but Lu Qingshuang stayed behind at that time. She thought Lu Qingshuang trusted her. But now that I think about it. Sure enough, Lu Qingshuang mentioned her in the next sentence. I know that you were also arranged by Yi Han, but after considering your conditions, I didn't fire you. After all, it's really not easy for you now. After hearing Lu Qingshuang's words, Song Qing slowly lowered her head. In fact, what Lu Qingshuang said was right. She really needed this job now. Especially after school starts, it is still very convenient to study and work at the same time. But the main reason is that the salary for this job is really high and really generous. 20,000 yuan a month is enough for Song Qing. Even after paying for her living expenses and tuition every month, Song Qing can still give some money to her mother. However, after all, there is Yi Han between us, which is a bit. As Lu Qingshuang spoke, she reached out and gently spun the teacup in her hand. Seeing this, Song Qing quickly started to explain. Sister Qingshuang, please don't misunderstand me. I rarely contacted Brother Han when I was working here, and I didn't say anything about it. What should be said? Quote. After hearing Song Qing's words, Lu Qingshuang nodded with satisfaction. Well, I am aware of this, so considering the comprehensive reasons, I did not fire you. Then I also discussed it with Kai Yi and thought it would be better to ask you directly. If you want to continue working, that's fine. If you don't want to stay here, that's fine too. You don't have to consider the relationship between Yi Han and me. We have no relationship at all, and we won't have any relationship in the future, so even if there is something going on between you two, it has nothing to do with me. Of course, maybe Yi Han treats you well, and you may not be short of money, and you don't want to be a nanny here anymore. Although she couldn't say that she liked Song Qing, Lu Qingshuang didn't hate her either. After all, from her observation, she could tell clearly from Yi Han's reaction. Song Qing really didn't say much to him. If it were someone else, it might not be like this. After hearing Lu Qingshuang's question, Song Qing fell silent. Of course she needs this job. But when I think of Yi Han. Song Qing clenched her fists tightly. It seemed that everyone felt that they had received a lot of benefits after currying favor with Yi Han. But in fact, apart from paying her rent for a few months, Yi Han never gave her anything. Even the salary I received as a nanny from the beginning to now was paid by Lu Qingshuang. Thinking of this, Song Qing's mood became even more complicated. If possible, she would have to be very tough and leave immediately, but reality does not allow her to do so. I still want to stay here. After all, an easy and high-paying job is already good. Okay, I get it then. Having said that, Lu Qingshuang didn't say anything else. Song Qing was still sitting there very nervously, waiting for Lu Qingshuang's other questions. But until a long while later, Lu Qingshuang didn't say anything. Sister Qingxuang, you have anything else you want to ask me? Song Qing looked over curiously. Gently shaking her head, Lu Qingxuang said, those have nothing to do with me anymore. But don't you want to try that cup of tea? It's really delicious. Song Qing hadn't reacted until she came out of Lu Qingxuang's study. It just passed so peacefully. That's all. It was not until she turned around and looked at Lu Qingxuang's closed study door that Song Qing finally reacted. It wasn't until the sound of footsteps came up the stairs that Yuro trembled suddenly. She subconsciously wanted to straighten up from Kai Yi's arms. But immediately, she paused. The big eyes rolled around, and then the gesture of getting up was immediately retracted. She fell into Kai Yi's arms again. After noticing Yiruru's actions, Kai Yi raised his eyebrows slightly. Then, he subconsciously looked back and saw that the person walking down was Song Qing. Song Qing had just breathed a sigh of relief and saw this scene when she walked downstairs. This made her expression stiffen for a moment. But soon, she turned around and pretended nothing had happened and walked straight to the kitchen. Not for any other reason, just because I'm used to it. However, Song Qing actually felt a little uncomfortable. But she herself couldn't really explain why she felt so uncomfortable. Because he had returned in a hurry the day before, Lu Qingxuang ordered Kai Yi to go to rest quickly. So this led to Kai Yi waking up very early the next morning. After waking up, Kai Yi immediately felt his throat was very dry. Although Linhai City is also close to the sea, it is still drier than the deserted island. So, after getting up, Kai Yi subconsciously prepared to get a glass of water. However, there was no water in the water dispenser in his room at this time. So after thinking for a while, Kai Yi had no choice but to go downstairs to get some water. But at this time, no one in the family had woken up yet. Because he needs a full body checkup, Kai Yi currently cannot eat anything and can only drink water. However, just as Kai Yi received a glass of water, he heard a rustling sound coming from the side. He subconsciously turned his head to look over, and then happened to meet Song Qing's eyes as she walked out of the kitchen. Kai Yi didn't think there was anything wrong, he just smiled at Song Qing subconsciously. But just with this smile, Song Qing suddenly became a little flustered. Subconsciously holding the things in his hands, Kai Yi smiled awkwardly. Qi, why did you come down? Kai Yi raised the water cup in his hand and said, come and drink some water. Oh, Song Qing nodded a little uncomfortably. Well, are you feeling well? Ever since Song Qing realized Kai Yi's position in her heart, she has actually always wanted to talk to Kai Yi. But since Kai Yi came back yesterday, until the evening rest time, Song Qing had no chance to talk to Kai Yi. So, when Song Qing saw Kai Yi, she wanted to go up and talk to him. But it seemed that the two of them had nothing in common. So after thinking about it, Song Qing could only ask this question haltingly. It's okay, don't worry, I don't feel unwell at all. In fact, I don't even need a physical examination from the way I feel. Kai Yi said happily. Hearing Kai Yi say this, even Song Qing's face instantly showed a hint of smile. Really, that's good. Fortunately you're okay. Song Qing couldn't help but sigh sincerely. But the next second, she met Kai Yi's slightly puzzled eyes. You seem to care about me a lot, I'm a little flattered. Kai Yi couldn't help but chuckle. After hearing Kai Yi say this, Song Qing's face couldn't help but get hot. I'm really worried about you. When saying this, Song Qing was even a little shy. She even pursed her lips slightly, blushed, and looked at Kai Yi a little embarrassedly. If you say that, then I will really misunderstand that you are interested in me. Kai Yi's teasing tone came from above his head. Suddenly, Song Qing squatted over there. She clenched her fists slightly, smiled and was about to raise her head to admit it, but she heard Kai Yi's next words. It seems that Sister Qingxuang talked to you yesterday. Song Qing looked at Kai Yi in confusion. Before she could even react to his words, she heard his words again. You don't have to be embarrassed. Even if Yi Han comes back later, you can leave or stay. Kai Yi smiled and went upstairs. I'll go upstairs and change my clothes and come right down. Having said that, Kai Yi turned around and left. Now only Song Qing was left, still standing there in a daze. Kai Yi's words just now contained so much information that she couldn't react immediately for a moment. Even after Kai Yi turned around and went upstairs, Song Qing was still standing there in a daze. Yes, although she had just successfully talked to Kai Yi. But what else was she praying for? She admitted that she wanted something more between her and Kai Yi. But the two words that Kai Yi just said instantly calmed Song Qing's impulse. Indeed, Yi Han will be back in less than half a month. It might even be just over a week. And in the few months that Yi Han was away, his attitude towards Kai Yi was not very good. He even used Yi Han to threaten Kai Yi many times. A huge gap has already arisen between the two of them. In fact, it was already very difficult for Kai Yi to stand in front of him and talk to him calmly. How could she still dream of taking another step forward? Kai Yi did wake up very early this time. After he went upstairs to change his clothes and wash up, no one even got up. Kai Yi, I've made up my mind. Just when Kai Yi was going downstairs, Song Qing suddenly came up to Kai Yi and spoke. Kai Yi looked over in confusion. Even if brother Han Yi Han comes back in the future, I will continue to work here. Song Qing said with a firm look. As she spoke, she carefully observed Kai Yi's expression. But to her disappointment, she couldn't see any emotion on Kai Yi's face. Not even surprised. You're going to do an internship soon. Aren't you planning on doing an internship at some big company? Kai Yi walked downstairs slowly, sat on the sofa and said. I'm not going. Seeing this, Song Qing sat down next to Kai Yi. I am quite satisfied here. This is not a lie, although I am embarrassed to say the word, nanny, out loud. But the treatment and salary are much better than those of interns in big companies. The boss will be back soon, don't you miss him? Kai Yi looked at Song Qing with a joking expression. Little did he know that when he went upstairs just now, Song Qing had already thought about all these things. I don't want to at all. Song Qing's attitude is very strange. After all, she had always followed Yi Han's lead before. So, when Kai Yi heard Song Qing say this, he looked her up and down with a strange expression. Then he just sneered. Do you believe what you said? Of course I do. Unexpectedly, Song Qing raised her head and met Kai Yi's eyes without any guilt. This made Kai Yi somewhat curious. Just after I went upstairs, what was going on in Song Qing's little head? Okay. He nodded casually, and even his tone was very casual. It was as if he didn't believe what Song Qing said. Looking at Kai Yi's expression, Song Qing felt somewhat anxious. Kai Yi, believe me, I really don't have any special feelings for Yi Han anymore. Now I only have feelings for you. As she spoke, Song Qing looked at Kai Yi shyly with a red face. If Kai Yi didn't know Song Qing's true face before, and remembered some of Song Qing's previous attitudes, then I would really be fooled by Song Qing. Really? He looked at Song Qing with a suspicious expression. But Song Qing is also a very generous person. Besides, compared to before, when he just wanted to cling to Yi Han. At this time, Song Qing naturally knew what her feelings towards Kai Yi were. Seeing that Kai Yi still didn't believe it, Song Qing bit her lip slightly. However, she could also understand Kai Yi's current mood. After all, the relationship between the two was indeed very tense before. Every time they opened their mouths, they made fun of each other. This is indeed not trustworthy. If you don't believe it. Having said that, Song Qing took a step forward shyly, and then approached Kai Yi. She even stood on tiptoe and leaned closer to Kai Yi's ear. If you don't believe me, you can do whatever you want when you come back from the hospital. Song Qing spoke softly to Kai Yi, and her tone was extremely ambiguous. Now, Kai Yi was really a little surprised. He didn't know whether Song Qing had really changed her appearance or whether she had some other plans in mind. Thinking of this, Kai Yi looked at Song Qing and slowly blinked his eyes. The next second, he saw clearly the favorability panel next to Song Qing. Yes, 75. Although it is not very high, it is not low either. This was a bit beyond Kai Yi's expectations. He also thought that his previous actions would make Song Qing hate him. I didn't expect that the favorability level is actually quite high. This reminded Kai Yi of the time when he took a photo of Song Qing's PG and Song Qing secretly hid her tie. Sure enough, he really guessed it right. In fact, Song Qing is a person with some small quirks. The worse you treat her, the more she will come after you. Or maybe Song Qing was just having some random thoughts when she was stranded on the deserted island. Kai Yi, are you awake? At this moment, Lu Qingshuang's voice suddenly appeared on the second floor. But now, the posture of the two is still very intimate. The moment Song Qing heard Lu Qingshuang's voice, she was frightened and quickly stood up. However, she was always a little nervous when facing Lu Qingxuang. Some even couldn't control their expressions. For example, now, Lu Qingxuang hasn't said much. Before she even came down from the second floor, Song Qing's face was already filled with guilt. Fortunately, Lu Qingxuang didn't seem to want to ask any more questions. This made Song Qing feel relieved. At the same time, I began to feel fortunate. Fortunately, the person who came down was Lu Qingxuang and not Yi Ruo, because her curiosity was not that strong. Because she had been concerned about giving Kai Yi a physical examination, Lu Qingxuang followed Kai Yi to the hospital after hurriedly finishing her meal. Although Kai Yi emphasized that he was not a child anymore and was just going for a physical examination, he was still fine. But Lu Qingxuang still stubbornly followed Kai Yi. This time they went to a private hospital, and because they had to do a very detailed physical examination, it took a little longer. However, around 10 o'clock, Lu Qingxuang received a call and looked somewhat unhappy. Seeing Lu Qingxuang like this, Kai Yi guessed that something must have happened in the company. As he expected, after hanging up the phone, Lu Qingxuang looked at Kai Yi with an expression as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. If you have something to do in your company, then go back. My work here is almost over anyway. Besides, Sister Qingxuang, don't underestimate the self-care ability of a mercenary. Somewhat dumb Kai Yi. Guess what happened? Although Lu Qingxuang understood all the reasons that Kai Yi said, she was shocked when she thought about the fact that she had promised Kai Yi to accompany him for the physical examination. In the end, Lu Qingxuang felt somewhat guilty because she had to break her promise. Kai Yi and Lu Qingxuang had been together for a long time, so even though she didn't show much guilt on her face. However, he had also clearly noticed that Lu Qingxuang was somewhat depressed. However, after Kai Yi's comfort, Lu Qingxuang felt much better. There are only a few projects anyway, it will be quick. Kai Yi said again. Hearing this, Lu Qingxuang couldn't help but let out a sigh. Well, okay then, I'll leave first. If anything happens to you here, be sure to contact me. Although she said this, Lu Qingxuang still left, looking back every few steps. This made Kai Yi somewhat amused and helpless. But when I think about the fact that they treat me like a child, it doesn't seem like a bad thing. The main thing is that both Ziqi and others know that in some ways, he is not a child. The physical examination went smoothly. Since it is a private hospital, if the results are available later, someone will convey them to you. Kai Yi glanced at the time. It was almost 12 o'clock and he was a little hungry. Kai Yi stood up and left the doctor's office. When he turned to go out, someone suddenly grabbed his arm in the corridor. Wait a moment. An anxious female voice sounded, and Kai Yi even felt the force holding his wrist was very strong. He turned his head in confusion. Although Kai Yi felt that the voice was very familiar, he did not react immediately. What's the matter, Wenwen? Kai Yi looked at the doctor behind him with some surprise. Why are you here? I'm here to study with you this time too. Brother Yi, why are you here? Are you feeling unwell? Li Wenwen also looked at Kai Yi with surprise, but even so, there was worry on her face. As she spoke, Li Wenwen looked up at the office where Kai Yi had just walked out. A more private subject. Li Wenwen spoke in a low voice, but she didn't finish her words. However, even so, Kai Yi, who had amazing hearing, still heard Li Wenwen's words clearly. He looked at Li Wenwen with a polite smile on his face, pretending not to hear what she said. Don't worry, I'm fine, just a routine checkup. Kai Yi said this with a very calm expression. After all, he thought that nothing was really wrong. In fact, he had not expected that the full-body examination Lu Qingxuang prepared for him would be so comprehensive. Even some more private aspects are included. Although Kai Yi explained it very calmly, looking at Li Wenwen's expression, it seemed that she didn't really believe it. Well, actually, as doctors, we won't think too much about illness. If you feel unwell, you can tell me. As if she was afraid that Kai Yi might feel uncomfortable, Li Wenwen spoke very softly and leaned close to Kai Yi and spoke softly. Looking at the little girl trying to protect her own face in a low voice, Kai Yi really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But, he really has nothing to do. What are you thinking about in your little head? You don't believe me when I say I'm fine. You have to hope that something happens to me, right? As Kai Yi was talking, he looked at Li Wenwen with a little resentment. Brother Yi, don't misunderstand me, that's not what I meant. Afraid that Kai Yi would think she was cursing him, Li Wenwen quickly waved her hands in panic. But in fact, she was still skeptical about Kai Yi's words, thinking that Kai Yi was just embarrassed to tell her. So, after thinking about it, she decided not to discuss this matter. Although I am quite worried, I can try to hint at it later. Okay, I didn't misunderstand. Seeing that the little girl looked very panicked, Kai Yi quickly spoke. Hearing this, Li Wenwen felt relieved. It's noon now, have you eaten yet? Li Wenwen shook her head subconsciously, then she saw Kai Yi smiling at her and then extending an invitation. Would you like to have dinner together? We haven't seen each other for a long time. Li Wenwen was still hesitating at first, but after hearing the second half of the sentence, she happily nodded and agreed. Indeed, it's been a long time since we last met. Although Li Wenwen would think of Kai Yi from time to time, she was still somewhat shy after all. So, even if I want to contact Kai Yi sometimes on weekdays. However, every time she mustered up the courage, it would instantly disappear the moment she opened the chat box with Kai Yi. The two of them didn't walk far. After all, Li Wenwen had to go back to the hospital to continue studying. Anyway, there are many high-end restaurants around the private hospital, so the two of them ate nearby. From the moment he walked out of the hospital until he sat down in the restaurant, Kai Yi could always see Li Wenwen's worried look. Knowing what Li Wenwen was worried about, Kai Yi felt even more helpless. It's not something that can be easily proven. Anyway, after the test results came out, Li Wenwen knew everything. Therefore, Kai Yi didn't say much. Are you also studying in the hospital this time in the men's department? Kai Yi hesitated, and then asked hesitantly. No, I'm just here to learn. I just walked to that floor because I wanted to find a teacher. Am I? Li Wenwen spoke softly, but her face was slightly red. Li Wenwen is indeed a thin-skinned person who gets shy easily. Seeing this, Kai Yi decided to stop teasing her. After all, teasing her too much would be bad. Oh, I see, but it seems like you often go to various hospitals to study. Kai Yi was really curious this time. After all, other medical students, if they study, generally seem to be in a hospital. Well, because my teacher thinks highly of me, he has been taking me with him. Speaking of this, Li Wenwen couldn't help but smile, and even had a hint of confidence on her face. It seems that she really loves her current life and career. Then I plan to work in this hospital while studying for my master's degree in the future. Li Wenwen said softly. This surprised Kai Yi a little. After all, he always thought that Li Wenwen would go to a hospital that followed the Gregorian calendar. But then he thought, Li Wenwen is usually very considerate to Fatty Li. Whenever I deliver meals to Fatty Li, I feel so distressed. So, in fact, she also wants to share some of the burden for the family and her brother. After all, it was someone else's family's private matter and their own decision, so Kai Yi didn't ask any further questions. There was silence between the two of them. Although it wasn't awkward, Li Wenwen still wanted to talk more with Kai Yi. After all, after this meeting, I don't know when we will meet again. Why did you think of having a full body checkup? Are you feeling unwell somewhere? Li Wenwen has met quite a few people over the years. Normally, I never even think about having a physical checkup, or I always think it's a minor problem at first. It was not until the pain in the back became unbearable that I came for a physical examination. Thinking of this, Li Wenwen looked over worriedly again. Seeing this, Kai Yi felt somewhat amused and helpless. He is indeed a good doctor, he is kind-hearted. Not really, it's just that something happened a while ago, so we have to check it out to prevent any problems. As Kai Yi was talking, the food had already started to be served. Something happened. Who is in trouble? Brother Yi, is it you? Seeing the anxious expression on the little girl's face, even her little face turned red with worry. Even the hand that was placed aside at the beginning was clenched into a fist nervously, and Kai Yi quickly began to explain. If it were someone else, he would definitely tease them if he thought it was fun. But the little girl was really sincere, and Kai Yi really couldn't bear to tease her. He always felt that if he lied to Li Wenwen, he would feel like a worthless person. After all, Li Wenwen is really too sincere. Don't worry. I was filming with the crew a while ago. While handling things, I accidentally fell into the sea and was stranded on a desert island. This sounded like a plot from a novel, and Li Wenwen's eyes widened immediately. She first stared at Kai Yi blankly, then stood up with a look of astonishment. What? Li Wenwen stood up suddenly, which even scared the waiter who was serving the food. Seeing this, Li Wenwen also reacted. She smiled embarrassedly at the waiter and sat down awkwardly. The waiter smiled back and then quietly left the room. Li Wenwen looked at Kai Yi opposite her awkwardly again. I was busy with some things recently, and now the little sheep is back. At this time, Li Wenwen was still feeling fortunate. Fortunately, the two of them were in a private room, otherwise his exaggerated behavior would have been seen by many people. Is what you said true or false? This plot was really a bit special, so after calming down a little, Li Wenwen tentatively asked Kai Yi. Of course it's true. I just came out of the deserted island these 2 days ago. Kai Yi was not the kind of person who would lie, so Li Wenwen naturally believed it. Especially, this time when I met Kai Yi, I did find that Kai Yi was a little darker than before. Li Wenbin thought it was caused by doing some physical work, but he didn't expect it was caused by being sunburned on a deserted island. Li Wenwen frowned when she thought that Kai Yi had fallen into the sea and landed directly on a deserted island. After all, not to mention the danger of falling into the sea, the hidden dangers and parasites on the deserted island are enough to make Li Wenwen worry. You're not injured, are you? But if you're not injured, you still need to check your body. After all, there are many hidden dangers on a deserted island that has never been developed by humans. Without waiting for Kai Yi to reply, Li Wenwen on the opposite side had already started talking incessantly. Li Wenwen's mouth was a little dry after saying the last word. After she drank a sip of water and saw Kai Yi looking at her with a smile, she suddenly realized her abnormal behavior. After being stunned for a moment, Li Wenwen's face suddenly turned red. I'm just a little worried, she murmured in a low voice. I have to say, I am very moved to hear you say these words. Kai Yi said sincerely. Li Wenwen blinked her eyes, feeling inexplicably sweet in her heart. The two of them ate the meal in silence. Although they were in different circles, they somehow got along very well. Even after finishing their meal, the two chatted for a while. Finally, seeing that it was getting late, Li Wenwen said goodbye to Kai Yi reluctantly and returned to the hospital. I have to say that Kai Yi enjoyed this meal very much. He returned home leisurely. As soon as he walked into the house, Kai Yi was suddenly hugged by someone. He looked at the person in his arms with some surprise. Although that man buried his head in his arms, but only smelled the perfume coming towards him. Kai Yi could already guess that the person in his arms was Song Qing. Because although Lu Qingxuang is very high profile in her career, she is still very low-key as a person. I don't usually wear such a flashy perfume. Even Yi Ruo doesn't know how to do it. Not to mention the butterflies. Brother Yi, you're finally back. I sent you a message, why didn't you reply? I worked so hard to make lunch, but no one ate it. After hearing Kai Yi's voice, Song Qing slowly raised her head. She didn't expect Kai Yi to guess who she was so quickly, so she raised her head. She blinked her big eyes and looked at Kai Yi with tears in her eyes. Song Qing is indeed quite good-looking, and it is easy to feel soft-hearted when looking at someone like this. But is Kai Yi the kind of person who is easily soft-hearted? Of course not, he is a heartless person. Sorry, I was busy chatting with a beautiful girl at noon and didn't look at my phone. Kai Yi said lightly. In the next second, the attentive smile on Song Qing's face suddenly froze. However, it is obvious that Song Qing's psychological quality is still very good. The smile on his face froze for only a moment before returning to normal. She looked at Kai Yi with a reproachful look, and then reached out her hand to tease Kai Yi's chest. Okay, but since Brother Yi has already finished his meal, do you want to continue eating me when you come back? As she spoke, Song Qing stretched out her arms and directly embraced Kai Yi's neck. Then she stood on tiptoe slightly and blew gently on Kai Yi's neck a few times. Kai Yi pinched Song Qing's waist with one hand, and then looked at Song Qing with a playful expression. Logically speaking, if you're so good at picking people up, how could you still be a naive person? Having said this, Song Qing, who was still in a daze, came back to her senses, and Kai Yi became happy. Tell me the truth, is it Yi Han who is not good enough? As he spoke, Kai Yi raised his eyebrows and looked over. This. After Kai Yi said this, Song Qing immediately felt embarrassed. She was somewhat annoyed, after all, she was accused of flirting with others in front of her. But then I thought, what hadn't Kai Yi and I argued about before? So as she thought about it, she felt that it didn't matter. Anyway, Kai Yi already knows all these secrets, so all that would be good is to hook up with Kai Yi. She looked at Kai Yi teasingly, and then, taking advantage of the gap between words, she took a step forward and hugged Kai Yi tightly. I don't know if it works, but every time when we are about to take the next step, he will suddenly leave for something. Well, after learning this result, Kai Yi was somewhat disappointed. Although Kai Yi might doubt my intentions of getting close to him, probably everyone would doubt it. After all, the relationship between the two was not harmonious, especially Song Qing's attitude towards Kai Yi before. But now Song Qing has let it go. Plus, she was already quite bold, and now she's even bolder. In just a few words, the pair of fair little hands had already unbuttoned several buttons of Kai Yi's shirt. But the hand, like a nimble snake, had already slid in. The tight muscles under her hands inevitably made Song Qing feel a little dry in the mouth. Maybe it was because she realized the position of Kai Yi in her heart, but at this moment, she was already aroused just by looking at Kai Yi. Even my heart seemed to be beating faster. This is a different emotion from when facing Yi Han. Kai Yi naturally noticed Song Qing's move, and he did not refuse. After all, it was delivered to his door, so why not take advantage of it? Song Qing, you treated me like that before, aren't you afraid that I will retaliate against you? I don't know what funny thing Kai Yi thought of, but he started teasing her. Song Qing paused, but only for a moment. You can treat her however you want, it depends on whether you are willing to give up on see later. As she spoke, Song Qing's little hand slid down dishonestly, and she became dishonest as well. She clung to Kai Yi's chest, and when she spoke, her warm breath sprayed on Kai Yi's neck. She even naughtily stuck out her pink tongue and gently licked Kai Yi's Adam's apple. This was like adding fuel to the fire, instantly igniting Kai Yi's anger. After all, she is the destined heroine, so she still has charm and beauty. In addition, Song Qing was obviously trying to seduce her on purpose, and she didn't even wear her current clothes properly. With just a few movements, the spring beauty is revealed. Aren't you afraid that someone might come home and see you having sex? Kai Yi said with a joking expression. Kai Yi is never polite when talking to Song Qing. After all, the two of them had torn apart all those superficial efforts and some decent things a long time ago. It would be too artificial to pretend to sympathize with each other now. Song Qing looked at Kai Yi with seductive eyes. Judging from his attitude, she had made up her mind to take Kai Yi down. Brother Yi, don't worry. I have already found out that they will be back at 6 p.m. at the earliest. Don't worry. Besides, Song Qing was not polite at all this time and directly put her thigh on Kai Yi's leg. Besides, even if they find out, what does it matter, I'm not that bad, am I? As she spoke, Song Qing blinked and looked at Kai Yi. She was indeed telling the truth. After all, there were still many people out there who wanted to pursue Song Qing. It seems that Song Qing has been planning for this for a long time. The huge white thing kept pressing on Kai Yi's arm. This inevitably made Kai Yi look down slightly. Although he had just finished his meal, he was indeed a little hungry at this moment. Thinking of this, Kai Yi also showed a meaningful expression to Song Qing. Seeing that Kai Yi was not moving, Song Qing couldn't help but become anxious again. She was determined to get Kai Yi, so she didn't care much about her face. So the next second, her hand was placed directly on the leather belt. However, he was immediately held down by Kai Yi's big hand. Not here. Song Qing was stunned for a moment, then immediately reacted. She blinked her big eyes and looked at Kai Yi, her eyes full of surprise. Although she was surprised, she was still a little nervous. Although she now behaves very wantonly in front of Kai Yi. But, for more than 20 years, she has never done these things with real guns and bullets. Then do you want to go to my room? She looked at Kai Yi shyly and said this. The shyness on her face was not fake, but real. Sure. In the dim room, not only the temperature is gradually rising, and so is the ambiguity around us. Kai Yi was lying on the bed, and in his nose he could smell not only the scent of Song Qing's perfume, but also the scent of the aromatherapy in the room. Looking over there, Kai Yi discovered that there was indeed a bottle of aromatherapy on the bedside table. Song Qing looked at Kai Yi and couldn't help feeling a little guilty. Brother Yi, don't think too much, this is just to add to the atmosphere. Having said that, she directly sat on Kai Yi's waist, shaking her waist with a charming smile. The atmosphere is really good. Kai Yi smiled, then clamped Song Qing's waist with his big hands. After all, from the moment he came in, Kai Yi could see that Song Qing had indeed put in a lot of effort and worked hard to get to where she is now. Just look at this room and this layout. It is very ambiguous even without doing anything. Who wouldn't feel excited? Feeling the burning temperature around her waist, Song Qing's face gradually turned red and hot. So, this is what being intimate feels like. You have prepared a lot of things, Kai Yi said, and then he opened the drawer beside him, which was not closed. There were many small things in it. Ah, Song Qing was stunned for a moment, then looked at the things in the drawer with some surprise. But after just one look, Song Qing's face quickly turned red and she closed the drawer. No, this is not what I prepared, Song Qing explained in a panic. If you didn't prepare it, how come it's in your drawer? Having said that, Kai Yi opened the drawer again and took out a red collar from it. Without any hesitation, he put the thing around Song Qing's neck. Now, Song Qing was completely panicked. Brother Yi, this is not what I prepared. Kai Yi didn't say anything, but just looked at Song Qing pretending to be impatient. Seeing that Kai Yi was getting impatient, Song Qing suddenly became panicked. She no longer cared about the good things discovered by Kai Yi, and quickly leaned over and lay on Kai Yi. Brother Yi, stop teasing me. Having said that, Song Qing sat down. The next second, a hint of surprise flashed across her eyes, and she bit her lower lip hard. The body suddenly heated up, and even Song Qing's neck began to flow. A lot of sweet sweat. Do you think I still need your fragrance now? Kai Yi teased. Song Qing's eyes were blurred. It was the first time she experienced this feeling of being drunk and dreaming. Although both of them are now fully dressed, her body's reactions will not deceive her. No need. As she spoke, Song Qing's waist couldn't help but tremble slightly. This is too much. How can I feel this? Her waist was getting softer and softer, but when she looked up at Kai Yi's eyes, Song Qing couldn't help but purse her lips. The little hand slowly touched the zipper. Although she had already felt it, Song Qing couldn't help but exclaimed after seeing it the next second. This. Song Qing looked up in surprise and was about to say something when she saw Kai Yi playing with the things in the drawer again. This scared Song Qing so much that she quickly diverted Kai Yi's attention. Brother Yi, you are so powerful. As she spoke, Song Qing leaned down slightly. Because the curtains in the house have been drawn. So, it started to drizzle outside at this time. After all, it is summer with changeable weather, so it is normal to rain frequently. This is a bit hard for the flowers and plants in the garden. As the wind and rain raged, a small daisy in the garden began to sway violently. She had just moved out of the house. How could she have experienced the storm outside? So after a while, the little daisy was already shaking due to the heavy rain. The slight breeze blowing around also caused her roots to tremble violently. However, although it was swept by heavy rain, it might also have been nourished by the rain. The little daisy looked more beautiful than before. It looks watery and at the same time a little bit charming. In order to prevent herself from oversleeping, Song Qing set the alarm clock. As long as the alarm goes off, it won't be long before everyone else returns home. Although Song Qing had thought so before, in fact, she still couldn't fall asleep until the alarm rang. She leaned tremblingly on the bathroom tiles, and trembled again when she heard the alarm clock outside. Brother Yi, the alarm clock rang. She reminded him with a slight breath. Kai Yi turned a deaf ear to Song Qing's words. At the same time, he reached out and clamped Song Qing's chin, forcing Song Qing to look at the mirror in front of her. After seeing the person with a blushing and dazed face in the mirror, Song Qing suddenly felt uneasy. She avoided his gaze, not wanting to look, but was immediately noticed by Kai Yi. Weren't you quite bold just now? Why are you afraid to look now? Kai Yi chuckled softly. Although he just said a simple sentence, it still made Song Qing feel embarrassed. I. After hesitating for a long time, Song Qing still couldn't explain the reason. Suddenly her eyes widened, and then she said tremblingly, yeah, I look in the mirror. As she said this, she looked at the mirror with red eyes. She and Kai Yi in the mirror. At that moment, Song Qing trembled violently, and everything in front of her eyes turned white. Song Qing was still in the bathroom until Kai Yi finished packing and went out to tidy himself up. Song Qing didn't calm down until she heard the sound of a door closing outside. She leaned against the wall, her eyes were blurry and her body was trembling slightly. If she hadn't been holding on to the sink beside her, she would probably have fallen down. She slowly raised her head and looked at herself in the mirror. Even though Kai Yi was not here at the moment, Song Qing still blushed with shame when she looked at herself in the mirror. After all, she had never seen herself like this in her 20 years of life. She tried to take a step, but the next second she suddenly realized that her thighs were shaking. If possible, Song Qing really wanted to fall asleep now. Song Qing had not imagined the physical exertion this incident would cause, as well as Kai Yi's ferocity. She originally thought that she would have time to rest. But unexpectedly, after all the trouble, they were almost back. So now, no matter how sore Song Qing felt all over, she had to pack up quickly. After all, the others will be back soon. Song Qing still felt a little guilty. However, no matter how anxious she was, Song Qing washed up and went straight to the bedside table after going out. She hurriedly put the things in the bedside table. He took out his clothes, then quickly found a box to pack them up and stuffed them directly into the top of the closet. Although these things were bought by Song Qing, she had hardly used them. When she noticed her heartbeat quickening after being treated like that by Kai Yi before, she already knew something was wrong. It was not until Kai Yi mocked her and asked her if she had any special hobbies that she thought of buying some things to test herself. However, now Song Qing felt that she was overthinking it. After all, when she tried those things herself, she didn't find anything addictive about them. From then on, she placed those little things casually in the bedside table. After all, no one had entered her room before. But even she herself had forgotten this. That's why Kai Yi caught him just now. But fortunately, Kai Yi didn't fiddle with these things just now. Otherwise, if it is used on her, she will be in trouble. Thinking of this, Song Qing breathed a sigh of relief, but suddenly felt a little disappointed. However, she was soon startled by the slight disappointment in her heart. Disappointment? What's there to be disappointed about? Song Qing was shocked by the thoughts in her mind, and then she quickly pushed the box inside again. When Song Qing went downstairs, Wahyudi on the first floor was already chatting with Kai Yi. The moment she saw Kai Yi, Butterfly's eyes suddenly lit up. Then she came up to ask Kai Yi how his physical examination went. Kai Yi had been very busy just now, and really hadn't looked at his medical examination report. So, after hearing Wahyudi's question, he took out his mobile phone and sat on the sofa. Sure enough, the next second, Butterfly sat next to Kai Yi. It's almost evening now, some of the inspection reports have come out, but the others have to wait. Looking at the inspection report that had already come out, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief. It looks like there shouldn't be any problem. Butterfly moved closer to Kai Yi and talked while looking at the phone in his hand. Kai Yi's cell phone was placed in front of her. Wahyudi wanted to see the content below, so she could only subconsciously move closer and swipe with her hand. She didn't react at first. By the time she reacted, she had already leaned into Kai Yi's arms. This made Butterfly feel a little hot on her face. Ahem, well, it looks like there shouldn't be any problem. She pretended to be calm as she spoke, and then she sat up from Kai Yi's body. But the next second, her movements paused. Not for any other reason, but because Kai Yi had already held her waist. Well, it looks like there is really no problem. Having said that, Kai Yi closed the phone in his hand and then threw it aside. Before Wahyudi could react to what Kai Yi was going to do, she was already in his arms. It's been such a long time since we last met, you don't seem to miss me at all. Kai Yi held the butterfly's slender waist with both hands, and before she could react, he had already sat astride him. This immediately made Butterfly feel a little helpless. After all, she was still a little uncomfortable with this posture. However, before Wahyudi could say anything with a blushing face, she heard Kai Yi's voice. After subconsciously raising her head and looking at Kai Yi, she was stunned. Not because of anything else, but because the expression on Kai Yi's face at this moment was so heartbreaking. If you say that the butterfly was embarrassed and at a loss just now, now she is really panicked and at a loss. No, I missed you a lot. It would be a lie to say I don't want to. Moreover, no matter how cold and calm the butterfly's original personality is. I was also very scared during this period. Is this true? Why haven't you talked to me since you came back yesterday? Flower Butterfly choked. I had something to do last night. I'm quite busy today too. After getting this answer, Kaiyi's eyes narrowed suddenly. Being stared at by Kaiyi, Wahyudi felt somewhat guilty. She didn't know why she felt guilty, but she just felt guilty. What is more important than me? Kaiyi asked with some dissatisfaction. He actually wanted to know that he, who only had a favorability of 60, was already the number one person in Wahyudi's heart. What can compare to it? It's really nothing, just some chores. Wahyudi said perfunctorily. But she didn't expect that the more she tried to brush it off, the more Kaiyi cared about her. Do you have anything else tonight? Kaiyi asked. His meaning was already very clear, and he believed that Wahyudi would definitely understand the meaning of his words. Sure enough, after Kaiyi finished saying this, he immediately saw a blush slowly appearing on Wahyudi's face. Her face was red and she avoided looking at Kaiyi. Kaiyi originally thought that Wahyudi was embarrassed, but at last he took a closer look. My goodness, seeing how guilty Wahyudi looks, she must be hiding something from me. Sure enough, the next second Kaiyi saw Wahyudi shaking her head slightly. Well, I have something else to do tonight. After these words were spoken, not only Kaiyi frowned slightly. Even Song Qing, who was eavesdropping in the kitchen, was a little surprised. After sneaking down just now, Song Qing breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that Wahyudi didn't notice her appearance. Then she pretended to be busy in the kitchen and eavesdropped there. In fact, Song Qing had also seen how anxious Wahyudi was when Kaiyi disappeared some time ago. So, when Song Qing heard Kaiyi's active invitation, she felt a little jealous and envious, but she also subconsciously thought that Wahyudi would definitely agree. But I didn't expect that Butterfly would directly refuse. This aroused Song Qing's interest. She stopped cooking and walked directly to the kitchen door to secretly watch what was happening outside. Sure enough, just as Song Qing expected, Kaiyi's face did not look very good after hearing Wahyudi's refusal. What else is going on so late at night? It's been a whole day since last night, and you haven't finished your work yet. Kaiyi said in a somewhat stiff tone. Hearing that Kaiyi's tone was a bit stiff, Wahyudi suddenly felt panicked. But when she thought about what she had planned, even though she felt a little guilty, she still firmly rejected Kaiyi. No, I really have something tonight. Tomorrow, can I accompany you all day tomorrow? As she spoke, Wahyudi put on a gentle smile on her face, and even took the initiative to stretch out her arms to hold Kaiyi's neck. It would be a lie to say that he was not soft-hearted, but Kaiyi still looked no smile. After all, my attitude has just been shown, and I have to continue pretending now. Seeing that Kaiyi's expression remained the same, Wahyudi became even more anxious. She is not very good at coaxing people, so now seeing Kaiyi like this, she is a little bit at a loss. But suddenly, a picture reappeared in her mind. Yiroro was watching TV series at home before, and she took a few glances at it and wrote it down. As the sound of pop was heard, Kaiyi suddenly felt his face soften. After being stunned for a moment, Kaiyi subconsciously looked down. Then he saw Butterfly's rosy face, raising her eyes and looking at him shyly. Then she opened her pink lips and asked softly, "Can you not be angry?" As she spoke, Wahyudi seemed still a little worried and looked up at Kaiyi. At this moment, Kaiyi felt happy immediately, and the expression on his face also eased a lot. Seeing this, Butterfly finally put her mind at ease. However, even so, Kaiyi didn't talk much to Wahyudi until dinner time. The reaction is still a bit bland. This made Wahyudi look at Kaiyi anxiously. On the other side, Song Qing was also feeling uneasy. Although she had cleaned herself up, she was still afraid that someone would find out something. It was fine for other people, but she was afraid that Lu Qingshuang would notice something. However, Lu Qingshuang just looked at her a few more times at the dinner table and then concentrated on eating. This made Song Qing feel relieved. After dinner, a group of people looked at Kaiyi's physical examination report for a while. Lu Qingshuang even called some experts for advice. After all, it was a private hospital that cost a lot of money, so all the reports were not only out, but also very detailed. Even the experts' analysis is very detailed. Only after they confirmed that Kaiyi was really fine did everyone breathe a sigh of relief. After chatting in the living room for a while, everyone got up and went upstairs to rest. After going upstairs, Wahyudi looked at Kaiyi with some confusion. Then he looked at Yiroro who was holding Kaiyi's arm. He lowered his eyes slightly and walked into his room silently. Lu Qingxuang on the side was still very busy. After she finished her call on the balcony, she turned around and saw Yi Ruo shaking Kai Yi's arm and pestering Kai Yi to play games with her. Shaking his head helplessly and amusedly, Lu Qingxuang could only tell them to go to bed early before turning around and returning to her room. It's getting late. Aren't you going to work tomorrow? Kai Yi looked helplessly at Yi Ruo who was leaning on him. Yi Ruo is going to rely on Kai Yi today. I've been so busy these past 2 days that I'm exhausted. I finally get off work early today. Can't I play a game to relax? Having said that, Yi Ruo hugged Kai Yi's arm tightly and dragged Kai Yi towards his room. Do you know the game Shengshi brother Yi? I want the little pet that follows you around recently. Yi Ruo said coquettishly. Kai Yi nodded helplessly, not paying much attention to what Yi Ruo said. He just turned his head and glanced at Wahudi's door. It looks like Butterfly will go out in a while. He remembered that when he went undercover in the Guhua gang, Wahudi had been busy the whole time. I haven't finished my work yet, and I'm even busier now. I have to say, this made Kai Yi somewhat curious. I wonder what Butterfly was doing that could make her leave me behind. To be honest, Kai Yi still felt a little indignant when he thought of this. Brother Yi, have you ever played Shengshi? Young people all play this now. In the blink of an eye, Yi Ruo had pulled Kai Yi into the house. After closing the door, Kai Yi finally heard clearly the game that Yi Ruo was talking about. Golden Age. Yi Ruo nodded with shining eyes, then took out her cell phone to show Kai Yi. Brother Yi, do you know how to play? If you don't know how to play, I can teach you. Kai Yi looked at the game on Yi Ruru's phone, and it was indeed the ancient-style chicken-eating game that he and Morris played. I know how to play, but... Kai Yi was somewhat hesitant. He was thinking about the chances of running into Morris if he went online now. After thinking about it, he felt that there was a 50% chance that he would encounter Morris online. Thinking of this, Kai Yi subconsciously glanced at his mobile phone. However, Morris hasn't sent me any messages since last night. This is still relatively rare. Kai Yi had been busy before and hadn't really paid attention to it. Now that he discovered it, he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. However, this also means that Morris may have something else going on. Thinking of this, Kai Yi began to feel a sense of luck. Brother Yi, you also have Shengshi on your phone. Do you play this game too? Just when Kai Yi was checking the messages on his phone, the sharp-eyed Yi Ruo also noticed this. Now, Kai Yi could only smile helplessly. Okay, I'll play with you. Hearing this, Yi Ruo immediately raised her hand and cheered, then threw herself directly onto Kai Yi's big bed with her phone in her hand. Kai Yi looked at the little witch's posture that didn't care about her image at all, and couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. Especially seeing that the clothes were sticking tightly to her body because she was lying on the bed. It outlines the little butt and the swaying calves. With a crisp sound, Yi Ruo screamed in surprise, then her face turned red and she covered her buttocks tightly with her hands. Brother Yi, what are you doing? Her rosy face turned to look at Kai Yi in astonishment. Even though he just acted like a hooligan, Kai Yi still looked very calm. It was as if the hand that had just landed on that elastic butt was not his own hand. Yi Ruo pouted her lips slightly and looked at Kai Yi, who looked normal. However, she herself blushed with shame and felt a little angry. Thinking of this, Yi Ruo threw the phone in her hand away, stood up and threw herself on Kai Yi. I don't care, I want to touch your butt too. Yi Ruru's words were very direct, making Kai Yi somewhat amused and helpless. Putting one hand on Yi Ruo, Kai Yi straightened his face and said, don't talk nonsense, I didn't think that just now. Who would believe that? The little girl looked at Kai Yi with a red face and angrily, but she didn't know how to refute. Kai Yi said seriously, I noticed that you didn't sit properly and didn't behave properly when you were lying on the bed, so of course I had to remind you. Who said I don't honest? Your little N has leaked out, and you are still honest. Before Yi Ruo could finish her rebuttal, Kai Yi interrupted her and said. After hearing this, Yi Ruo fell silent. Then you could just remind me directly, why are you making such a fuss? Yi Ruo said somewhat awkwardly. Because I know you won't listen if I talk to you nicely. Kai Yi's face was still as serious as ever. Although he looked very serious on the surface, Yi Ruo knew that he must be hiding a lot of bad intentions. His big eyes stared at Kai Yi, and then rolled around. As soon as Kai Yi saw the little witch like this, he knew that she was going to make trouble. I don't care, I just want to touch it. As she spoke, Yuroro suddenly exerted force on her hands, and while Kai Yi was not paying attention, she stretched out her hand. However, Kai Yi's reaction was still very quick. With a big hand blocking and the body dodging, Yuroro couldn't touch it even if she wanted to. But, the next second, the atmosphere around them froze. Because PG really didn't touch it. But because of Kai Yi's dodging, Yururu's hand was forced to change position and pressed directly at that place. Hiss. Kai Yi took a breath of cold air, then frowned and looked at the place where Yururu's hand was pressing. Yuroro felt the thing under her hand and was immediately startled, and quickly withdrew her hand. Then she looked at Kai Yi with some guilt, and saw that Kai Yi's face was not very good. Does it hurt a lot? Yuroro asked cautiously. Kai Yi looked at her helplessly, and then said unhappily, what do you think if you break it this time, what will you do for the rest of your life? Hearing Kai Yi's words, Yuroro blushed. You, don't talk nonsense. Although her face was red and she was muttering softly, it seemed like she was refuting. But in fact, she was indeed very worried. Especially after seeing Kai Yi's expression, he immediately looked towards that place with some worry. Well, what about I show you? Because of the object in between, even if Yuroro blinked her big eyes hundreds of times, she still couldn't see what was inside. This although it's painful, but I still don't. Kai Yi pretended to be very embarrassed. Yuroro was a little hesitant at first, but when she heard the word, uncomfortable, coming out of Kai Yi's mouth, she suddenly lost her composure. After all, in Yururu's heart, Kai Yi is omnipotent and very powerful. But now everyone says this. Thinking of this, Yuroro was not polite at all and directly reached out to pinch the zipper. But it only took a moment for Yuroro to confirm that Kai Yi was indeed fine. After all, if something really happened, it wouldn't suddenly become swollen in front of your eyes. Now, not only was Yururu's face red, but her whole body was also hot with shame. Why are you so mean? Yuroro suddenly realized that Kai Yi was indeed playing a trick on her, and pressed the thing with her finger in annoyance. Hiss, you really are. Kai Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, then directly grasped Yururu's slender waist with his big hand. In just a moment, Yuroro changed from kneeling on the bed to sitting astride Kai Yi. You, don't mess around. The little girl lowered her head slightly in shame, but the moment she saw that thing, she raised her head again. However, the moment he raised his head, he immediately met Kai Yi's smiling eyes. Are you shy now? Weren't you shy when you took off my clothes just now? Hearing this, Yuroro was immediately angry and annoyed. You, what are you talking about? Who took off your clothes? I just meant to be kind, ah. Yuroro finished her words in a threatening manner. Kai Yi just moved his hands and immediately made Yuroro calm down. This time, not only did her attitude soften, but her waist also softened. Feeling the tingling electric current coming from her waist, Yururu's eyes were suddenly filled with tears. You are so bad. His body softened, and even the tone of his voice changed. She was so fierce just now, but now some of the words she said sound like she was acting like a spoiled child. It would be a lie to say that I don't miss Kai Yi. Ever since seeing Kai Yi come back, Yuroro really wanted to stick to Kai Yi all the time. That's why he kept pestering Kai Yi after get off work. After realizing that something was wrong with Kai Yi, Yuroro couldn't help but become excited. After all, she likes Kai Yi, so even if she has another kind of desire for Kai Yi, it is completely reasonable. At first, it was Kai Yi who needed her slender waist, but after a while, Yuroro took the initiative to twist her waist. Yeah, brother Yi. She opened her red lips slightly, then let out a soft moan, and then her two snow-white arms wrapped around Kai Yi's neck. Kai Yi looked at Yuroro with a smile in his eyes. After realizing that Yuroro was exerting her own strength, he slowly withdrew his hand. After a while, Yururu's body trembled slightly, and then she put her arms around Kai Yi's neck and leaned on Kai Yi's chest. You are so bad, she complained softly. Hearing this soft tone, Kai Yi's heart couldn't help but soften. However, in some ways he was really wronged. Now you say I'm bad, I didn't do anything just now, you were the one who abused me, okay. Bullshit, you just pinched my waist. After hearing Kai Yi's words, Yururu's brows suddenly frowned fiercely. She subconsciously put her hand on her waist, wanting to accuse Kai Yi, but she touched nothing. She choked up and looked at Kai Yi a little embarrassedly. When did you take your hand back? Kai didn't say anything, just looked at Yiroro with a smile. Although Kai didn't say anything, he just looked at him with a smile. But Yiroro seemed to feel that this burning gaze seemed to pass through her clothes and sweep towards her, naked, self. This immediately made Yiruru's whole body turn red like a cooked shrimp. "You, don't look at me like that," cough cough. After clearing her throat, seeing that Kai still didn't speak, Yiroro wanted to defend herself. Well, we are all adults now, so it's normal for us to have some needs for each other." Yiroro kept talking and defending herself. But even if she keeps talking. After hearing so much, Kai on the opposite side still smiled without saying a word. Just when Yiroro pouted her lips in dissatisfaction and wanted to say something, her whole body suddenly trembled. "Since you are going to slander me, I must take action." As Kai spoke, he put his big hands around Yiruru's waist again. "You, how come you?" Yiroro was stunned for a moment, then slowly lowered her head and looked over. Kai looked at her happily. "You have already felt comfortable, can't you let me feel comfortable too?" As he spoke, Kai pinched Yiruru's face maliciously. "Although this is the truth, but..." Yiroro looked at Kai in a daze. Before she could say anything, she heard a familiar voice. "Ahem, someone invites you to play a game." As she spoke, Yiroro quickly took Kai's cell phone and held it in front of him. After seeing Morris's invitation, Kai was stunned. Didn't expect Morris to really be online. But in the moment Kai was stunned, Yiroro had already rolled to the other side of the bed. "Ahem, Brother Yi's activity will only last for 2 days. For the sake of my little pet, will you allow me to play a few more words today?" As Yiroro spoke, she blinked her big watery eyes and looked at Kai. Kai sighed helplessly and was about to say something when he saw Yiroro quickly reached out her hand and tapped her screen directly. It was not until he heard the notification tone on his mobile phone that Kai saw that Morris had joined the team. He glanced at Yiroro and saw Yiroro sticking out her tongue at him with a sly look on her face. Kai narrowed his eyes slightly, curled his lips and smiled, then looked at the phone. Yiroro was instantly relieved, but when she thought of Kai's last smile at her, she suddenly felt a little numb on her back. Why didn't you tell me you were online today?" Kai didn't turn on the microphone and didn't wear headphones. The moment Yiroro heard the female voice coming from the phone, she immediately looked over. A round little face, now full of dissatisfaction. "Okay, Brother Yi, it seems like you play this game a lot, why don't you take me with you?" Glancing at Yiroro, Kai still leaning against the head of the bed. He lazily took out his phone and said very bluntly, "I'm a little angry. Don't talk to me now." Yiroro didn't know what to say after hearing Kai's straightforward words. At this moment, her fair little face, which had originally calmed down, suddenly turned red. It seems that he is really angry. When Kai caught a glimpse of Yiruru's expression, he laughed without any hesitation. This made Yiroro even angrier. "Invite me," she pouted and said unhappily. She didn't look at Kai at all when she spoke, and her arrogant look made it seem as if she was too lazy to pay attention to Kai. But unexpectedly, Kai's tone was even briefer than hers. I need to play at the last minute. I thought you would be busy today." Kai responded to Morris's words, and as soon as he finished speaking, he invited Yiroro to join the team. From the beginning, Yiroro had been pricking up her ears, wanting to listen to the conversation between the two. Originally, she thought Kai was not the kind of person who liked playing games. But I didn't expect that Kai not only played games, but also had a beautiful woman accompanying him. It's so free and easy. Although I know that Kai will not only belong to me. Yiroro had already figured it out. But this does not mean that the little witch attribute in her will disappear. Kai caught a glimpse of Yiroro grinning at him, and the smile on her lips was a little abnormal. However, before Kai could look over, he heard Yiroro turning on her microphone. In order to prevent any echo, Yiroro even went to the small sofa in the room and sat down. "Roro, hello, sister. Can I play games with you and my brother?" Yiruru's delicate voice came from the side, which immediately made Kai speechless. Morris on the other side was obviously stunned, so he didn't say anything for a while. Only Kai chuckled and looked at Yiroro teasingly with raised eyebrows. "Why, don't yell, I'm younger than you. Roro, ah." Yiroro was stunned, then looked up at Kai in surprise. She turned off her own microphone, then quickly walked over and turned off Kaiyi's microphone. No, you don't even let the children go. Yiruru's surprise was really written all over her face. Kaiyi immediately saw Yiruru staring at him with big eyes. This really made Kaiyi laugh. No, am I such a pervert in your eyes? Yiruru chuckled and said nothing. The smile on Kaiyi's face deepened. If you weren't busy playing games right now, I would really have to give you a good beating. As he spoke, Kaiyi even reached out his hand in a very ambiguous manner and pinched Yiruru's earlobe. At that moment, Yiruru even felt that half of her face was numb. The two of them are now very familiar with each other, so Yiruru can naturally understand Kaiyi's meaningful words. You, don't talk nonsense, I just raised my own questions. After saying this, Yiruru covered her earlobes and took small steps back to the sofa in the corner. Mo, it's possible, but my skills may not be very good. After all, he grew up in a foreign country, so even though Morris can speak Chinese, it still feels a bit awkward. However, although her pronunciation was a little awkward, it was still very standard. Therefore, people who are not familiar with her could not hear the awkwardness in Morris's words at all, but just thought that her slow speaking was a little cute. Before Morris could finish his hesitant words, Yiruru on the other side spoke excitedly. It's okay, it's okay. I'm a well-known striker. I'm in front with a knife. I'll make sure you're okay, just follow me. Yiruru said this in a very cocky manner. As she spoke, Yiruru actually entered the game holding the knife. After entering the game, Kaiyi fell silent as he looked at the small and cute little loli in front of him, carrying a big machete. Even Morris was very curious and walked forward to look at Yiruru curiously. Even after entering the game, Yiruru's playing style was very aggressive. The big knife was also swung at people again and again. Kaiyi could feel Morris's surprise through the phone screen. Mo, you are really amazing. Morris couldn't help but sigh, his tone very sincere. Yiruru chuckled, I've already told you, just follow me. Even though my skills aren't that great, as long as they're within my attack range, they won't be able to escape. After listening to Yiruru's words, he was really very obedient and followed her all the time. Kaiyi helplessly watched a little loli in front of him protecting the royal sister while she was killing people. This game scene is hilarious no matter how you look at it. Before the game was over, the two people over there had already become familiar with each other. Because Chinese is spoken a bit slowly, Yiruru was the one talking most of the time. I don't know if it's Kaiyi's illusion, but I always feel that after Yiruru came, Morris spoke faster. Yiruru sat cross-legged on the sofa, listening to the Mo in the game answering her questions softly, and then glanced slyly at Kaiyi who was leaning on the head of the bed. Gradually, a sly smile appeared on Yiruru's lips. Ruro, speaking of Momo, how did you get to know your brother? She thought that the two of them met offline and then played games together. Mo, how we were just randomly matched together while playing games, and we kept playing games together afterwards. Ruro, ah. After hearing this, Yiruru couldn't help but be a little surprised, and she even looked up at Kaiyi. Is this really just a pure online relationship? Ruro, then you two haven't met yet. Momo, well yes, but. After answering, Morris became a little shy. Hearing Momo's embarrassed tone, Yiruru seemed to have caught something. Ruro, what? Mo, I'm going to country Z soon and want to meet Y. Hearing this, Yiruru couldn't help but silently give Kaiyi a thumbs up. Of course, let the girl travel thousands of miles across multiple countries to meet you. Kaiyi looked at Yiruru helplessly, and then signaled Yiruru with his eyes not to talk nonsense. Yiruru stuck out her tongue at him mischievously. Want to make her obey. She just won't. Ruro, really if you come to country Z, you can contact me. After all, you are unfamiliar with the place, and I can help you a little bit. After hearing Yiruru's words, Morris said in surprise. Really, that's really too much trouble for you. Hearing the little girl's surprised tone, Yiruru was even embarrassed to tease her. After all, it's really too cute. Kaiyi couldn't bear to watch it anymore. Why, don't listen to her nonsense, just contact me directly when the time comes. Ruro, what do you mean, can I kidnap and sell Momo? Kaiyi was speechless. If you really dared to kidnap and sell Morris, he would really admire her. While the two were arguing, Morris on the side began to speak softly again. Mo, By the way, how did you two know each other? Yes, what is your relationship, brother and sister? Morris has been very curious about this question since the team was just formed. Although she can speak Chinese, she still has a vague understanding of the meaning of some Chinese words. So, when she first heard Roro call Y brother, she really thought they were siblings. But after playing the game till now and hearing the conversation between the two, she felt that it was not as she had imagined. Roro, what is our relationship? Hearing this question, Roro couldn't help but smile slyly again. Whenever Kai Yi saw this expression on Ruru's face, he knew that she was up to something bad again. Why, the two of us are just. Roro, hey, he's my love brother. Before Kai Yi could finish his words, Roro interrupted him. Mo, love brother. Although she could understand what Roro was saying, she still couldn't comprehend some of it. Obviously, when Roro heard Morris repeating his words in a daze, she immediately understood. It seems that the little girl still can't understand these words. This is a little too cute. Roro, yes, we have a very good relationship. Momo, do you want to be Y's lover sister? After hearing Ruru's words, Morris on the opposite side was silent for a moment. It's not that hesitant or anything, but he was trying hard to understand what she said. Although I don't understand what, dear brother, and, dear sister, mean. But she heard very clearly the words, good relationship, that Roro emphasized. Roro said this in a teasing tone, and it was very obvious that she wanted to tease Morris. However, she meant it as a joke, but Morris took it seriously. Roro was still smiling foolishly here. Morris over there has become serious. She said seriously, really, is it really possible? After these words were spoken, Roro and Kai Yi were both stunned. Roro, ah. This time, Roro was really dumbfounded. Kai Yi was also very helpless. Why, you don't have to listen to her nonsense, she was just joking with you. After Kai Yi finished speaking, Morris fell silent. Just when Kai Yi thought that Morris understood what he said, he heard Morris say something that surprised him again. Mo, but I really want to be Y's lover sister. After hearing what Morris said, Kai Yi almost choked on his breath. Take another look at the culprit standing aside. At this time, Roro had already turned off the microphone, and lay down on the sofa, her whole body shaking with laughter. You still have the nerve to laugh. Kai Yi looked at Roro with gritted teeth. Ha 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 ha, sorry ha ha ha, I didn't expect Momo to be so cute, ha ha ha, I heard she speaks Chinese quite well, I didn't expect she couldn't understand what I said, ha ha. Roro tried to defend herself, but as she spoke, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. After all, she really couldn't help it. When I think of Momo's explosive remarks and Kai Yi's angry yet helpless look. Roro was really happy. The silence between the two also made Morris feel uneasy. She asked cautiously, was it her words that put the two of them in an awkward position? Hearing this, Kai Yi had no choice but to laugh it off. In the end, he just brushed the matter aside. But the process of playing the game is still very happy. Even when they were saying goodbye, the two little girls were still excitedly discussing playing games together tomorrow. It was not until he turned off his phone that Kai Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, Roro over there started to get busy. Although the game is turned off, he was still holding his phone, and I didn't know what he was chatting with someone over there. When Kai Yi saw Ruru's mischievous appearance, he suddenly felt a headache. He stood up helplessly and amusedly, then walked quietly behind Roro. Roro, hello Momo, let's play games together tomorrow. Morris, yeah, okay. Roro, I was really not joking just now. If you come to Country Z, you can really come and play with me. Besides, I am quite close to Country Y. Morris, really I will be going to Country Z in a week or so. I want to ask, what kind of clothing style does Country Y like? When Roro saw the message from Morris, her eyes suddenly brightened. This couldn't help but make Kai Yi's mouth twitch. He stretched out his hand to snatch Ruru's cell phone. But Roro is very smart after all. So before Kai Yi could snatch the phone away, Roro threw herself directly onto the sofa and buried her whole body in it. Kai Yi couldn't help it, so he held Ruru's slender waist with both hands and lifted her up. Ah, what are you doing? Wait a minute. Roro struggled in panic, and her pair of white legs were also trying hard to kick Kai Yi. Of course, the force isn't very strong. Maybe she was also afraid of hurting Kai Yi. Give me the phone. Kai sneered, then snatched the phone from Yiruru's hand. Seeing that the snatching process was so smooth, Kai was somewhat suspicious. Sure enough, after forcing Yiruru to unlock her phone, Kai saw that Yiruru had already sent the message. Ruro, I know. Why likes sexy clothes? Ruro, when the time comes, wear as sexy as you can. Kai looked at the chat page on his phone. At this time, the top of the chat box kept showing that the other party was typing. It seems that this news has been seen by Morris. Hee brother Yi, don't be angry. Seeing Kai's face suddenly darken, Yiruru quickly smiled ingratiatingly. I'm not angry, I just want murder. Kai sneered and threw the phone directly into the corner of the sofa. Seeing this, Yiruru subconsciously wanted to get her phone back. However, before Yiruru could get the phone back, she noticed that the hand that had just left her waist was put back again. Suddenly, the world was spinning before her eyes. Before Yiruru could react, she was thrown onto the bed. The big bed is very soft and I paid a lot of money for it. So, even if Yiruru was thrown on the bed, she still didn't feel any pain. She even bounced a few times in the soft big bed. What are you going to do? The small animal's vigilance suddenly rose. Yiruru clasped her hands across her chest and looked at Kai warily. You just tricked me, shouldn't you be punished now? Thinking back to before the game, I treated the little witch well, but was stood up. Thinking about how Yiruru had just tricked him, Kai was so angry that he laughed. Before he finished speaking, Kai reached out and turned off the lights in the room. In an instant, the only light left in the entire bedroom was a small warm bedside lamp. Before Yiruru's heart skipped a beat, she saw with her big eyes that the man in front of her took off his shirt and threw it aside. Although there was only a dim night light left in the room. However, through the light and shadows, Yiruru could still clearly see the distinct muscles on Kai's body. Now, Yiruru couldn't take her eyes away. Want to touch it? Seeing Yiruru's useless look, Kai couldn't help but laugh out loud. She nodded blankly and subconsciously wanted to reach out her hand, but the next second Yiruru's small hand was tightly grasped by Kai. Is there such a cheap good thing in the world? You have to give me some compensation first, right? As he spoke, Kai leaned down and slowly approached Yiruru. Soon, the tips of their noses touched each other. Yiruru even felt Kai's thin lips brushing across her lips intentionally or unintentionally. The touch was itchy, and it made Yiruru feel itchy inside as well. Reward, Yiruru said in a low voice, her big eyes blinking, and she didn't dare to look directly at Kai. Even the heat on his face was slowly rising. Late at night, Kai tiptoed out of his room. He came to the balcony of the corridor and saw Butterfly downstairs, got on the motorcycle and slowly drove away from the villa. Perhaps because he had just received a considerable reward, Kai's face was now rosy. Even though he hasn't rested yet, there's still no sign of fatigue on his face. He looked back at his bedroom. When he came out, Yiruru was still sleeping. Even when she fell asleep, the little girl's face was slowly showing fatigue. Therefore, she will probably have to wait until tomorrow to slowly wake up. Thinking of this, Kai turned around and went downstairs and got into the car. He knew that Wahyudi was a cautious person, so he followed her slowly along the way. Fortunately, Kai came to follow personally, otherwise the others would not be able to keep up with the butterfly. However, even Kai still followed from a distance. After all, it was already late at night and there were not many cars on the road. This also made Kai's car somewhat conspicuous. Although when he came out, Kai had deliberately chosen a car that he had never driven before. But this does not guarantee that the butterfly will not notice you, so you still have to be 100% vigilant. But fortunately, Wahyudi was obviously in a hurry. She looked behind her vigilantly at first, but later she didn't care anymore and accelerated all the way to the west of Linhai City. Finally, the butterfly landed far away in the suburbs. After looking at the map and looking outside, Kai stopped the car at a farther place. Then he got out of the car and hid himself in a dark corner. Although it is in the suburbs, there are many wealthy people nearby who have bought land and built some villas in the wild. Kai guessed that Butterfly's target was one of them. Although he expected that Wahyudi would come out to carry out a mission in the middle of the night, he didn't expect it to be true. When Kai thought about how Wahyudi abandoned him for the sake of the mission goal, he really felt angry and funny. While Kai Yi was thinking, Butterfly had already started to act. Kai Yi was not in a hurry. He just stood behind the tree and watched the butterfly move skillfully. After all the preparations were done, Butterfly was ready to walk into the villa. Seeing this, Kai Yi followed her unhurriedly. This kind of task was also frequently performed by Kai Yi before. But even so, looking at Butterfly's actions, he felt somewhat suspicious. There were no other people around, but he felt that Butterfly's actions were too smooth. In a short while, the surrounding monitoring equipment was paralyzed, and even the power system was paralyzed. It's a pity that Kai Yi just felt weird. But I didn't find anything weird. Therefore, he couldn't remind Wahyudi rashly and could only take things one step at a time. Wahyudi quickly knocked out several bodyguards at the door, and then rushed into the villa area. Before coming, Wahyudi had already understood the arrangements inside thoroughly. So, after entering the villa, Butterfly went straight to the bedroom upstairs. After pushing open the door, Butterfly fired several shots directly at the bulging bed. But after all, Wahyudi has been working in this industry for several years. So, after hearing the sound of the bullet penetrating the bed, she immediately realized that something was wrong. Her delicate eyebrows knitted tightly together, and then she took a step forward and lifted the quilt. Sure enough, there is no one under the quilt. The bulging effect is simply due to the presence of several large pillows underneath. Thinking something was not right, Wahyudi immediately realized that she had been tricked. She has indeed been too high profile during this period, and has indeed been warned by many people. But she didn't expect to be tricked so quickly. No matter how cold and indifferent Butterfly's personality was, she couldn't help but curse inwardly when she encountered this situation, and then turned around and left. However, before the butterfly left the room, a sound of breaking air was suddenly heard. Moment. The huge floor-to-ceiling window on the side was smashed to pieces. At the same time, people outside were constantly shooting inside. In just a moment, the originally luxuriously decorated room has become unrecognizable. Since the other side has already set up the trap, it means they have no intention of letting Butterfly get out alive. This room had mostly floor-to-ceiling windows, and the bullet easily penetrated the glass and hit the surroundings were chaotic and noisy, and Butterfly could only grit her teeth and try her best to dodge the countless bullets. But even so, she still had no control over the bullet in her body. With a muffled groan and a glance at her waist, Butterfly gritted her teeth and swallowed the pain into her stomach. There was no escape in the room, so she could only hide in a narrow corner as much as possible, so that she could catch her breath. Butterfly held the gun in her right hand and tried to fight back, but after all, the enemy was in the dark and she was in the light. Therefore, she could only rely on her experience and judge how many shots she fired based on the sound. There was a momentary pause in the gunfire from the opposite side, and Butterfly realized that she might have hit several people. But just a few people are not enough to prevent Butterfly from escaping. However, after all, Butterfly had escaped death so many times before, so even when encountering this situation, she was not panicked. She pressed her wound tightly with one hand and then glanced around. She was now completely surrounded, so after taking a quick look around, she was ready to be shot a few more times. Anyway, as long as I can escape, it will be fine. Butterfly carefully observed the pattern of the bullet fire from the opposite side, preparing to find an opportunity to rush out. However, before Butterfly could react, several gunshots were heard from another direction. At this moment, Butterfly's heart sank completely. This also means that the people who are against him are not just one group of people, but another group of people. After realizing this, no matter how calm Butterfly was, her face turned pale. In an instant, Kai Yi's face flashed through her mind. When he was smiling, he still had the aggrieved look on his face from last night. Even Butterfly has begun to blame herself. If it weren't for that few bucks, she would have stayed with Kai Yi now, right? It's not like you're going to lose your life now. Thinking of this, Butterfly couldn't help but laugh at herself. Sure enough, she deserved it. However, she did not expect that someone would set up a trap specifically to deal with her. She slowly closed her beautiful eyes, leaned against the wall behind her, and then let out a long sigh. Pity. She really wanted to see Kai Yi for the last time. However, the butterfly just sighed. Then, she keenly noticed that the bursts of gunfire behind her seemed to have changed suddenly. This made the butterfly open her eyes suddenly, and then she subconsciously looked back. Sure enough, as another wave of gunfire suddenly sounded, the first wave of gunfire had now become sparse. This also made Wahudi immediately judge that it seems that they are not in the same group. After realizing this, a glimmer of hope suddenly rose in Butterfly's heart. She stood up straight and paid attention to what was happening outside. She looked outside vigilantly, waiting for the right moment to rush out of the door. The door of the room was immediately pushed open. Butterfly. Bang. As the door was opened forcefully, the familiar voice entered her ears, and Wahudi naturally saw the person at the door. Kai-yi, why are you here? Butterfly was stunned for a moment, and then looked at Kai-yi in surprise. The gunshot outside just now, was it you? She said hesitantly. We'll talk about this when we get back. Seeing that Butterfly was standing here safely, Kai-yi immediately breathed a sigh of relief. After all, it took him a lot of effort to go out and deal with those people. Now that I've come back and see that Wahudi is fine, I feel relieved. As he said that, Kai-yi came forward with a frown and held Wahudi's hand. Although Butterfly was surprised, she also knew that now was not the time to stand here and talk about this. The most urgent thing is to leave here quickly. Thinking of this, Wahudi quickly followed Kai-yi's pace. However, her other hand was still pressing tightly against her waist to prevent herself from bleeding. How sharp are Kai-yi's senses? So after taking just 2 steps, he realized something was wrong. Are you hurt? Kai-yi turned around and asked. Facing Wahudi's somewhat panicked eyes, Kai-yi found her wound before she tried to argue. Tisk. His brows were furrowed deeply. He didn't expect that he had dealt with the group of people as quickly as possible, but Butterfly was still injured. After all, the other party had set up a special trap to deal with the Butterfly. Kai-yi didn't have a gun in his hand, so he could only grab the gun, and this solved the problem of those 10 people. Although the time seemed to be enough, Kai-yi was still not satisfied. After all, the Butterfly was already injured. This made Kai-yi very unhappy. With a cold face, trying hard to control his facial expression and emotions, Kai-yi bent down and held the Butterfly horizontally in his arms. The Butterfly wanted to express that she didn't need to be carried and could go alone. But when he looked up and met Kai-yi's cold face, he dared not say a word. Pursing her lips slightly, she observed Kai-yi's expression nervously. Is he angry, too? Not only did I not accompany him, but I also had to trouble him to save me. Even if Butterfly thought about it now, she would suddenly feel that she was a trouble. Thinking of this, she lowered her eyelashes slightly, and a feeling of self-blame suddenly surrounded her. Because they had to leave quickly, even though they were aware of Wahudi's emotions, they didn't have time to talk. Kai-yi strode towards his car with Butterfly in his arms. But before he could walk over, the Butterfly in his arms began to struggle violently. Wait a minute. What's wrong? Kai-yi thought that Wahudi was not feeling well, so he quickly lowered his head to check. But he found that there was a hint of embarrassment on Wahudi's face at this moment. But, after all, Butterfly also knows that the situation is rather urgent. So after Kai-yi looked over, he also said, well, my motorcycle is still in front. Kai-yi's eyebrows jumped. I'll come and ride it when I'm free. As he said that, Kai-yi was about to open the car door and let the Butterfly in. However, as soon as we put the Butterfly into the car, she ran out directly from the other door. No, they know I'm here and they won't let go of my car. The Butterfly looked serious. Looking at her serious expression, it seemed as if those people would abuse her car. This made Kai-yi feel a little funny. I glanced in the direction of the villa area and there was no movement at the moment. The second wave of people probably wouldn't be back soon. Is the car so important? He asked the Butterfly. Well. Butterfly looked away embarrassedly, pursed her lips and didn't dare to speak. But looking at the expression of the Butterfly, Kai-yi began to understand a little bit. However, he did not find the Butterfly troublesome. On the contrary, I feel quite happy. After all, this is the car I gave to Wahudi. Now that Wahudi values this car so much, doesn't it also represent that she values me? There's a medical kit in the car. Just bandage your wound and drive back. I'll help you ride the motorcycle back. Having said that, without waiting for Wahudi to refute, Kai-yi threw the car keys in his hand over, shook the other car key in his hand, and turned back. Although they were worried about Wahudi's injuries, after all, they both used to be mercenaries and killers. He knew that Butterfly could still cope with the wound for now. Moreover, although motorcycles cannot be placed here, cars cannot be placed here either. After all, that car was Lu Qingxuang's car, and it would be bad if she damaged it. Hey, wait a minute. Hua Yudy had no idea when Kai Yi took the motorcycle keys. However, she also knew that she had to leave immediately. So the next second, Hua Yudy got into the car swiftly, treated her wounds skillfully, and started the car. After the two of them made a special journey around, they finally returned to the villa area of Yuding. After all, those people wanted to deal with Butterfly. It is also very likely that when the two left just now, someone was hired to follow them. Although the two did not notice anyone around, they still had to be prepared for the worst. When the two returned, it was almost 4 o'clock in the morning. The two of them returned almost at the same time. As soon as they stopped the car and took off their helmets, Kai Yi saw Hua Yudy get out of the car, lowered her head and moved towards him little by little. Seeing Hua Yudy's self-blame, Kai Yi suddenly felt happy. Now you know you were wrong. He reached out and pressed Hua Yudy's head. Without waiting for Hua Yudy to speak, Kai Yi took her hand and went straight to the second floor, her room. After the door was closed, Butterfly whispered, "I'm sorry, I know I was in a hurry and didn't check the other party's situation well, so I fell into the trap. I'm sorry to bother you to save me." Butterfly reviewed her mistakes in a low voice, her head lowering as she spoke. All right, I'm not your boss, you don't have to admit your mistakes to me." The butterfly opened her mouth and was about to say something. But before she could say anything, Kai Yi pushed her down onto the bed. "Please sit down for a while. I will help you take care of your wound." As he spoke, Kai Yi took the medicine box beside him. Because both of their professions are somewhat special. Therefore, the medicine boxes prepared by the two of them were naturally somewhat different from those of others. Although Butterfly was shot, fortunately the bullet did not penetrate deep. The two had dealt with this kind of wounds often before, so Kai Yi was very skilled in taking out the bullet. After skillfully disinfecting and bandaging the wound, Kai Yi saw that Hua Yudy was already sweating coldly. Although they have grown to like this kind of injury and can endure the pain, it does not mean that they will not feel pain. Seeing this, Kai Yi also reached out his hand and wiped the sweat off Hua Yudy's forehead with concern. "Now that it's done, stop talking, okay, have a good rest tonight. It's getting late, so don't get up for breakfast tomorrow, okay?" As he spoke, Kai Yi also gently rubbed the butterfly's head. Butterfly nodded obediently, but still felt remorseful and guilty. "I'm sorry for causing you trouble today." She leaned against the head of the bed and then spoke in a low voice. To be honest, Kai Yi was indeed angry. After all, he couldn't imagine what Hua Yudy would have experienced if he hadn't followed up to check tonight. Will he come back with serious injuries? Or maybe he will never come back. However, because the butterfly was injured, Kai Yi had to suppress his anger along the way. But now, after seeing the butterfly's current appearance, the fire suddenly disappeared. "Okay, what's there to apologize for, just lie down." He walked forward with a soft heart and gently helped her lie down, then gently left a kiss on Butterfly's forehead. The butterfly was stunned for a moment, and her face suddenly blushed. However, before Hua Yudy could mutter anything again, she saw the handsome face in front of her slowly enlarging. Before Hua Yudy could react, she suddenly felt her lips getting hot. "Good night." After saying good night softly, Kai Yi also gently closed the door of Butterfly's bedroom tightly. It was not until she heard the door close that Butterfly came to her senses. She slowly raised her head and covered her lips, which seemed still burning. At the same time, Butterfly's face suddenly turned red. Although she was the only one in the room at this time, she was still very embarrassed. She slid down slowly until her whole body was curled up under the quilt. Although the two had done intimate things many times before, something more intimate is also. But at this moment, the thought of Kai Yi's two extremely gentle kisses just now still made Hua Yudy's heart beat wildly. Ding ding, the favorability of the female protagonist of Destiny has been detected, and 2000 villain points are awarded. Ding ding, the favorability of the female protagonist of Destiny has been detected, and 2000 villain points are awarded. After hearing the system prompt, Kai Yi was somewhat surprised. But when he thought about how Hua Yudy was still looking silly when he left just now, Kai Yi couldn't help laughing. As expected, butterflies are still very innocent. After Kai Yi returned to his room, he went to the bathroom to wash up first. After all, we stayed outside for so long. He also killed quite a few people, and his body was indeed stained with a lot of blood. Even at this moment, there was a smell of blood on his body. Kai Yi went in and washed up, but the noise he made didn't even wake Yiroro up. But, just after he finished washing up and sat down on the edge of the bed in his pajamas, Yiroro, who was originally sleeping soundly, opened her eyes drowsily. She opened her eyes confusedly, then looked up. Kai Yi smiled, then reached out and rubbed her head. Why are you awake? It's still early, go to sleep a little longer. Yeah, okay. After nodding, Yiroro closed her eyes again. But Kai Yi was not in a hurry to rest. He did not ask Wahyudi why she was in such a hurry to carry out the mission, and she even went there without fully investigating the mission. However, even so, Kai Yi still sensed something was wrong. To put it bluntly, today's activity is to make the butterfly never come back. But the strange thing is that while the people on the opposite side were attacking the butterfly, some people also attacked themselves. At that time, even Butterfly didn't notice his trace, but that group of people did. That means they may have known that two people might arrive. In fact, Kai Yi had to spend some effort to get rid of them. He was wondering, this accident was not only aimed at Wahyudi, but also at himself. Or, is it specifically aimed at yourself? Who is the person behind this? It must be someone who knows both of them better. But to be honest, on the surface, the two of them have no grudges against anyone else. Even if some people have a grudge against Kai Yi, they don't know Wahyudi. Thinking of this, a two-character name slowly emerged in Kai Yi's mind. Kai Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, and a hint of cruelty flashed in his narrow eyes. Thinking of this, he slowly looked at Yiroro who was sleeping beside him. Although the little girl is usually very naughty, she appears unusually gentle and well-behaved when she falls asleep. Even very cute. Even when Kai Yi looked over, the cruelty in his eyes suddenly dissipated a little. Ru, if your brother and I become enemies, what will you choose? Kai Yi gently stroked Yiruru's cheek and asked softly. But for a long time, there was no response from Yiroro in the room. I guess he has fallen into a deep sleep. However, Kai Yi did not expect to receive an answer. When Kai Yi fell asleep, the sky was already turning pale. This also means that Yihan is one day closer to returning. When the sun rises in Country Z, it is already late at night in Country Y. At this time, in the huge room, a man was sitting at the desk. At this moment, on the computer in front of him, there was a photo of Kai Yi saving the butterfly. Although the man looked ordinary, the expression on his face was very ugly. In fact, he felt somewhat uneasy. The people he chose for this action were not weak in strength, and he did not expect that Kai Yi could escape easily. This is not the strength of Kai Yi that he remembered. Why did they both drive separately when they left? Yihan asked with a frown. As far as I know, Miss Butterfly's motorcycle was bought by Kai Yi. As soon as that person finished speaking, Yihan's face turned completely gloomy. Go and help me investigate some things. Having said that, Yihan whispered some instructions and then let him leave. To be honest, without the help of Wahyudi, Yihan found many things difficult to handle. Although Viper is very capable in his work, there are so many things to do. If all tasks are left to one person, it would be a bit overwhelming. However, Kai Yi and Yihan no longer believed it. Although Yihan is not in the country, he has not had time to pay attention to domestic affairs recently. But recent events have made Yihan alert. Especially the attitudes of those women towards him, which seemed to be nothing wrong at first glance. But when you think about it carefully, it seems a bit weird. And there is Kai Yi, it seems like Kai Yi is everywhere. In fact, Kai Yi's behavior now made Yihan somewhat suspicious. He had previously sent Kai Yi to the Guhua gang as an undercover agent, and the fact that he was able to survive safely was enough to surprise Yihan. But what surprised Yihan even more was that the bad-tempered Lu Ruya was so nice to Kai Yi. After knowing that Kai Yi was injured, he hurried to Lian Airport to check. Even Lu Ruya met other people. Didn't she have any doubts about Kai Yi's identity? Or did Kai Yi confess everything a long time ago? Thinking of this, Yihan felt even more uneasy. Even the Qin family had come to him to plead for mercy. It is said that the famous Lu Qingshuang, Lu Ruya, and even Sheng Firen wanted to bring down the Qin family in order to reward Kai Yi. Hearing him say this, Yihan was immediately puzzled. But he was still not that panicked. After all, he still felt that it was the same as before. No matter what problems he encounters, as long as he is patient and solves them properly, everything will be fine. But today, looking at the figures of Wahyudi and Kai Yi on the computer, Yihan could no longer remain calm. He always thought that Wahyudi suddenly told him not to carry out the mission because she had something important to do. Or maybe because I'm tired. So when Yihan learned that Wahyudi had been taking on tasks privately, I still don't quite believe it. Even if Kai Yi didn't go to today's game, Yihan would send another group of people, pretending that they had learned the news and were going to look for Wahyudi. But Kai Yi not only went there, but also easily dealt with those people. Thinking of this, Yihan's eyes became complicated when he looked at Kai Yi. He always felt that these things were not just as they seemed on the surface. He even felt that he had missed something. But it's okay, as long as you can find out the situations I just described. These questions should be clarified one by one. But even if it was, nothing was found in the end. Yihan no longer had any intention of keeping Kai Yi. But he was no longer sure of Kai Yi's current strength. Therefore, getting rid of Kai Yi is not an easy task. I can only wait until I return to China to see how to quickly and efficiently get rid of Kai Yi. Kai Yi is not very clear about Yihan's thoughts at the moment and doesn't know. However, even if Kai Yi knew what Yihan was thinking, he would not be too panicked. After all, it's only been 2 days since Yihan returned. These things have to be faced sooner or later. During these 2 days, Kai Yi explicitly forbade Wahyudi to go out and perform any more missions. Although Wahyudi was opposed to it, she inexplicably listened to Kai Yi's words subconsciously. After looking at the date marked on the calendar again and realizing that it was not too urgent, Butterfly began to rest with peace of mind. During these 2 days, Yiroro also pestered Kai Yi to play games all the time. Of course, Morris also played games with the two. In fact, during this period of time, Yiroro has successfully become familiar with Morris. Yiroro also invited Wahyudi to play games. After all, since she was not on any mission anymore, Butterfly started to rest at home. I do nothing every day, either watching TV or eating. However, faced with Yiruru's invitation, Wahyudi still refused. Lu Qingxuang knew what Wahyudi did before. After seeing her current condition, she had a special talk with Wahyudi. In the end, she actually took Butterfly with her to work. Later, Kai Yi found out. Lu Qingxuang asked Wahyudi about her future life plans. It was just a question, but it made Butterfly confused. Not only did she have no plans, she hadn't even thought about the problem. Lu Qingxuang asked Wahyudi again, "Do you want to be a killer for the rest of your life? Or a bodyguard?" This question stumped Wahyudi again. Lu Qingxuang looked at Wahyudi's dazed look and immediately understood something in her heart. So in the end he suggested that the Butterfly stay with him and study. In this way, Butterfly began her wonderful work experience. Moreover, Wahyudi was even more serious about this job than when she was a killer. Work diligently every day, even after get off work. I asked Kai Yi when I encountered some problems. This made Kai Yi's experience even more wonderful. In his spare time, Kai Yi often goes out to get together with his former good brothers. Thanks to the bank card given by Kai Yi, Kang Ying's father also received excellent treatment. In fact, several operations were very successful. When Kai Yi and his brothers went to visit the old man, his complexion was much better than before. The brothers gathered together and chatted happily. When Firefox mentioned that he was going to propose, everyone was a little surprised. However, after hearing Firefox talk about some of his experiences with Sun Chen, even the usually cold-faced Viper showed some emotion. Firefox was even very grateful to Kai Yi for giving him a job opportunity. Kai Yi teased him and said that what he said was unnecessary. After all, Firefox is quite powerful even when it is working. If he met such a person normally, Kai Yi would have poached him, let alone a talent that came for free. I thought the days would be leisurely like this until the day Yihan came back. But unexpectedly, a phone call broke Kai Yi's peaceful life. It was a sunny day, and Kai Yi had just had a drinking contest with Firefox, Viper and the others the day before. Because I drank too much, I didn't get up the next day. Even when I was woken up by the ringing of the phone, my head was still aching from the hangover. "Hello, who's that?" He rubbed his brow lazily and answered the call without even looking at the caller. It was not until he heard a crying voice coming from the other end of the phone that Kai Yi suddenly felt his mind come to his senses. "Progress is accelerating. Brother Yi." A crying voice came from the other side. Although he didn't see clearly who was calling, the moment the voice came from the other end, Kai immediately heard clearly who was calling. At the same time, hearing the crying voice of the person on the other side who was trying to hold back but couldn't, Kai frowned and sat up. Wenwen, why are you crying? Don't worry, tell me what happened, okay? After hearing the crying, Kai patiently asked gently. My brother is in trouble, I think. Speaking of this, Li Wenwen paused, as if she had said something difficult to talk about. Kai could only take a deep breath at Li Wenwen sitting opposite him, as if he was trying hard to suppress his tears. Brother Yi, I want to borrow some money from you. Li Wenwen said slowly. Although she was trying hard to control herself and didn't want to let her sobs appear. But even if I try my best to endure. Her voice was still trembling slightly. After all, I am a student who has just entered society, so I am always afraid when I encounter something independently. When Kai thought of Li Wenwen crying helplessly at this moment, he suddenly felt a little anxious. But, perhaps because Kai had not answered for a long time, Li Wenwen on the opposite side also became a little panicked. Brother Yi, well, I know it's not good to meet you so soon, but I really don't know who to find. When Li Wenwen thought of Fatty Li lying on the bed, she could no longer hold back her tears. No, that's not what I meant. I'm glad you remembered me. Which hospital are you in now? I'll be there right away. After getting the address of the hospital, Kai hurried there. Finally, he saw Li Wenwen and Gao Li waiting outside an operating room. Li Wenwen had obviously collapsed at this time. Although when she called me just now, she sounded fine except for crying. But as time went by, Kai looked from afar. Then I saw Li Wenwen couldn't even sit still, she leaned against the wall and slid to the ground, her fair little face flushed red. Or even, perhaps, to prevent himself from breaking down. In tears, she even bit his arm tightly with his teeth. Despite this, she still looked up at the door of the operating room from time to time. Time passed by, but there was still no sign of the door opening. On the other side of the corridor, Gao Li was also constantly making phone calls to raise money. After all, Fatty Li was seriously injured and needed a lot of money. But although the two of them have been working diligently, the combined savings they have is only a few $100,000. After all, he is a man with a family. This year, Gao Li's wife has spent a lot of money after giving birth to a child. Hearing Gao Li's pleading, Kai frowned and slowly approached Li Wenwen. However, before Kai could walk over, Li Wenwen's cell phone rang. Although just now she had a depressed look on her face and buried her head in her knees. But the moment she heard the phone ringing, Li Wenwen immediately looked up and quickly answered the call. Hello. Kai saw Li Wenwen answered the phone with anticipation, but after the person on the other end said something, her expression turned ugly again. What nonsense are you talking about? There's no way I could go find him. I don't know what the other party said, but Kai saw that Li Wenwen's eyes became dim. Then he slowly said, I understand, and hung up the phone. When Kai walked forward, he found that Li Wenwen had clicked on a contact page, but the call had not been made yet. Who is this? It was not until Kai's voice came from above her head that Li Wenwen came back to her senses. Brother Yi. Her originally silent expression finally became better after she saw Kai. After standing up excitedly, Li Wenwen staggered because he had been squatting for too long. If Kai hadn't reached out and held her up, she might have really fallen to the ground. Are you okay? Are your legs still numb? Li Wenwen nodded a little embarrassedly. Because she had been squatting for a long time, her legs and feet were a little numb now. After a while of being supported by Kai, he felt much better. At this time, Gao Li just finished his phone call and came over. After he came over, he looked at Li Wen with a tired face. Wen shook his head. We can only raise 350,000 yuan now, he said calmly. 35W is enough for some diseases, but it is far from enough for Fatty Li. After saying that, he looked at Kai Yi. Kai Yi, you're here. Kai Yi nodded and handed a card to Li Wenwen. It's okay. I still have some money here. It should last for a while. I'm really sorry Kai Yi, I haven't contacted you for a long time, and the first time I contacted you was to ask for money. The main reason was that we didn't expect that Fatty would be so serious. What's going on? Kai Yi couldn't help but ask. Today, when Fatty was going to work, he had a car accident. He was very seriously injured and was quickly sent to the hospital. However, his injuries were too severe, and he was diagnosed with many complications. Gao Li didn't say the following words and could only sigh helplessly. I have told him to take care of his health before, eat less fried food, drink less alcohol, and lose weight. Speaking of this, thinking of Fatty Li who had not come out of the operation room for a long time, even Gao Li sighed. Sorry Wenwen, Fatty and I don't have many friends after all, so. Li Wenwen forced a smile and finally shook her head helplessly. It's okay, I'll find a way. Is 50W not enough? Just as the two were talking, Kai Yi on the side suddenly spoke. The two were stunned for a moment, then looked at Kai Yi. Seeing that both of them were looking at him in confusion, Kai Yi pointed at the card in Li Wenwen's hand. There's 500,000 in here. Sorry I forgot to mention it. What? After these words were spoken, not only Gao Li looked at Kai Yi in astonishment, but even Li Wenwen's eyes widened immediately. But then, Gao Li's face became serious. He walked forward with a serious look on his face and put his hand on Kai Yi's shoulder. Talk to me, where did this money come from? We can borrow money, but we can't let you do anything. Brother Gao, what are you talking about? Understanding that Gao Li felt that he might have done something to get the money, Kai Yi was immediately at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Don't worry, Brother Gao. I earned this money honestly. Gao Li heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. Just now, neither of them could raise the money, but now they have 500,000 yuan in their hands. This still made Li Wenwen a little unresponsive. She even looked at her hands in a daze. Suddenly I felt that the bank card was a little hot. 500,000, she murmured softly, this is too much Brother Yi, you. I know what Li Wenwen is concerned about and I also know what Li Wenwen is worried about. So, before Li Wenwen finished speaking, Kai Yi reached out and covered Li Wenwen's mouth with his hand. Okay, don't worry, I still have some money on me. He said with a soft smile. In an instant, Li Wenwen's eyes turned red. Brother Yi, thank you I really have no other choice. Stop. Kai Yi looked at Li Wenwen with a helpless look, and then gently helped wipe the tears from Li Wenwen's face. I rushed here just to stop you from crying. Why are you crying again now? After hearing Kai Yi's words, Li Wenwen's heart suddenly warmed up, and then she sniffed and nodded. Well, thank you, Brother Yi, don't worry, I will definitely pay you back in the future, then I'll go pay the bill now. The little girl held the bank card tightly in her hand. She originally didn't care about money, but now she knows that what she is holding in her hands is the life-saving money for her relatives. Li Wenwen has been well protected by Fatty Li since she was a child. In fact, she was brought up in a pampered manner. So, to put it bluntly, although our family was a little poor, we never worried about money. Now, that is, today, Li Wenwen finally understood that it is really impossible to live in this world without money. It turns out that borrowing money is so difficult. Thinking of this, Li Wenwen's steps even became heavier when she turned around to pay the bill. Seeing this, Kai Yi reached out and gently patted Li Wenwen's shoulder. Well, go ahead. Brother Gao and I will be guarding here. Hearing Kai Yi's words, although it was just an ordinary sentence, Li Wenwen felt like she had taken a reassurance pill. My heart, which had been restless all the time, finally calmed down a little. It was not until he saw Li Wenwen disappear into the corridor that Gao. Only then did Li let out a long sigh. He even subconsciously reached into the compartment, took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth. However, he quickly realized where he was, so he just held the cigarette in his mouth without lighting it. This happened so suddenly, Wenwen is hurt. Hearing this, Kai Yi also frowned. Why didn't you call me first? Hearing this, Gao Li couldn't help but smile bitterly. Wenwen told me at the beginning that she would call you, but who knew she would call you at the very end? However, it was less than an hour after we arrived at the hospital. Who would have thought it was so serious? Thinking of this, Gao Li took the cigarette out of his mouth helplessly and put it back. I borrowed money from everyone around me. They always called me Brother Gao, and when they asked for money, they mentioned the reason for having hemorrhoidectomy. Wenwen is the same. She has borrowed money from all the classmates around her, but no one will lend her money. I vaguely heard someone asking her to borrow money from Chen Jing. At this point, Gao Li's expression turned strange. I heard Fatty mention this name before. He said a rich kid named Chen Jing always pestered Wenwen or something. I don't know what happened next. But, Fatty Li seemed to have had a pretty ugly fight with that guy called Chen Jing, so maybe Wenwen was too embarrassed to go. Having said that, Gao Li slowly sat down on the chair. I'm not sure about young people's affairs, but fortunately, thanks to you, the money has been collected. Kai didn't ask any more questions but just nodded, but he silently memorized the name Chen Jing in his heart. The two of them sat quietly outside the operating table. I thought Li Wenwen would be back soon, but more than 10 minutes had passed and I still hadn't seen Li Wenwen come back. Kai looked at the corridor in some surprise. Just as he was about to get up and look for it, he heard Gao Li sigh again. He subconsciously looked at Gao Li, and then saw Gao Li looking at him with some complicated expressions. Kai, I don't know if it's my illusion, or if I've been doing this for too long and I'm suspicious, but I always feel like there's something fishy about the fat guy's car accident. What do you mean? Hearing this, Kai didn't get up and just sat there to listen to what Gao Li had to say. The road that Fatty takes to work is usually not crowded, so there won't be any traffic congestion. Besides, that guy wasn't driving under the influence, so how could a car accident happen so early in the morning? Even now, Gao Li still doesn't believe that the fat man could have a car accident on that road. Kai would never doubt anyone's illusion for no reason. And this person is Gao Li. Gao Li has been in this business for a long time, from a small follower to now guarding important warehouses for others, so how could he not have some real skills? Therefore, Kai felt that Gao Li's intuition was not unreasonable. I think it's necessary to investigate this matter, otherwise just leave it to me. Gao Li didn't expect anyone to take his words to heart, and he was prepared to figure it out when he had time. Unexpectedly, Kai was really serious. He was stunned at first, then nodded. Okay, thank you for your help then. Gao Li did not refuse Kai's words. He still thought that Kai had always been by Lu Rai's side. There are definitely more ways to investigate than you can, and they are cheaper than you can. As the two were talking, they heard hurried footsteps coming from the other side of the corridor. They both thought it was Li Wenwen who had returned, so they looked over subconsciously. And sure enough, the person who came back was indeed Li Wenwen. But there was someone following Li Wenwen, a man. This inevitably made Kai squint his eyes slightly, then he stood up and went to greet him. Why did Wenwen come back just now? Li Wenwen was walking quickly over there with an irritable look on her face. When she saw Kai, her expression eased a little. I saw your brother Gao Li and I came here early in the morning, so I thought you must have not had breakfast, so I went to buy some breakfast. So thoughtful. As he said that, Kai reached out and rubbed Li Wenwen's head with a smile. Li Wenwen just stood there and didn't move away, letting Kai rub her hair. Wenwen, wouldn't you like to introduce yourself? At this moment, the man behind Li Wenwen could no longer stand. He spoke sourly. After the person behind her finished speaking, Li Wenwen's face suddenly froze for a moment. Then she said unhappily, "This is my classmate." Classmate, hello, little brother, my name is Kai. Raising his eyebrows and looking at the man behind Li Wenwen, Kai also stretched out his hand with a smile. However, the ambiguity of Kai's word, little brother, is a bit strong. So, the boy's face didn't look very good. However, after seeing Li Wenwen's expression, Chen Jing finally reached out and shook hands with Kai. Hello uncle, my name is Chen Jing. He also said with a smile. Hearing this, Kai didn't care. After all, boys do have a more bad temper. Seeing that Kai didn't say anything, Chen Jing showed a somewhat smug expression on his face. Who doesn't know how to be sarcastic? However, just because Kai doesn't care doesn't mean that others don't care. Li Wenwen, in particular, frowned almost instantly after hearing what Chen Jing said to Kai. Kai is only 1 or 2 years older than us, what do you call him uncle? Ah sorry, he looked so mature, I thought. Seeing that Li Wenwen was a little angry, Chen Jing apologized. Wenwen is fine, it's not a small matter. Okay, you haven't eaten yet, do you want to eat something? Chen Jing greeted Gao Li who walked up to him, and then looked at Kai who was so concerned about Li Wenwen. Li Wenwen, who always has a stern face in front of outsiders, actually seems so obedient in front of Kai. Chen Jing was somewhat upset about what he had just learned. My brother hasn't come out yet, and I don't want to eat now. Li Wenwen said in a low voice. Kai took Li Wenwen to the side of the corridor and sat down. Hearing this, he didn't say anything, but just said. Then drink some soy milk. Pursing her lips slightly and nodding, Li Wenwen took the soy milk from Kai's hand and started drinking it in small sips. Seeing this, Chen Jing curled his lips. Although he didn't show it on his face, he was very unhappy in his heart. Brother Gao, are you and Brother Kai Yi colleagues of Brother Fatty? Upon hearing this, Gao Li nodded without hesitation. After all, although Kai Yi has been transferred to the head office, they are still in the same we work in the same company, so we are colleagues. But Chen Jing didn't know. He knew that Fatty Li was a porter, but he didn't know anything else. So naturally, I thought Kai Yi was also a porter. Thinking of this, Chen Jing looked at Kai Yi with a hint of contempt in his eyes. He looks like a decent man dressed like a gentleman, but he is nothing more than a lousy porter. Wenwen, I heard that you called them to borrow money. Seeing Li Wenwen and Kai Yi chatting over there, Chen Jing walked over slowly and asked directly. Upon hearing this, Li Wenwen's movements suddenly froze. She didn't say anything, but slowly raised her head and looked at Chen Jing. I don't know if it's Chen Jing's illusion, but he always feels that Li Wenwen's eyes make him a little scared. Yes, I borrowed it. Li Wenwen said lightly and admitted it directly. Chen Jing was stunned for a moment, and after thinking about what he had told his classmates, he asked directly, then why don't you borrow from me? Chen Jing didn't think that with Li Wenwen's conditions, she could borrow hundreds of thousands of dollars in just 1 hour. I have borrowed enough money and paid the fees. Li Wenwen said lightly. In fact, although Li Wenwen usually doesn't say much and has a calm attitude towards everything. But this does not mean that Li Wenwen is a naive person. So, when she called to borrow money today and heard their almost identical words, Li Wenwen had already guessed it. She knew that face was not very important, at least compared to Fatty Li. As long as Fatty Li can be rescued and as long as the money can be borrowed, none of this matters. So, actually, at that moment just now, Li Wenwen also thought about borrowing money from Chen Jing. But unexpectedly, Kai Yi actually brought 500,000 directly. This was something Li Wenwen had not expected, so now Li Wenwen is very grateful to Kai Yi in every aspect. Not only did he help her rescue Fatty Li, he also protected her somewhat sensitive self-esteem. But in fact, if possible, Li Wenwen didn't want to borrow money from Kai Yi. People always want to save face in front of the person they like. However, Kai Yi is also a person who is very worthy of reliance. Thinking of this, Li Wenwen turned her head and smiled softly at Kai Yi. After hearing what Li Wenwen said, Chen Jing. I was a little surprised. After all, he didn't expect that Li Wenwen could really borrow money. He looked at the two people beside Li Wenwen, and he felt that it was absolutely impossible that these two people had loaned it out. So, I just thought that it was money that Li Wenwen borrowed from others. Wenwen, we have known each other for a long time, so if you have any difficulties, you can tell me directly. You need to be cautious when borrowing money. Little brother, what you said is indeed true. You need to be cautious when borrowing money. After all, it would be bad if you get cheated by someone by accident. Yes, Brother Yi has said so. How about this, I give you the money and you go and pay it back to that person. It's like you borrowed my money. Okay, anyway, I'm not in a hurry for you to pay it back, given our relationship. No need for this. After finishing speaking, Chen Jing looked straight at Li Wenwen, and his eyes were also very straightforward. But unexpectedly, he was rejected by Kai Yi the next second. He was stunned at first, then frowned and looked at Kai Yi. Why? He asked back directly with some dissatisfaction. Because you're not in a hurry to pay back the money you borrowed from me. Kai Yi said with a smile. These words stunned Chen Jing for a moment, and then he realized that Li Wenwen had borrowed money from Kai Yi. Chen Jing was just about to ask Kai Yi how he had so much money. But before he finished speaking, he turned around and looked at Li Wenwen beside him. After all, it's somewhat impolite to say this. That's right, Brother Yi, it's not easy for you to make money. Besides, a man of this age needs to have something to live on. He needs to eat, buy a house, and give gifts. He needs money urgently. Gao Li went to the side to answer a call with his wife at the beginning, so he was not here. But after hearing what Chen Jing said, Li Wenwen immediately frowned. Chen Jing, what nonsense are you talking about? Chen Jing shrugged helplessly, isn't what I said the truth? Kai Yi rubbed Li Wenwen's head to comfort her. Actually, what little brother Chen Jing said makes sense, but it's okay. I don't lack money to spend. After hearing what Kai Yi said, Chen Jing laughed out loud without any hesitation. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it, but aren't you Fatty's colleague, Brother Yi? After hearing Chen Jing's words, everyone else looked over in confusion. Perhaps it was because he had always grown up in the spotlight, so after saying these words, Chen Jing didn't feel that he had said anything wrong. Does being a porter make a lot of money? Chen Jing asked bluntly. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's faces suddenly changed. Especially Gao Li, who had just returned from answering the phone, had a very ugly expression on his face. Li Wenwen couldn't help but stood up, looked at Chen Jing angrily and asked, Chen Jing, what do you mean? What do you mean? I'm just kindly reminding Brother Kai Yi that being a porter doesn't make much money, so it's better to keep the money for yourself. Chen Jing's words sounded very innocent, but the expression he gave Kai Yi was not innocent at all. Do you think I earn too little and don't have much money? Kai Yi blinked, then grinned. That expression didn't seem to show any anger at all. On the contrary, he seemed to be in a very good mood. After all, you are still a child, and a second-generation rich man who is uneducated, so you probably don't know that there are many ways to make money. But your father should know, but maybe he is a little old, and his brain can't keep up with the young people. Kai Yi spoke lightly, as if he was talking about some very ordinary topics. However, Chen Jing, who always thought highly of himself, was so angry at Kai Yi's words that his nose almost became crooked. No, you are talking nonsense here. Why are you pretending to be so arrogant? Being poor is not scary. What is scary is not only being poor, but also thinking highly of yourself. Chen Jing was originally a person with a rather impatient personality, so after being provoked by Kai Yi, he couldn't help but be rude. Oh really, so this is what your Chen family thinks? Looks like I need to call your father. No matter how anxious Chen Jing was, Kai Yi on the other side continued to speak in a calm tone. However, he said these words in such a tone, which made Chen Jing very angry. It even made other people a little confused and they didn't understand what Kai Yi was talking about. Li Wenwen looked at Kai Yi with some confusion, and then she blinked slowly. However, before Li Wenwen, after asking some questions, the door of the operating room was pushed open. Elder brother. Seeing Fatty Li being pushed out, Li Wenwen rushed forward anxiously. Although he is out of danger, Fatty Li still has to stay in the ICU for observation for a period of time. Gao Li originally wanted to stay in the hospital, but after all, he was still needed in the warehouse. So after knowing that Kai Yi would stay here, Gao Li left to work. Li Wenwen is still a little girl after all, so she was a little panicked when facing such a thing for the first time. So, Kai Yi kept running up and down beside him along the way. But it's a bit annoying to have someone nagging you all the time. Yes, I don't know if it was because of the situation just now or because of other reasons. From the beginning, Chen Jing had been following Kai Yi and nagging him, and his words were full of complaints. However, because the current situation is special, Kai Yi didn't say or do anything. I just thought that I would still have time to take revenge after I finish my work today. But before Kai Yi could make a move, Li Wenwen on the other side could no longer endure it. Chen Jing was still saying something when Li Wenwen interrupted him. Chen Jing, are you done yet? If you keep talking like this, just leave now. Brother Yi is not the kind of person you say he is. She couldn't bear it any longer and yelled at Chen Jing. This was the first time the two had seen Li Wenwen so angry, so they were both stunned for a moment. After Chen Jing came to his senses, he quickly defended himself. Wenwen, you misunderstood me. Besides, keeping such a hypocritical person around is not a good thing. Hypocritical? I think you are the hypocritical one, right? Do you think I don't know what you told your classmates? Besides, you belittle Brother Yi and look down on the profession of porter, but my brother is a porter. Your brother is your brother, and Kai Yi is Kai Yi. They are different. Seeing that Li Wenwen was really angry, Chen Jing quickly defended himself. What's the difference? Don't you just look down on us poor people? Li Wenwen said directly. Chen Jing had the temper of a young master. Those who were angered by Kai Yi have been feeling sullen. Now Li Wenwen came to accuse him again, which made Chen Jing feel even more embarrassed. As a result, his bad temper could no longer be suppressed. Li Wenwen, that's enough. I gave you face, right? Do you think you can talk like this just because I'm chasing you? Chen Jing took a step forward with a sullen look on his face and was about to push Li Wenwen. But the next second, his wrist was grabbed tightly by someone. The strength coming from his wrist immediately made Chen Jing frown, and when he looked up, he saw that it was Kai Yi. But he had never noticed it before. It was not until Kai Yi stood in front of him that he realized how tall Kai Yi was. What do you want to do? He endured the pain in his wrist and looked at Kai Yi vigilantly. Kai Yi looked at Chen Jing coldly. Master, this is not a place for you to act like a spoiled child. Do you think I dare not do anything to you? What can you do to me? I'm just a small porter, how can you rebel? Do you think you can? Without waiting for Chen Jing to finish his words, Kai Yi slapped him in the face. Everyone stood in front of the ICU ward. There weren't many people here originally, and it was very quiet. Therefore, the sound of the slap was extremely obvious in the corridor. Even because he couldn't bear the force of the slap, Chen Jing fell heavily to the ground. You dare. Covering half of his face that was numb, Chen Jing raised his hand and pointed at Kai Yi tremblingly. How dare you hit me? Do you know who I am? Hearing this, Kai Yi sneered. Who are you? What's wrong? Are you going to say your father is Li Gang? Kai Yi, I'll remember you. Do you think you can survive in Linhai City if you beat me? Thinking of Fatty Li lying in the ward, a fierce look suddenly flashed in Chen Jing's eyes. I thought that Fatty Li was already a big enough hindrance, but I didn't expect there would be someone even more troublesome. If you say another word, I'll rip your mouth off. As he spoke, Kai Yi took out his cell phone and made a call. Chen Jinggang wanted to curse loudly, but he was still afraid of Kai Yi. After all, Kai Yi's strength just now has told Chen Jing that he is capable of doing that kind of thing. Mr. Chen, long time no see. Quote. Well, okay, it's not a problem, but I'd like to trouble you to pick him up. Children are not mature yet. Chen Jing was lying there and heard Kai Yi talking intermittently. He wanted to stand up and hear more clearly. However, he didn't know what was wrong. At this moment, his coccyx was in so much pain that he couldn't stand up for a while. This inevitably made Chen Jing even more panicked. No way. Kai Yi's strength is so great. Who is he? He looks like he has some skills. Thinking of this, Chen Jing looked at Kai Yi sinisterly. It seems that Kai Yi has to be eliminated. At this moment, after hanging up the phone, Kai Yi turned around and looked at Chen Jing, who was lying on the ground. Hey, young Master Chen, why haven't you stood up yet? Kai Yi said cheerfully, sounding very concerned about Chen Jing. But that frivolous tone makes people angry no matter how they hear it. Chen Jing. He wanted to get up, but he couldn't for the moment. I just want to sit here, okay. Hearing Chen Jing say this, Kai Yi couldn't help but burst out laughing. Looking at his expression, there wasn't a trace of sarcasm in it, as if he really just found it funny. Even Li Wenwen, who was standing by, was looking at Chen Jing in confusion, not knowing what he was thinking. It's okay. You must be tired after talking so much. Take a rest. Your dad will come to pick you up soon. Chen Jing just felt that Kai Yi was mocking him again, so he didn't say anything but just curled his lips. Kai Yi was too lazy to pay attention to him and turned around to discuss how to have lunch with Li Wenwen. It was naturally very embarrassing for Chen Jing to sit here, so he pretended to be calm and chose a better-looking posture while leaning against the wall. Then, he took out his cell phone angrily and started contacting people. No, it won't work to just let Fatty Li lie there alone. He had to let this guy named Kai Yi lie in there as well. By the way, Chen Jing also asked someone to check Kai Yi's background, as he was so arrogant. He is just a porter, but his skills are so amazing. Chen Jing had no idea. Kai Chi was not joking when he said that. Just when he was thinking about how to deal with Kai Yi, a very familiar voice came from the side of the corridor. The moment he heard the voice, Chen Jing shuddered. After all, no one would remember this voice as deeply as he did. After all, those sticks had hit him before. Mr. Kai, long time no see. I'm so sorry. I didn't expect that my son would cause you so much trouble. As he said that, Father Chen walked up to Kai Yi with an apologetic look on his face, bent down slightly, and stretched out his hand to shake hands with Kai Yi. It's okay, the child is just a little naughty and has no mind. Just take him home and talk to him for a few words. Anyone can hear the sarcasm in Kai Yi's words. One could even hear that Kai Yi directly said that Chen Jing had no brains. However, although what he said at this time was very infuriating. But that face seemed full of smiles, and he even extended his hand to shake hands with Chen's father out of courtesy. When Chen Jing heard the first words from Chen's father, he turned his head away immediately. His eyes widened immediately. He didn't expect that his father would really come. Even the person who usually appeared very dignified in front of him had such a flattering expression on his face when facing Kai Yi. Even after Kai Yi said those sarcastic words, he still dared not say anything and still had a smile on his face. Dad. In Chen Jing's eyes, these scenes were undoubtedly like a slap in the face. He shouted anxiously, ignoring the pain in his body, and stood up while enduring the pain. Dad, what are you doing? Do you know what this person does? Don't be fooled by him. Chen Jing never expected that his father, who was so arrogant in front of him, would be so respectful and cautious in front of Kai Yi. This made Chen Jing unbelievable, and he also felt that his worldview had collapsed. However, Chen Jing stood up with great effort and walked in front of Chen's father. Before he could do anything, Chen's father slapped him hard. Although this slap was not as painful as the one Kai Yi slapped her on the face, it was enough to stun Chen Jing for a moment. Although Chen's father used a lot of violence when educating Chen Jing at home. On weekdays, especially when he was outside, Chen's father still gave Chen Jing face. Not to mention beating Chen Jing, no one even scolded him outside. So after this slap, Chen Jing was stunned and didn't come back to his senses for a long time. Dad, you. He looked at Father Chen in astonishment, but before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Father Chen. Shut up, Mr. Kai, I'm so sorry, I didn't expect my son to be so naughty, I'll take him away right now. As he said that, he moved slightly, pulled Chen Jing and turned away. Chen Jing was naturally dissatisfied and wanted to say something. But after facing the sharp gaze of Chen's father, he was speechless. Li Wenwen still didn't react until the father and son of the Chen family walked into the elevator and disappeared completely. She shifted her gaze away from the elevator in a daze, and then looked at Kai Yi, but her expression was still dazed. Kai boss. She tried to shout. You want to talk to me about something? Kai Yi raised his eyebrows and looked at Li Wenwen with a smile. No, no. Li Wenwen quickly waved her hands to indicate that she really had nothing to do. Seeing this, Kai Yi couldn't help laughing. Why are you so nervous? Can I eat you? Okay, go eat. Li Wenwen had a lot of questions she wanted to ask Kai Yi at this time, but now was not the right time. I'd better stay here and look after my brother. She looked at the people in the ICU hesitantly, her eyes full of worry. From childhood to adulthood, Fatty Li has always appeared very strong in front of Li Wenwen. He had never been like this before, lying there with a pale face. Seeing this, Li Wenwen felt very distressed. Kai Yi understood Li Wenwen's feelings, but he also felt distressed that Li Wenwen didn't eat. So after thinking about it, seeing Li Wenwen's state, Kai Yi said, how about this, can we buy some and eat here? After hesitating for a moment, Li Wenwen nodded. I'm sorry, Brother Yi, I'm bothering you, but if you have something else, you don't have to stay here with me. I'm worried about you staying here alone. Having said that, Kai Yi smiled and turned around to make a phone call. Li Wenwen looked at Kai Yi steadily, then covered her heart with her face slightly red. It was always so easy for Kai Yi to cause ripples in her heart. Kai Yi came back soon after finishing his call. Li Wenwen also observed Fatty Li's situation. Then, I looked at the time and it was already past 12 o'clock. Li Wenwen turned around and wanted to find Kai Yi, preparing to ask Kai Yi what he wanted to eat so that she could go downstairs to buy it. But unexpectedly, after turning around, Kai Yi, who was originally standing behind him, had disappeared. Li Wenwen blinked in confusion and subconsciously took out her cell phone, but at this moment she heard Kai Yi's voice. Wenwen, come here. Following the sound, Li Wenwen saw a small conference room with the door open. It is temporarily used for doctors to discuss the condition. Walking over slowly, Li Wenwen saw through the open door that Kai Yi was standing there, looking at her with a gentle smile. Looking at Kai Yi with some fascination, Li Wenwen also obediently walked forward in small steps. When were these finished? Li Wenwen looked at the table full of dishes in silence. It has just been delivered. It's getting late, so hurry up and eat. I've got the key to this discussion room. Take a rest for a while. I'll keep an eye on Fatty brother for you. After Kai Yi gave the gentle instructions, he turned around and saw Li Wenwen staring at him in a daze. Even those beautiful eyes were filled with tears, and she looked extremely pitiful. Why are you crying? Kai Yi frowned slightly and walked forward to wipe away Li Wenwen's tears. Li Wenwen smiled, then sniffed and said, no, I'm fine. In fact, she was touched. At the same time, I feel warm in my heart. Even though she didn't seem panicked at all, it was her first time experiencing something like this. So, when Li Wenwen first arrived at the hospital, she was still a little confused. Although it looks no different than usual on the surface, only Li Wenwen herself knows the truth. At that time, I always felt a little dizzy, even a little dazed. I felt that what happened seemed unreal. Therefore, it was not until Kai Yi was by her side that Li Wenwen calmed down. Thinking of this, Li Wenwen suddenly felt. The tip of my nose feels a little sour. Even his eyes became slightly moist again. Not wanting Kai Yi to see her like this, Li Wenwen quickly lowered her head. However, the next second she felt a big hand on her head. Then his head was rubbed. "It's okay. Everything will be fine," Kai Yi said softly. It was not until the evening that Fatty Li came out of the intensive care unit. However, this does not mean that his condition has stabilized. Because of the car accident and some other illnesses caused, I have to be hospitalized for observation and recuperation. The main thing is that the final result was that Fatty Li also developed diabetes and stomach cancer. These are things that others have not thought of. Li Wenwen's expression suddenly turned ugly. However, when everyone thought about Fatty Li's daily routine and diet, they immediately understood. After observing Fatty Li's condition, Kai Yi suggested transferring him to another hospital. Because it was evening, Gao Li also came. After hearing what Kai Yi said, they immediately frowned. Transfer to another hospital now? Didn't Fatty just come out of the ICU? Isn't it a bad idea to transfer to another hospital now? Gao Li frowned and murmured softly. Even Li Wenwen nodded. Under the current circumstances, it would be better for Fatty Li to stay here. Besides, this is already the first People's Hospital of Linhai City. There is no need to transfer to another hospital. Linhai City is a developed first-tier city, so Linhai City's first People's Hospital is actually very famous. There were even people from other places who came across half of the country to seek medical treatment. I wonder if it would be better if I were transferred to Kang Hospital. Kang Hospital. After hearing what Kai Yi said, Gao Li blinked. However, in the eyes of these people, all hospitals are the same. But Kang Hospital is a well-known private hospital and is very expensive. That expensive hospital, will it be different if we go there? Gao Li said as he looked at Li Wenwen standing aside. After all, Li Wenwen studied medicine. However, after hearing what Kai Yi said, Li Wenwen was stunned. Then she looked at Kai Yi cautiously. Can we turn around? Kang Hospital is the hospital where Wang Weilong had stayed before. It is a famous private hospital, a specialized hospital for the wealthy. Because of salary, the reason is that the medical skills and even the medical conditions there are the best. However, the conditions there are still quite harsh. Ordinary people can't get in at all. Even Wang Weilong got in under the name of Guhua Group. Li Wenwen naturally knew Kang Hospital. After all, it was a hospital exclusively for the rich. This title alone is enough to represent how amazing the resources inside are. Yes, if you agree. After hearing Kai Yi's words, Li Wenwen nodded without hesitation. Gao Li, who didn't know the situation, looked at her strangely. The medical facilities and resources at Kang Hospital are much better than here, Li Wenwen explained. Although Gao Li didn't understand this situation, he knew that Li Wenwen knew it. So after hearing what Li Wenwen said, he didn't say anything else. After all, the patient was to be transferred to Kang Hospital, so the people there came personally to help with the transfer. Compared with other hospitals, the car sent by Kang Hospital is like a small ward with all kinds of facilities. There is no need to worry about what might happen along the way. Besides, Fatty Li's condition is very stable. By the time we helped Fatty Li to transfer to another hospital, it was already late at night. After seeing that nothing happened, Gao Li left. He wanted to stay and keep her company, but he was really not needed. The nurses at Kang Hospital will be more professional, and Li Wenwen will also stay here. After all, he had a wife and child at home who were in confinement after giving birth, so Gao Li finally went back. Brother Yi, isn't this room too good? Li Wenwen stood stiffly in the ward. It's more like a home than a ward. I pushed the door open and entered a room that was spacious and bright. It was Fatty Li's ward.